Yo. Hi, how are we doing? Hope we're doing good. Thank you, Croc. Appreciate it. Hi, how you doing? Hope you're doing good. Hello. Hi, Sumax. How you doing? Hope you're doing good. Hello. Hi, hi. It is a regular, in fact, sunny Saturday. And, it's snowing. Well, it was snowing. For quite a bit. So that is nice. That was nice. Last night, Croc is cute. True and real. Yes, Croc is cute. Very cute. True. Hold up. Let me check if everything's alright. Yes, everything's alright. Peek! Okay. Okay. The cutest little baby. Crazy work. Hello. Alright. I finished another anime. It was A Sign of Affection. 13 episodes. Definitely no season 2. I can promise that. So yeah, that was a quick detour from Bunny No sun. No snow. From Bunny Girl Senpai. I still need to watch 2 movies and then the rest of the available seasons. Yikes. It's rough out here. But yeah, I finished another one. Binged it today and yesterday. Was easy. I could watch One Piece. If they do, I'll watch it. If they do like a remake similar to what they did with Dragon Ball Z Kai, then I'll watch it. But the way it is right now, crazy. I didn't watch anything today. I drew something. Well, that's it. Nice, not bad. But it's super short. Fuck you. What do you mean this is short? Good day. Hi, Cricket. How you doing? Hope you're doing good. Hey, neat little fun fact. Remember how we watched a couple of Piper Raquel videos? That bitch is now 18 and started an OnlyFans and made like 3 million at New Year's. We are cooked. Maybe somebody makes a video about it. Who knows? I haven't seen one yet, but who knows? It's not that long ago. Yep, she made an OnlyFans now. Right? The girl that had an underage stuff already. Not as full adult content. Diabolical. Diabolical. Spawn camping. Spawn camping. Crazy. Oh wow. Yeah, it is. We are lost. There's no going. I'm gonna say this the way it is. There's no going back unless there's like a world war or something where the entire internet collapses. There's no going back. We are not going back. We live in the end times. Our sons will marry OnlyFans girls. And Lily Phillips apparently went out and got baptized. The only news I know is Venezuela getting pew-pewed. Apparently they already napped the president and flew him out already. So there's that. But yeah, interesting times. I'm seeing a pattern of OnlyFans girls becoming Christians after getting a train wrecked on the take women rights. That doesn't solve it. Because then the men are gonna pimp them out. That doesn't solve anything. Think that solves anything? Instead, make it impossible for women to even... I said it before, I think in the Metatron video that I reacted to, I said it before, make it so obnoxiously hard to get into adult movies that you literally, like, as a private person, you can't. That would be the way to go, but, hi Zoom, how you doing? Hope you're doing good. Hello. Anyways, I think we'll just jump over to the more interesting stuff today. Hi Dinosaur, how you doing? Hope you're doing good. Hello. We're gonna jump over to the interesting stuff. Here we go. Yoink. Now we're over here. Of course we are. Okay, has no attention span. Silence Moto, I do. But your attention span is probably stronger than mine. Because you sit there and watch, like... What? Movies that are like 7 hours. The men pimp them out, or they do it themselves. At the end of the day, the outcome is the same. I guess it's less safe for women. No new video this week. Yeah. One is just less safe for women. Why would there be a meme reset? It's not like memes just disappear because there's a different number in the date. Where is this idea even coming from? I didn't make F popular, it just happened. Yes, it's your fault. You know you can't even watch an episode of a wait, what? Anyways, we're starting. We're going in. We're going in. Enough. We're going in, kiddos. We're going in. Goes at the defense and allowances. It was a special dance between the genders. We gave them freedom, and what did they do? Become slaves again! Crazy work. Anyways, we'll jump into this. I'm curious. You're bad at social media, huh? Once more. We'll see. You're bad at social media, 69. I wonder why you picked that. By Fluffy Talks, we're gonna look at some diabolical posts on the peak that is the internet. We're gonna look at that. Also, please consider liking and subscribing. I appreciate it. We'll see some nice, neat little diabolical posts. Here we go.
Hey, what's up? We're doing it again. It's You're Bad at Social Media. This is episode number 69. And I know some of you...
Again, I see no problem. I mean, again, being bad at social media is a classic. I'm bad at social media, too.
You were very excited for the 69th video, but like I said before, don't expect anything special, okay? It's just a regular social media video. 69 is just a number in a sexual position where you put each other's genitals in each other's mouths. So get ready for You're Bad at Social Media number 69, another mediocre video from Fluffy Talks. Let's do it. Hey, what's up? Finally finished my hair. I think it came out all right. By the way,
that's just literally... You're just literally the swamp monster at this point. Also, look at my hair. Look at how pretty I finished my hair. We can't even see most of it. I did my hair. We can't see everything here. We can't see anything up there. What if you're like bald on this other side? What then? We haven't even seen anything. What do you mean?
The way I cropped the photo, I didn't color enhance, so you can see the color, and yes, I am wearing contacts, haha, but yay, no filter. My phone and natural light do this. Facebook probably added its stupid photo thing. Oh well. Bullshit!
That's true. Also bullshit. Yep. I don't believe that that Facebook would just automatically add a filter over it. That wouldn't make much sense. That's a diabolical pause. I am very sorry, Fluffy. I am very, very sorry. That is a diabolical... That is... That's the worst one I've seen in a while. Jeez. It's a bit damaged and uneven, but looks fine. Yeah. You really want old brain rot memes? I don't care about... I'll be fair. I'll be honest. I don't even find these memes funny.
Bullshit! Just own up to it. You used a filter. Fuck it. Just fuck it. If you used a filter on your face, just say you used a filter on your face. Don't try to bullshit the world. You clearly have a filter on your face, or you've got the weirdest skin in the world. You're either a plastic doll or you've got a filter on your face. Bored, tired, and lonely. This was posted for...
Bitch, you're 17 years old. You'll get over it.
From a 17-year-old. But then I cheered you up with a pic of me.
Okay, never mind.
Picture of a creepy 32-year-old brony. That's
the brony had to be in there. Diabolical. Help.
Just sad. Don't be hitting on 17-year-olds, okay? You fucking weirdo. It's weird enough the way you're dressed and your hair. And that guy, okay, 32? I don't believe it. I don't think he's 32. I think he's like 45. I look at this man and I think, what the fuck went wrong? How...
There was somebody at the financial audit, okay? Where I was like, this is the roughest 23-year-old that I've ever seen. I don't know which episode it was, but that dude looked 40 at 23. It was diabolical. Hi Bryson, how you doing? Hope you're doing good. Hello. Finally added Steam achievements to DM champion. Ooh, nice. Not bad, not bad. Hope you're doing well. Happy New Year.
How did this happen? I think it's time to get your life together. Oh shit. Definitely not photoshopped.
Definitely not. Also, like, is that a nipple piercing? Diabolical.
Definitely not. I'm sure his broom is just curved like that. The army's whole...
It's a... Maybe he's, disturbing gravity itself. Space and time. Who knows? It could be. It could be. Maybe. Maybe. You never know.
holding his phone with is so fucking skinny. If you're gonna Photoshop, at least do both the arms. Or you're just favoring one side way too much in the gym. Need to lose some pounds before summer.
Jim? My man has been doing something else with that one arm. Trust me. Greetings, long time no catch stream. Hi, Wicked Knight. How you doing? Hope you're doing alright. Hello, Happy New Year, by the way. Hello.
Message me if interested. $25 and this guy will...
Need to lose some pounds before summer? $25. Message me if interested. That's a cannibal. That's a cannibal. I'm sorry. That's a cannibal. This guy's not gonna make you lose pounds. He's gonna make you lose an arm or something. That's a cannibal.
Work you out. It's fucking scary. Straight out of grandma's basement. He's gonna teach you how to lose some weight. Possibly kill you later. I don't know. I don't know where this relationship is going. $25, it's a pretty good price. Fuck it. Give it a shot. He might be the personal trainer of your dreams. Does anyone know how to get a seized lug nut off? I've tried every tool, including an axe. Well,
I can tell that... An axe? What? An axe? Yeah, I can tell that you used an axe. What were you trying to achieve here? The stereotypes write themselves. The stereotypes write themselves, right? They create themselves. They do. Women in cars.
don't use a fucking axe, I can tell you that much. I'm no car mechanic, but I don't think you should be hitting your tires with an axe. Microwave this foil ball for 3 minutes, and this...
Yeah, nah, that is not how that works. That is not how that works. Nope. That is not how that works. It doesn't come out as like a perfectly round ball, bitch. That is not... If that works, I'm doing it. Looks like a metal tiger screw with this wheel. Yep, pretty much.
Is the result picture. No one would actually fall for that, right? Motherfucker. Oh, come on, you had to know that microwave...
Holy! That can't be real. That can't be real. Nah, that can't be real. I refuse that actually somebody's this stupid.
Microwaving tinfoil was a bad idea, right? I mean, these are common sense things. These are things everybody should know. You don't microwave tinfoil. You don't microwave babies. These are things you should already know.
Babies? That's oddly specific. So try it. You shouldn't use metal in the microwave. True. Babies is oddly specific. That is oddly specific. Babies is the... Are his does he have children? And if he has, are they okay? That's all specific.
We have a great announcement. After I asked her hand in marriage, after I kicked down the bathroom door, got on one knee while she was taking a shit, I popped the question and she cried and was so happy. I put rose petals in there to make it romantic too. Cat's out of the bag, lol.
We have a great announcement. After I asked her hand in marriage, after I kicked down the bathroom door, got on one knee while she was taking a... Why? Why would you do that? How would you tell that to your children? How would you tell that to anybody else? Like, when your kid comes up to you, like, Dad, how did you propose to Mom? I went into the bathroom while she was taking a dump and then proposed to her. Like, what are we doing? That's not how that works. What are you... That is no. 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 9. Microwave with metal is like toaster with tub. Has to be specific. Only babies can enter the micro. But you should do that. Nope. Propose while taking a shit. That's crazy.
Well, you proposed to your wife while she was taking a shit. You couldn't have...
And you can trust me. They're still married to this day. They're still married to this day. I can guarantee you, they are still perfectly fine and married to this day. 100%. Because if you can pull that off and she doesn't dump you, she doesn't break up with you, that's how you know you found the one.
Thought of a better situation or a better time to propose to her, you kicked the door in on her taking a shit. You got on one knee, so you basically put your face into the shit. You got on one knee and you put your face like towards the toilet. That's fucking disgusting. Let me just wipe my ass and then we'll hug. Oh man, it was so romantic. He was so happy. Well, he was either crying because of how bad the shit smelled or he was really happy. Yo, fucking Lyft literally knows me as the alcoholic bitch. I be getting them from my house literally up the street to the liquor store every night, laughing my fucking ass off. They all look at me like, for real, you couldn't walk? Shut the fuck up, my money's going in your pocket, bitch.
Nah. Alcoholic, a classic. Would you have me watching, sir? The good stuff. But the more important question is, what are some of you guys sending me? That's the more important question. She got to dump one of the things. Will you marry me, Pop? No! Now that you mention it, yeah. That was the poop of approval.
Laughing my fucking ass off. Why are you proud of being known as the alcoholic bitch that goes to the store to get alcohol every night? And if you're drinking every night, just buy enough for the whole week. You're going every day, just buy yourself a supply, but you probably can't because you're an alcoholic, so you'll just drink it all. So you gotta get, I get it, but you should not be proud of these things. You shouldn't be proud that you're an alcoholic and that people know you as the alcoholic bitch. If the proudest moment for you right now is that people know you as an alcoholic bitch, I think you need to make some changes in your life. You're going down a bad path. Your Sith name, Darth, your name spelled backwards. Darth Anus, I hate this game.
That is perfect. That is perfect. Absolute cinema.
Blank is feeling confused. So I was thinking of baking cookies for everyone at work tomorrow. I need to double the recipe to have enough, but if I double the temperature, my oven won't set to 800. That's just dumb. You're dumb. If the Earth is rotating at 1,000 miles per hour, why do planes not fly backwards? Big ball rotates slow. Metal bird break wind resistance. That easy enough for you? I know being a few thousand years behind the discovery that the Earth was round is hard, but that is as primitive as I can make the point. Then
again, there are literal people who think the Earth is flat. The Earth is flat. No, it's not. No, it's not. Calm down. No, it's not.
MPI this morning let a solid fart go next to a cop and his face priceless. Fuck you, taste the hate, lol.
Why? Why? Why would you do that? Now it's like, now you just be known as the person that farts at cops.
Well, that's awesome, laughing my ass off, right on. You make us so proud. You're proud that she farted in a cop's mouth, that's good. What did the cop ever do to you? He's just trying to protect and serve, and then you farted in his mouth. That's the thanks a cop gets for putting his life on the line every day. He gets pedestrians farting in his mouth, and she said it was a solid fart. Isn't a solid fart just a shit? I think she shit her.
That's diabolical. Like imagine. You're a cop. A random bitch just disgusting.
Pants. My grandma, $500. She hasn't paid.
You're selling your grandma? Hey yo, I do that too. But who would want to? Okay, there's definitely somebody who would pay $500 for this. She hasn't paid rent in years, so it's time to move on. That is crazy. Understandable.
Rent in years, so it's time to move on. Also looking for a Coachella weekend, 1 ticket and shuttle pass, preferably a swap. Okay, that can't be real. They obviously just took a picture of an urn off like Google Images or some shit and then put this up as a joke. Oh, I hope that's what happened. Poor grandma. You know, whoever buys an urn full of ashes, they're doing some dirty shit with it. They're either gonna snort it because they want that person's soul inside them, or they're gonna, I don't know, chalk up their hands and jerk off or some shit. You know that's where that's going.
That is that book. Now that he mentions it, yeah, somebody might be using that those ashes for something else. that could give a fucked your grandma completely different meaning. Anyways, diabolical. I just thought about that just for a second. Anyways, like, comment, and subscribe. That was a horrible experience, I must admit. Focus, grandma. Peak. I'm selling her right now. Right now. See no issue. I see no issue. No problem whatsoever. No problem at all. That was interesting. Anyways, let's look at something. Another something fun.
Oh, bro.
Let's look at this. That was recommended yesterday. Might as well jump in. That was recommended yesterday. We're just gonna look at this. Right. The LeBron meat writing epidemic by Javius. That's gonna be interesting. I have no idea what I'm getting into, so we'll look at it. LeBron. Yeah, we're gonna look at this. Also, please consider liking and subscribing. We'll jump in. We'll see. We'll see what this is going to be.
Oh, Bron, you handsome beast, my love.
That is not what I expected. That is not what I expected. That is not what I expected.
My sweetheart, my man. Just put it in me already.
What a genuinely weird way to start the video. I promise I'm not a weirdo, bro. Sometimes you just gotta spice up that.
Nah, bro. That is nah, bro. Gay. 100%. What a weird spicy intro. What?
That intro, you know what I mean? I'm not gonna lie to you though, that intro was not too far off from the type of shit I've been seeing on Instagram Reels and TikTok this past year. Like, let me show you an example real quick. Would you rather give LeBron back shots or take less shots in the back?
No. No. Okay. Well, the one who takes it is gay, so there's not really any other options. You gotta give the back shots, not take the back shots. I'm sorry.
Okay, let's look at the comments for some answers. A king doesn't bow his head to no one. I'm taking.
Diabolical. Absolutely horrendous, bro. What do you mean? Give back shots? Sure. Yeah, I think. Well, some people appear to disagree with us. Who wouldn't want to give the goat back shots? You're a woman. How can you give? You got a secret? By any chance?
This is an impressive level of dick eat. Like, this shit genuinely.
Very true. Very true. It's a gift to good world. Stop.
It blows my mind, bro. How could, like, wow. I mean, but it's all in the name of fun, right? You know, like, it's a joke, a gag. Shit, sometimes I can't even tell anymore. Like, let me show you some on Instagram real quick, because I saved a couple of these. All right, we're on my account. Who's following me? I've never made this account public. Who the fuck is this? This is supposed to be my racist account. Why would you follow me on here? Okay, you know what? Let's just...
The racist account? I should have a racist account. Anyways, we can improvise. No, we're not improvising. Stop. Gotta do what you need to survive. No.
Go over to my saved. All right, here we are to my LeBron Goon Corner. I will tell you this. Half of these I have...
LeBron Goon Corner is... That is demonic. The LeBron Goon Corner. Do you have a goon altar as well? Like to worship, you know? Making some tributes and stuff?
Have you even watched? As soon as I saw...
If you know, you know what I mean.
LeBron's sexy face, I saved it and kept scrolling. I am familiar with this one though. Would you rather be financially stable for the rest of your life or shake LeBron's hand? Of course is the green grass. Wait, is the green grass?
It's the green grass. Misinput.
There's 70 years in life, but only one moment to shake the king's hand. Braun over my family? On God?
No. Stop. Stop. There's 476 people that like this. Stop. Instagram is a circle of hell. I'm sorry.
What? Free LeBron booty pic swipe. Okay, I'm not gonna lie, I did.
There's gonna be. Is there gonna be booty pics? There's gonna be booty pics.
It fall for this originally. All right, we actually got a normal clip of LeBron. Let's check the comments though. Oh yes, Bron, blow it all.
There's 40,000 people that like this. Almost 41,000. What? Oh my god, that is crazy. Two-way sharpshooter. Sure, you're shooting? Seems like you're taking. Jeez.
Over me. The way I kissed my phone so fast.
That is glazing so hard. You just turn gay. That's crazy.
I'm so wet, King. This dude.
Logan, how can? What? No.
Just send a gif of two gay guys fucking. Y'all some freaky ass motherfuckers, bro. When you serve the James family long enough and the king himself decides to knight you, dick to head, dick to crack later.
What the fuck? What am I watching?
How do y'all come up with this?
I can't be mad. I can't be mad. I understand why he liked this. I understand why he liked this. I get it. Why are you gay? You are gay. I can't understand why he liked it. I'll be real. I get it. I understand.
Damn. Somebody's hacking my account, I think. Me and bro pretend.
Yeah, bro. I understand. It's okay. Me and bro pretending to be like, oh my god, no. You're else to try and get a taste of LeBron's golden nectar. Bro, if I'm ever gonna be like popular and you guys talk about me like that, I'm finding out you look. I'm doxing you straight up. I'm calling the police. Even a yes please with a sweaty heart emoji. Jeez, no.
And the bleed. I can't even read this out loud, bro.
Me and bro pretending to be the Lakers urinals to try and get a taste of LeBron's sweet, tasty, delicious golden nectar. And it's so good.
Stroke LeBron's ferocious veiny ass dick.
What did I get recommended? What is this?
Unemployed people, am I right? I can't be talking, I'm unemployed too. The ideal sleep experience. Ooh,
What the fuck? This is probably just worse with AI now.
Oh, LeBron. Low key, from this point of view, it looks like LeBron has me a missionary. You know what I'm saying?
Why do you think about that? Why do you think the fact that you thought about no? Ooh.
Time you share this video, you get a kiss from LeBron. Ah! 6 times more shares than likes. Yo, that's what. I mean, the king deserves it though. The king deserves all the love. All right, so I'm about to doom scroll through my reels for a minute. I'm gonna see if I can find any LeBron glazing videos in the wild.
I cannot stop jacking my dick. I be jacking it. I cannot stop jacking my dick.
All right, first reel. What the fuck are you doing, bro? Nothing much. Just staring at the love of my life. Me? Oh.
I think I've never seen this much glazing for any person. This is not just, you're not just glazing this man. You're covering him in your hot juices at this point. What is going on?
Yo, LeBron. Yo, I did the same exact shit in the intro. Okay, I'm not gonna lie. Now that I'm looking at another person do it, it's kind of weird. Me watching my son shoot a family of 4 then beat to What?
Would then beat LeBron pictures on their. Oh. I'm gonna need to smoke more for this. What in the world? I might start drinking. I might start drinking. Might start drinking. And I don't drink.
What the fuck is going on through your mind? How does one come up with a sentence like this, put it on a meme, and go, yeah, this is gonna be a great ass post? When LeBron dunks on a
And
random
then how relatable it is.
ninja? Oh, that's the N-word. Bro, just write the N-word. We're on Instagram Reels. When LeBron dunks on a random, I'm gonna let certain people finish that in the comment section. So you punch the shit out of your wife and scream, hey, dude. That's not cool, man. You know, you can't be making jokes like that. You gotta respect women, man.
6'5", feminist, and kind of like saving kittens. Yeah, no, that doesn't count. That doesn't count. That doesn't count. If you call yourself a feminist as a man, you'd just be considered the performative male. They don't like you either. Hi, Bobby. How you doing? Hope you're doing good. Can you react to War of the Fat Italian? What the heck? Probably not.
Yo, what am I looking at? Whose freaky ass uncle is that? Yo, keep this man on a leash, bro. I don't like the type of energy he's giving me.
I'm starting drinking. I'm gonna start drinking. I'm gonna start drinking. I'm gonna become an alcoholic.
What is wrong with you, bro? What the? How I do my makeup as a I gotta stop being distracted by femboys. Let's get back into.
I'm gonna say this, and I'm gonna hold your hands while I'm saying this. Liking femboys is gay. We got that? Okay.
To the LeBron Reels. Point of view, you stuck in LeBron's closet and ran out to take the King's load instead of Savannah.
Good lord. Just good lord. Good lord. That's almost 9,000 people that like this.
One reel without talking about his dick or his nut. Just one reel. Just one. When my whole family just perished in an explosion, but LeBron hit me up to chill. This is a grown-ass man, by the way.
I would let this 40-year-old grown man fuck me in my tight ass.
Not
What are we doing?
Listen, it's not totally ridiculous to say that. LeBron James is one of the sexiest motherfuckers. He's him. He's the best in the whole world. Even just the sight of him, it overwhelms me. It stimulates me to the max. Like me personally, like if I had to choose between, you know, life, success, and happiness or LeBron, I choose LeBron every single day. Why? Because LeBron is success. LeBron is happiness. LeBron James eye contact challenge. Bad. Rules. No smirking, no blushing, no looking. No... Fuck! Let me read. All right, let's... I'm laughing because the king just filled me up with joy. Wait. Oh shoot, look what I came across.
What the fuck? What? Me, can I go to the bathroom? Teacher, it's May. Me, no, it's January. What? Am I stupid?
This is straight from 2018. Wait, boys say psych right now. Boys say psych right now.
Shut your bitch!
Instagram just suggesting anyone. Who the fuck is it?
May I go to the bathroom? Oh, right, wait. Yeah, I get it. Okay. Okay, I get it. Yeah, okay.
Tariq the Loneliest Poet. That's a tough ass name. Put some respect on his name, damn it. You gotta earn titles like that. Like for me, it would be Javius the Horniest Femboy. Best kind of anime boys to play games with. The nerd. He knows all the twigs. Cool guy. Silent but deadly. Oh fuck. Wait, how did I get here? Oh, what? Dude. Okay. You're too good at this, bro. You actually kind of pissed me off. Did you grin at LeBron today?
I did.
I mean, I guess we're all jerking off to LeBron. Am I right?
We? We? What do you mean we? Are you suddenly French? There's no we. There's never been a we. Nah. Mm-mm.
All of us. Lore accurate LeBron. Nah, really, this actually did happen. I was there during the entire thing. He really did this shit, by the way. Yo, bro, hurry. They're selling jars of LeBron nut at the function.
What the fuck? What the This is like the equivalency of the Belle Delphine. bathwater. Same energy. We means you. No, we means you guys. I'm excluded from that. I don't understand. I don't speak French. Get out of here.
Dude, this happens every single time. Like, almost every time I get a reel about LeBron, it's just somebody fantasizing about a situation where they get to touch him in any way, shape, or form. Like, look, I'll show you straight up right now. Bro, LeBron is on that plane giving out dick. In what situation is he giving out back shots on a random plane? Oh my god, LeBron is drowning. Someone needs to mouth him.
I feel like that your mouth, the one that made this one, the person that made this one is not gonna put their mouth on his mouth. That's going straight somewhere else.
You just want to kiss LeBron's dick to your face. Oh, hell no, bro.
What the fuck? Y'all actually gay at this point? True. True, giga gay.
Y'all actually gay at this point. Nah, it's LeBron. He got a point though. You're only gonna see the straightest men say the gayest shit about LeBron. They should make a law where 20% of everyone's paycheck goes to LeBron James. Hell no! No, bro. I already fucking hate taxes enough. Everything you share, everything. Are you stupid? Every time you share this reel, LeBron will. Bro, where did the kissing go? Why? Look how many people that.
121k shares. Why is everyone so down bad? They're just down bad for the goat. They want to milk the goat. I don't know why.
It is. Damn it, I thought I was the only one. Point of view, you're wandering the hallways in high school using your dick as a sonar to point the lost freshman to class.
Why? That is so specific. That is more shares than likes.
This is a grown-ass man talking about, look at him! This is a grown-ass man talking about freshmen. No. I'm done, bro. Let's just stick solely to LeBron reels, which really aren't that much better, but still. Which LeBron are you letting punish you?
Neither. Neither.
All of them. I got 4 holes. What are you?
Andy! No! No! 4? Wait, that's a woman. Unless I'm missing something. Huh?
You SpongeBob? I'm the prettiest basketball player. No.
Huh? How? If you were a man, how?
I am. No, it's definitely me.
Like, are you gonna let him stuff it under your foreskin? How is that? How does that work?
Step aside, lady. See, I knew it. I could sense him from so far away. Like, okay, this one clip perfectly encapsulates what I feel about this man.
This particular nigga right here, bro, that's one sexy ass nigga. Bro, if I was a girl, legs wide open, bro. That's probably one of the prettiest niggas I'd ever seen in my life.
I would let you beat it to LeBron pictures in front of me. No need to hide. Bro, she's a keeper, bro. No, but if she was a real one, we would both be beating it to LeBron together. Bruh.
What is going on? That's no longer. We need a new word. That is glazing does not fit it.
I'm looking straight at LaHammer. Yo, why do you Instagram? I was just playing around. I did not want to actually see it. Like, why Instagram? Like, you think just because I like a couple of memes, I actually want to see his one-eyed beast? Like, what's next? Am I gonna see it in person?
One-eyed beast? LaHammer! It's LeBron, allow it. So, yeah, that you would take back shots does not surprise me, buddy. That you would want that does not surprise me. We already know that you have been channeling your inner gay recently. Don't worry about that.
Wait, I mean...
No, nigga. No. No. No.
That was horrible. That was horrible. That was horrible. That probably was the worst video this year. Already. That was quick. Anyways, like, comment, and subscribe. If you want to smash LeBron, or what LeBron to smash you. Anyways, you get the idea. Diabolical. That was already. That was the worst one yet already. Diabolical. Going to ruin Breaking Bad. That was fun. Diabolical. Horrible. Horrible. That was. Help, my voice is completely cooked. We know what you meant, Poca. You are first in line. Don't worry, buddy. I am not. I am not. Spread your gayness somewhere else. Not here, buddy. Not here. Definitely not here. Okay, let's see. Oh yeah, by the way. Let's watch something. Watch something interesting. It's like a 3-minute video.
Crazy situation.
Gonna look at that short, cute Hero Hey video. Because we have to. Because this is genuinely interesting. What's going on? Women are going to war with each other by Hero Hey. So basically, everybody knows Twitter, right? X. So what has been happening is that apparently, which was really interesting, they dropped an update for Grok where you can now tag it and it will edit pictures for you. So what did the OnlyFans girls do? Well, they just did what they always do and took their normal pictures and added Grok and said like, put me in a bikini, turn me around, you get the idea. And then the other degenerates, the other Twitter degens, did it to normal women too. Yep. That's where we are now. That's where we are now. That is the reality of things. That is diabolical. Also, please consider liking, subscribing. I appreciate it. We're gonna look at some things.
Crazy situation going on over on Twitter/X, where when people now post pictures, there is a little button in the bottom right corner that says edit, and anyone can click that button and put whatever they want in there, essentially. It seems like there's really like no limitations. Maybe there's some, but
there's barely any limitations. You can pull this off with children. There is no limitation. They did it to the girl that plays Mike's sister in the new Stranger Things season. There is no limitation. Women going to war with each other, and that's nothing new. Very true. There's no limit to what you can do. You can cover women, you can put them in bikinis, you can cover them in white liquid. There's no safety.
Like I said, you know, it seems like not much, if any, limitations at all. But this is to say that people are going to other people's pictures and editing them to do NSFW stuff you could imagine, right? And so this has caused women to go to war with each other because half the women are actually doing this to themselves. They're posting their own pictures and then going edit and saying things like, hey, Grok, remove my shirt. Hey, Grok, turn me around. Hey, Grok, blah, blah, blah. You know, anything that's making it more sexualized. And then the other half of the women are calling out those women, saying that they shouldn't be doing.
And I made a realization. I made a realization. Putting on a wig and throwing yourself in lingerie and then acting like you're saying it like you're freeing, smiley face, is not cosplay, bitch. You're a prostitute. Stop this. You are not a cosplayer. Putting on a wig does not make you a cosplayer. I'm sorry. I'm gonna say it the way it is. A ton of countries want to ban Grok over this, apparently. Understandably so. Like, you could do some heinous shit with that, for real. Understandably so, 100%. Like, how could you let this run rogue? Absolute weird.
This, and that this is like enabling patriarchy and enabling like men to sexualize them and, you know, all that stuff. For example, this account Yumi got a lot of attention on this set of tweets where she said, why are we as girls asking Grok to undress us? I don't get how this became normalized. This app is cooked. This also
You normalized it. You were like, it's okay if women sexualize themselves. You were like, your kind was okay with that. You didn't fight back, and now you complain about it? That's your own fault. That's your own. I'm gonna say this. That's your own fault. That is your own fault. You can't really shit on the women that are sexualizing themselves, right? Because that would be anti-woman. So, just saying, you did that to yourself. I'm sorry.
Just sends the message that it's okay for men to do the same. So they go ahead and do it under girls' posts without consent. That's the real problem. What's really funny is just a mere 14 hours or so after Yumi made the tweet saying why are women doing this? She actually blamed men for it instead, completely contradicting her prior position. And she got called out.
Oh, she deleted it. Surprise. No, I'm not surprised. I'm actually not surprised. Oh no. I made things awkward. Time to disappear. You can't blame men for what women do. And there's a lot of women doing it. A lot of women. No, it's not. Most women aren't out there doing that. But there's a lot of women that aren't doing that online that enable this behavior. And you cannot deny it. You cannot deny it. It is glorified. It is... they're literally out here selling a fantasy that's not happening. Yes, it's a fraction of women. But it's a big amount of women that are like, oh, this is totally okay. Sex positive. Wonderful. Great. My body, my choice. Suddenly, that's no longer okay. I find that very weird. And it's not like this is anything special, right? This is not like anything special. I could have just downloaded the picture, uploaded it somewhere else, and then let it run through AI. Now it's just easier to do. But it's still possible. It's just now extra steps. The extra steps are gone. But if weirdos wanted to take a normal woman, run her through AI, and put her in a bikini, that was already possible.
So much in the responses that she actually deleted that tweet, and people even predicted that it would be deleted. For example, this dude who completely called it. And as you saw, ultimately it's concluded with her even locking the responses on the other posts that remain up. Now, of course, this entire situation, or trend, if you want to call it a trend, involves so many more women than just Yumi. This is not to single her out, but I did find that contradictory behavior really comedic. Tectone would comment on the overall general situation at large, saying literal thousands of OF women using Grok to post even more trashy photos of themselves. OF girls, oh my gosh, I can't believe all the men are doing this to us. Huh? Now look, obviously the great majority of people don't want their photos edited without their consent, let alone publicly edited under their own pictures on their own account, right?
I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna say it very harshly. You normalized posting yourself online, and now you're complaining that people are doing weird shit to yourself. To you. Spoiler alert. That was possible 5 years ago. That people would do weird shit to your photos. That was possible 10 years ago that people would do weird shit to your photos. Wow, now you realize the dangers of posting yourself online? Weird.
That's totally understandable. I'm not talking about that. But there is another side to it where, as mentioned, you have these OF accounts where these women are posting these bait pictures, intentionally trying to get people to edit them. And then when they have the edits going through, they're quote retweeting the edits, being like, oh my gosh, why are people doing this? And it's so obvious that they're actually...
Yeah, because it's bait, right? They're like, oh, why are people doing this? So people do it more to annoy, well, not annoy, but this is bait to get more traction onto the post, right? This is not actual complaints. This is more oh no, why are you doing this to me? Do it more.
Actually not upset that they're doing this on purpose and then just trying to use it as a manipulative way of trying to get attention on their OF slob content. And then on the other hand, as mentioned, you have some of the women literally making the edit.
Now, of course, if you do it to actual normal women, right, who aren't sexualizing themselves, that's weird. That's weird. That's weird. For sure, that's weird. No, overall, I think giving OF women attention is overall weird, but that is extra weird.
It's themselves, which, you know what? At least those ones are being honest about it, but then they're getting hate by the other women who are saying that they're just like enabling patriarchy or whatever. It's all quite a ridiculous situation, but let me know what you think about all this in the comments.
If you want to stop enabling patriarchy, call the women out that sell their bodies online. Because that's a form of patriarchy. Anyways, just wanted to let that go out there and say that, because it has been diabolical. Like I said, that some teenagers and children have become under scrutiny. I don't understand how that was okay. How, like, this update overall was okay and good to go. At this point, I'm like, Elon be like, save the humanity, make more babies. Cornbot. Because that's what Grok is now, a glorified cornbot. Maybe I do agree with the AI video I watched that we should boot out Grok. Maybe I do agree. Maybe I do agree. Don't give Grok the parachute. Sacrifice it. Anyways, like, comment, and subscribe. Yeah, it has been insane. It has genuinely been actually insane. The stuff that I had to see is crazy. Funny, however, is the chicks that I've noticed that there's a lot of women who literally have like a degree and a PhD and stuff. And I'm like, and then they do OF and I'm like, what did you make? Why did you make that? Why did you get the PhD if you are an online whore anyways now? Have you heard about the Venezuela situation? Yeah, they've captured the dude already. That was quick. As Asmongold says, their oil was promised to the US 3,000 years ago. Yeah, it's crazy. It's insane. That was incredibly quick. And then, of course, the bombings. It's generally not a good situation, because they're putting civilians at like in danger, which is obviously a problem. Yep. I've seen the stuff already. That is so sad. Yep. Huh. Yep. Diabolical. Let's watch something funny. Let's watch this one as well.
Seychelles is a...
Let's watch this one. I'm curious. I'm genuinely curious what that is, who that is, and why that's going on. I am genuinely interested what that is. The chillest dictator of all time by Hoser? I think that's Hoser. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see for real. We'll see. I am interested in how this is going to go and what that dictator is. Also, please consider liking and subscribing. I appreciate it. We'll go in. UN won't say anything, would they? Nah, the US runs the world currently, so obviously not. We'll see. Seychelles, so that's on these islands.
Seychelles is a small country tucked away in a corner of the world which hasn't been relevant in almost 200 years. It's a collection of over 100 islands just north of Madagascar, but 99% of its 100,000 odd people live on just 3. The vast majority...
So the majority of people just live on 3 islands, and then the other islands are like barely inhabited. Interesting. I wonder... Well, if nothing's happening, then... Well, dictator doesn't necessarily mean bad. It just means that they're the sole person in control. Interesting.
On only Mahe, an island you can drive from tip to tip in less than an hour. Life here seems easy. Per person, it's the richest African nation, has the highest literacy rate in Africa, one of the lowest death rates, and is the least corrupt country on the continent.
Interesting. Remember that somebody named Adolf Hitler won some local what was it? Some local thingy with per votes, That is crazy. There is an African man named Adolf Hitler.
And on top of all that, you get to live here. It seems like an island paradise, which makes it kind of crazy to say that this was the result of a quite brutal dictatorship. Modern Seychellois politics and its way of life have been defined.
Brutal dictatorship. I wonder. Elections? Yeah, that was the word. Elections. Can I go and have them? I would really appreciate all those islands. Well, you gotta get rid of this dude, apparently. Unless he's no longer running it.
Defined by the visions of one man, at a time being one part socialist repressive state and one part tax haven to be used by foreign banks as a playground for millionaires. The man who Seychelles embodies was France Albert René. Since his violent takeover of the country in 1977, he's directly ruled for over half of independent history, while his party
1977 to 2004, violent takeover. Maybe he's not that chill at all, or maybe he is. We'll see. And then again, taking over a country with like barely 100,000 people. That means essentially no military, probably. Wouldn't be that hard, I'm assuming.
He stayed in power until 2020. Not typical
Until 2020 even, jeez.
of a dictator, he embraced the easy life, often being seen in a button-down shirt and expensive loafers, and never being afraid to take dodgy cash when needed. As a spoiler, Seychelles became rich through export abundance. Per person, they export the most things out of any African country, around $22,000 a Seychellois. Most importantly, through tourism, a lot of tourism, but also things like fishing and yacht registration of all things. It's this bounty of cash which has really allowed Seychelles to—
Is that where the guy that runs Niji Sanji has his yacht just chilling there? Anyways, interesting. So lots of tourism, fishing. Very interesting. It appears that the country is doing well, which is really odd. Usually you'd expect like a country to do kind of bad under dictatorship, but I guess not.
invest in the safety net which has made it famously such a nice place to live. But let's back up a little.
Is it like actually a nice place to live? Like no joke. Like is it like a nice place to live? That can't be real.
The islands were administered by the British for around 150 years, seized from the French because they let too many pirates use it as a safe haven. It was then used, of course, as a slave-based plantation society, but since slavery was legally banned in the British Empire, it was indentured labor from freed African slaves, or Malagasy, Chinese, and Indian coolies. If you couldn't already tell by the pictures, or you're truly colorblind, congrats by the way, Seychelles is a very racially mixed country, and one which didn't see nearly the racial divisions as most other British colonies.
Interesting. Interesting. Smart dictators are good though. They are dictators, but they usually improve the quality of life. They flip and decide to take that life, I guess. Well, I guess he never decided that, it would seem. Okay, so we got a lot of people. We got like Africans, Indians, Chinese, people from Madagascar. We got like everything there.
The dominant ethnic group, Creole, is a mix of many of these different groups. Put another way, all of these men are Creole. But, politically, the main event of importance before independence was its cotton economy completely crashing, half of all freed people leaving to Mauritius and rebuilding itself as a coconut, vanilla, and cinnamon export hub. That's to say, a poor, crop-based society for the rest of its British history. In fact, René himself was born into a family which administered a coconut plantation.
Interesting. Okay. Oh, interesting. So he was born there. Okay.
His father wasn't part of the elite sect of society which owned the land, the leftover families from French colonization, the Grand Blancs, but part of a poorer white family. He grew to be resentful of these landowners, and this upbringing would certainly make a mark for how he would run his country.
It's very interesting how a lot of dictators were just like broke dudes for quite some time. I find that very interesting, like at the early start of their life. I find that very interesting. A bit of history, apparently dictator was a term in ancient Rome. Back then it was emergency where the entire existence of Rome could have been a threat, and they elected themselves a ruler with almost absolute power, while rules so he can save Rome. The dictators were chosen for 6 months only and had to give back the leadership to its prior until Julius Caesar turned to dictator for life. Interesting. Yeah, I think I remember having learned that at one point in school. I'm pretty sure. Like, not where the word dictator came from, but that the Romans did it that way. Yeah. Okay, interesting.
Country. Then, like many other Seychellois, he went abroad to the UK for school, but never liked it.
He didn't like the British and went back.
Coming back to practice law before again returning to London to work in banking. While there, because he was fluent in French, he was sent off to Jersey to work in offshore banking. Jersey, along with Guernsey, have had a murky status, famously being stashes for Britain's mega rich to hide funds away from London authorities. This is another model he would replicate in Seychelles. When he finally came back from that, he became involved in politics.
So somebody who went into law, which is really interesting, then went into finances, right? Right, which is really interesting. And then into politics. That's actually not bad. That's actually smart to do. Going into law, learning about law, then going into like banking, learning about finances, and then going into politics. Those two are definitely useful skills in being, I guess, a politician. He's well educated, that's great, I guess, yeah.
Especially of African nationalism and decolonization, which, owing to Seychelles' small size and relative peace, it was quite late to. There, he faced his first challenge, James Mankham. Mankham, unlike Rene, loved the UK. His vision was staying a British colony for now and stacking bands through uninterrupted tourism and offshore banking. That part Rene agreed with. He also, to the point of his undoing, loved women. While president of Seychelles, somehow finding the time to judge the Miss World
1975 judge. Okay, interesting. However in what way he got there. I guess the probably the big difference was that the other guy, right, didn't want to be a part of the UK anymore.
Beauty pageant. Clergy members would broadly support Rene because of it, and the Western press never really treated him like a serious leader either. Mankham just always seemed to be on island time. In the last part of the colonial period, he led the Seychelles Democratic Party, while Rene formed the Seychelles People's United Party. This one pro-UK, pro-tourism, and conservative, the other pro-independence, anti-tourism, and socialist. There were 3 parliamentary elections during this period. Each and every one, Mankham won handsomely, despite having similar vote shares.
Interesting. He always lost. Funny. In 1967, though, he barely lost. Very interesting. He was doing side quests. Yep, side questing.
It was a period which saw the development of an American satellite base, which grew to be the island's largest employer, as well as the opening of a brand new airport. Tourism boomed almost immediately when the island opened up to the outside world, and voters rewarded Mankham for it. So Rene, determined to lead his country to independence, became more militant, angry, and frankly fearful of Mankham. He took aid from the Organization of African Unity by portraying himself as the leader of a liberation organization, and would now support total war against reactionary elements, which ended up meaning a string of bombing attacks against the SDP.
Interesting. Wait. I am expecting. So the fruits of success didn't even grow on this man's back. He just took it over.
London didn't take this seriously, wanting to get rid of Seychelles after their east of Suez retreat.
Is this east of Suez?
Yes, Seychelles is east of Suez Canal region.
Mankum, as a result, did start to take more foreign money though, some even from the CIA. In what they're calling the worst CIA-funded government ever, they gave him a few $100s a month and a 10-member intelligence force team. Anyways, after the last election, Rene decided to join a coalition government with Mankum, despite the fact that they absolutely couldn't stand each other. During this time, they jointly negotiated independence. Yay! Lower the Union Jack.
Okay. Okay. Independence. They're doing extremely well for now. For now.
Raise the Seychelles flag. Mankum would be president and Rene prime minister. But also during this time, it was increasingly clear to every possible observer that Rene wanted to be in charge. He was gonna coup the government. Pretty obvious was his stockpile of weapons on a small island off of Mahe. But more, Mankum was actually warned by the Kenyan government, a Saudi prince, a guy who was kicked out of Rene's.
Okay, interesting. So he escaped, or did he actually like get annihilated, or did something has to happen, right, for him to take over?
Coup, the UK police, and the CIA that one was coming. But for some reason, he ignored them. Really, the blame's on him. And while he was off in the UK for Queen Elizabeth's Silver Jubilee on the night of June 4th, 1977, it happened. They seized the critical areas of Mahe, the next morning announcing that Rene was delighted the people chose him to be their leader. 3 people were killed during the coup, including 1 unarmed SDP leader. Mankum, of course, initially bragged that he was with a supermodel the night it happened, but more seriously blamed the Soviets. But the Soviets had no idea what was going on. They blamed the Chinese, and the Chinese blamed the Soviets.
The Soviets are at fault. No, the Chinese. No, the Soviets actually. No, the Chinese.
Back. The real culprit was Tanzania, whose Pan-African socialist leader Julius Nyerere aided in training Rene's gangsters and providing weapons. It was one of the craziest outcomes of the world's newest state. Having only 60,000 people at the time, it would be like if Bermuda were to break out into a dictatorship today. Rene was obviously not tied to the socialist label. He was more Africanist, if that's a thing, but he ran an officially socialist government. It was more for development and to keep a distance from Western governments, which he absolutely hated, than any sort of advancement of workers. His new constitution would only allow a single party to run, with presidential ballots now just being yes or no questions to see him in charge or not. And not necessarily explicit violence, but disappearing people would be a common use of force to keep him.
Disappearing. We know what that means. Let's not get delulu here. We know what that means. They didn't just disappear. We know.
Self in charge. A senior SDP leader and outspoken critic of the regime, Hassan Ali, just vanished one day, only years later revealed to be killed in Rene's office. His wife had allegedly called Rene personally to ask him to investigate what happened to him. Of course, he didn't know anything, he told her. This was one of the most unique aspects of Rene's regime. Since it was such a small island, everyone knew everyone. Rene and his defense minister Ogilvy Berlouis would personally involve themselves in the investigations, instead of using independent police forces. It was unlike other brutal regimes where a chain of command could depersonalize the leader from those being killed. It was very personal here. In other cases, they were killed outside the country, most famously with the murder of Gérard Haraud, shot dead on his doorstep in the United Kingdom.
So he just cleaned up all the potential problems and then just let it run? So he basically just like, I don't see the chill yet. We need to see the chill yet. Oh, we took your meds today. Wouldn't want you to have a case of disappearing. I don't have to take meds. I like the voices.
Other ways to control opposition were mass arrests. One time, 21 SDP members were arrested together, some low-key torture, and by encouraging self-deportation through the seizure of land and assets. Trying to dismantle the Grand Blanc hold on land, he personally seized a La Digue villa in the process. Another way to control was with the
Bro, he even got his own villa at this point. Crazy. Not that I'm surprised.
Seychelles Marketing Board, a massive state monopoly which controlled most consumer goods as well as imports. The National Workers' Union would be the one and only labor union in the country, banning all others. But development and construction weren't nationalized. They were often given to allies of the regime, like to the wealthy Savy family, which Rene was connected to via his ex-wife's ex-husband. Unsurprisingly as well, Mr. Contrarian wasn't a big fan of tourism. Agriculture was sucked dry of labor once the airport opened, and people found it much easier to make money in hospitality. Rene wanted to boost it up again and maybe add industrial fishing to the mix too, to diversify away from tourism and become self-sufficient. This tuna canning plant was his pride and joy. He was so proud.
Tuna chunks. Our regime. Yep. That is what it was. That is what it is. Interesting. Wrong place, wrong time. True. Interesting. Okay. So, no to tourism, more agriculture, and more fish, apparently. Okay. What else?
Out of it. But by the end of the regime, Seychelles actually ended up importing more food than before. And he just ended up accepting tourist dollars as the main source to build a safety net off of. Free education, free healthcare, free transport, low-cost housing, decent infrastructure, and very much growing wages. Honestly, not a bad trade for letting foreigners get drunk on your beaches. One of his most controversial legacies, though, remains the National Youth Service, an integral part in his eyes of building socialism. It was a camp, like a summer camp, where a
youth camp to indoctrinate the youth. I've heard that before. We in Germany had that too.
Every Seychellois youngster would be sent out of high school to learn the practical skills Rene wanted to boost, like animal husbandry and fishing, as well as to be indoctrinated into the regime. The idea was inspired, by the way, after a state trip to North Korea, which...
Yeah, I'm not surprised. Again, I'm not surprised. Okay, yeah, I get it.
Remained a close ally to Rene, sending them troops and weapons along with East Germany and Cuba. So as a result of Rene's...
Damn, even we were involved at one point. Crazy.
Economic legacy, even today, around 70% of Seychellois work for the government, where most production is found. But despite being genuinely popular in the islands because of the increasing quality of life, not everyone was enamored with Rene. 10,000 people left the island during his dictatorship, 15% of the population. His media censorship alienated the upper and middle classes. The national youth didn't like him, although they would end up voting for him later in their lives. The Americans didn't like him, the Soviets didn't like him, and the South Africans particularly hated him. Seychelles was of deep interest to the apartheid South African government, being the offshore financial center they used to avoid Western sanctions. They saw it as so important to the point of sending a mercenary to go and kill him when he threatened to cut ties with the country. 4 years after René's coup, a counter-coup led by Mad Mike Horay tried to bring Manka...
Mad Mike. Interesting. Well, I'm pretty sure that failed because he ruled until 2004. So I don't think that worked out the way they intended that. Doesn't surprise me.
back to power. They came disguised as a South African drinking club, Ye Ancient Order of Froth Blowers, but their weapons ended up being found in customs. After a shootout, the men hijacked an Air India flight and ran away back to South Africa, where nearly all of them were released without punishment. Botched coup attempts also occurred in 1982 and 1987, both from internal security forces, which both saw purges of his defense force after. When asked what he believed in, René answered that he was red on the outside but green on the inside. Perhaps nothing
What does that mean? Interesting.
encapsulates this better than his mafia-aligned government. One of the key allies through his regime was Mario Ricci, a guy expelled from Italy.
Mafia 2? We got everything! North Korea, we got everything! Even the fucking Mafia is involved here. Crazy Legend of Oz. Yeah, no, Shadow Clips, I know. I'm aware. Very interesting. I'm surprised.
Switzerland, and Somalia, who ended up in Seychelles. Would you really be surprised if I told you he had some mob ties? Befriending René, they created the Joint Seychelles Trust Company, a state-owned enterprise which would organize foreign companies and investments, helping them deal with tax codes, bureaucracy, all that. It was essentially the state-owned vehicle for anybody to evade their law, including for money laundering, drug trade proceeds, or just trying to avoid taxes.
Which tell me Israel is also involved? Crazy work.
Is why many people have given Seychelles the label, the world's only socialist tax haven. Victoria, a town of 20,000 people, held 8 major banks in it during René's day. And throughout this time, he worked with the infamous Gambino family, gave mafia members refuge, as well as used mafia muscles to, make his enemies sleep with the fishies. In 1995, René also passed the controversial Economic Development Act to let anybody who invested at least $10 million in the country be granted immunity to pretty much any foreign crime. This had to be revoked 5 years.
5 years later, but any crime? Any and all? No way, can't be. Not any. There's no way.
Years later, though, due to the absolute international outrage it caused. By the 90s, after 3 coups and the collapse of both the Soviets and apartheid South Africa, René had the insight to no longer play both sides off each other, but join the Western liberal side. By his own accord, René had reversed his coup and state-led development strategy. That's right, he was done being a dictator, just like that.
Bro is like an OnlyFans girl being like, I'm done being a whore now. I want to settle. I'm done being a dictator. I want to be Democrat. That is crazy. All right, let's hear it. Let's hear it. I'm curious where this is gonna go. From brutal dictator to golden boy.
Another new constitution was drafted to turn the country into a multi-party democracy. Mankum made a party. This new guy, Wavel Ram Kalawan, who actually lived under Rene, ran against his party 6 times before his big break in 2020. And then Rene's own coalition fractured. His defense minister and tourism/youth minister both making parties of their own. But all that didn't matter much. Every election Rene took part in, he won. One of the major reasons...
Well, that isn't really surprising, right? He indoctrinated the people, so they would obviously vote for him. That just makes sense. Hold up. Wait a minute. That just makes sense. Stop. Interesting. Honestly, I think he'd pull it off. Yeah, he did. He kind of did, though.
Reasons he did this was to be able to take loans from the big 3, the IMF, World Bank, and African Development Bank, which in the 90s had some pretty strict restrictions on lending you money without conditionality. Some of the general conditions were to become a democracy, slash the government budget, raise taxes, and privatize state-owned assets. Various waves of privatization hit Seychelles as the debt grew more and more unsustainable. Frankly, the longer he stayed in power, the more his government resembled Mankum's original vision of Seychelles, a liberal, tourist-filled tax haven. It was also during this time they really hammered out the framework to let foreigners hide money here with a couple of acts, and let foreigners register yachts the cheapest in the world. Two shady aspects.
Wait, a yacht for 2.5k? That's diabolical. Being registered, that is. That's crazy. Okay. Okay, interesting. I think I know where I have to move, I guess.
Of the current budget, which are a legacy of Rene's personal views of money. In his quest against tourism, Rene did end up nationalizing 2 hotels, which were eventually sold not back to the original owners, but to a Malaysian firm instead. Foreign capitalists were still preferable to domestic enemies. 60% of...
That's crazy. Okay, so he's... Eventually, it just became a democracy because money. That's really what it is. He just wanted more money, access to more money, and to get access to more money, he had to become a democracy. Smartly enough, though, since he indoctrinated all the youth and all the people there, he'd still won and stay in power. Smart move. That man is not stupid. That is a smart move.
His precious tuna cannery was sold to Heinz. Ironically,
isn't that the ones that are selling that do ketchup as well? Heinz ketchup? I'm pretty sure. I'm absolutely convinced.
Actually boosting profits to the government as productivity shot up. In fact, now Seychelles makes a ton of its money through the sale of its land to foreigners, which they can own 100% of. The outer islands are prime real estate for any unsatisfied billionaire to go crazy on. Not that crazy. Rene...
Random Epstein. Heinz ketchup. Yes. Yeah. That is interesting. That is very interesting. President steps down after 27 years. Okay, after 27 years in 2004. Bro was actually out here cooking. That is surprising.
Stepped down in 2004 because, get this, my American audience, he thought he was too old at 68 to lead the country. He did lead for 27 years straight after all. Let him...
That's insane. He could have continued leading, right? He could have literally continued leading, but it was like, nah, I'm too old. I want to retire. Let somebody else do this.
At least live a little on the islands. The next 12 years were led by a Rene loyalist, James Michel, then succeeded for 4 years by Danny Foray, also a member of their party. On a timeline, here's Rene's rule, and here's his party's rule. It's no wonder then, especially for such a small country, that Rene has come to completely dominate it. He only died in 2019. The same year, much of the worst things came out about his regime via the Truth and Reconciliation Council. His two successors continued to do much of the same things as Democratic Rene, not Marxist Rene. Offshore finance, tourism, fishing, keeping the moneymakers to keep the safety net. Because they're so tied to the ocean economy, they did lead some efforts to fight the Somali pirates back when that was a whole ordeal. And they've also guilted some more investment by
Interesting. They even had beef with the Somalian pirates. Hi, Black Mirror. How you doing? Hope you're doing good. Hello. That is interesting. They even threw hands with the pirates. Okay. Basically, the entire thing is still run by him, even though he's essentially dead. What a legacy.
Threatening to dig up oil if someone doesn't invest green energy into the country. COVID and the financial crash were understandably big deals for a debt-ridden, tourist-based economy. They made a stock market, a small one, but it's real. Oh, and the Americans are back after shutting their embassy down for 23 years. Pretty much only because of the increasing Chinese influence on the islands. But other
So you're telling me that if there was no Chinese influence, the Americans would be like, do your thing? That's interesting. Okay, so they're doing well, surprisingly. They're actually doing well.
than those, most of the political story of the country is tied up in this one man. Rene was kind of like the left-wing version of Singapore's Lee Kuan Yew. Not a very ideological guy, but certainly convicted that he and only he should be in charge.
That cover. Let's just get rich. That covers it pretty well. This entire thing is just let's make a lot of money. Not bad.
Both ended up presiding over great transformations of their countries, in a benevolent dictator type of way, into the richest in their respective regions. So my one last question to you is, why don't more people know about Rene when we all gawk over Lee? Duh, there's one obvious answer. There are no edits of him.
There are no edits of him. Dude, there's even Nick Fuentes edits. Why there are no edits of this guy? Interesting. The confidence, yeah. Well, I don't want to be copyrighted for funk music, so we're not dealing with this. But that was very interesting, very surprising. I did not expect that. Hi London, how you doing? Hope you're doing good. Hello. Very surprising. So basically, we have a dictator who starts out essentially broke in the coconut farm, studies law, becomes a banker, goes back to politics, takes over the country he was born in, has his Marxist arc, smells more money, but not really, right? He's just like he said, red on the outside, green on the inside. Then becomes a Democrat because he smelt more money, and essentially his party is still in power. That is very interesting. I did not expect that. I did not expect that at all. Wow. The benevolent dictator. Well, not so benevolent. He did delete a bunch of people. But sacrifice was needed. Casualties. That's crazy. And they're doing well too, which is crazy, right? They're doing well too. With like 100,000 people. That's very interesting. Anyways, like, comment, and subscribe. Hi, tourist. How you doing? Hope you're doing good. Hello. Okay, I already did that. London. I already did that. I did do the LeBron video already. But don't worry, it gets uploaded anyways. That's all good. It gets uploaded anyways. But I already did the JVS video. What else do we have? I should get rid of the videos I've already watched, right? Hold up. I should clean up the videos I already watched. The tier list of dictators, bro, would be up there. So it would seem. I need to get rid of the videos I already watched real quick. Overall, I mean. Because I think there's still videos in there. It's into an apartment gunfight by Midwest Crime. Hold up. We're gonna look at that as well. Hold up. But I need to clean my watch list up here, my reaction list. Need some cleaning. Because we obviously do not need things that I've already looked at. What else was in here that I watched? Ah yes, the Pirates. Smashing. Need to get this one out as well. I think that's it there. I think I got most things. Duck, do you know how every country got nukes? No, I do not. Let me see. What was that? Hold up. Let me see. Mustache Man would be F tier. Same with I guess Mussolini would be E tier. Mustache Man would be F tier too. Definitely. Definitely. Stalin too. Russian mustache would DD. Nah, that man goes straight up in F tier. That man is just as evil. Do not get fooled. That man goes also in the F tier. That man is just as evil. Just had the loud biggest thunder shake the whole house peak. That man is just that evil. Just as deadly, in fact. That man was not better. Because communism is just as bad. Not Kim. The other Russian mustache guy. Wait, that's already saved in my list. Oh, that I. Well, it's already added. Interesting. Need to look where that is. And then what was the other one? Let me see. Warren turns into. Okay, let me see. Let me find that. Let me see. Is there an actual gunfight? Yeah, I wouldn't watch that. That's too dangerous. I wouldn't watch that. That's too dangerous. Just because it is on YouTube, that's too dangerous. With YouTube's AI right now, that I'm not playing with that. There's limits to what we can do. Sorry, tourists, but that's dangerous. I don't want to get castrated. Not right now. Not interested. What's your... not much. He captured him and that's it. I think this people are starving, but they mind their own business, probably. Some parts of it are censored, but okay. Yeah, with YouTube's AI, that's too dangerous. It needs to be more tame. Then it's fine. Alright. Did I have that already in my... It shows that it's in my list already. I wonder... Or have I just... Yeah, I already had it in my list, so that's fine. When is the JV's reaction video coming out, by the way? If I can edit it fast enough, probably tomorrow. Shondo the VTuber's Este dictator for sure, absolutely. You know what, let's watch it. Let's see, let's watch something interesting. Let's see how they got nukes. Let's look at this. Then I need to do another game video. As well, for my boy Shadow Clips. But let's look at this. How every country got nuclear weapons explained by so basically. We're gonna look at that. I am curious. Let me guess. Most of them legit were probably just stolen. My theory is most of them were just legit stolen. That is what I believe. Anyways, we'll go in. Also, please consider liking and subscribing. We're gonna look at this.
We all know the story of how the United States was the first to develop the nuke. But today, there are now 10...
I am become death, destroyer of worlds.
10 countries around the world that have successfully created them, some helping each other, but most in secrecy, involving a lot of spying, rivalry, and betrayal. Each of them have a story just as interesting as the US's Manhattan Project, but are rarely told. We're going to go through the full timeline of how the 10 countries raced each other to build this technology, and also the other countries that came close and might soon be added to the list. The story begins in 1938, when German scientists first discovered nuclear fission, the ability to...
Of course, the Germans are involved. Why are they not? I'm gonna create a Barbenheimer. I'm gonna create bombs one day too, because I'm German.
Split atoms, releasing massive energy through a chain reaction. The following year, Albert Einstein would warn the US of the dangerous possibilities in weaponizing this technology. The United States was famously the first to create nuclear weapons after a long and secretive operation against the
and then drop it on Japan, but not once, but twice.
Backdrop of the Second World War. Scientists from the US, UK, and Canada collaborated in the Manhattan Project. They spent nearly 1% of the US's entire GDP on the effort, as they were racing the Germans, who were also working on their own nuclear program, but to much less.
Imagine if the Germans were the first to get the nuclear bomb. We'd all speak German now. Imagine if we were the first to get the nuclear bomb. We'd just all speak German right now. I'd be a German VTuber because we'd all speak German. You'd understand me. Isn't that crazy?
Success. Germany had surrendered by May 1945, but in July, while President Truman was at the Potsdam Conference with Stalin and Churchill planning what to do with Germany, Truman was secretly informed that the Trinity test in New Mexico was successful, and they now possessed the most powerful weapon humanity had ever seen. Truman told Stalin that the US was about to use this weapon on the Japanese. Although at the time Stalin was already working on his own nuclear weapons project and had spies within the US's Manhattan Project, internally he was secretly furious that the Americans had beaten them to making this bomb. The following month in August, the US unleashed Fat Man and Little Boy on Japan, forcing their surrender, ending the war, but starting a new race around the world for everyone to catch up.
And since then, Japan has been very kawaii desu, quite a bit, quite for a while. But remember, guys, they did some diabolical stuff during World War II when it comes to chemical warfare. Their experiments were heinous. And still, you just have to go into the cute route. And your crimes have been forgiven. Any German brats or whatever it's spelled. Yeah, pretty much. I remember an old movie where some scientists went back in time to give Germany a hydrogen bomb, but got imprisonment, showing Germany losing future. I remember when I played Red Alert 3 and they went back into the past and just killed Einstein. Which means there are no nuclear weapons, and then Japan just became the ultimate superpower with literal mechs and stuff. That was interesting.
The Soviet Union was second to obtain the technology, having started as early as 1941 after noticing German, British, and American scientists stopped publishing papers on nuclear fission. They suspected they were also working on creating weapons. The program was accelerated rapidly after seeing the Americans' nuclear attack on Japan, and while they had a lot of information from spying on the US programs, they were worried of potentially being fed misinformation from double agents. Because of this, they didn't trust the stolen American design, so they still ended up doing a lot of their own research. Using many captured German scientists, they built their own project while also using the United States' designs to check it was correct. Earlier than the US expected.
Plagiarism, a classic. To be fair, I think the vast majority of the countries that do, again, we're now in 2 countries, right? But I do think that most countries that have nuclear weapons either just got them from the US or the ones that are not aligned with the US just literally stole them. Germany went to apologize route, Japan went to cute style, Mongolians still proud at their Genghis Khan. Would you not be proud if you had at one point a leader that lowered Earth, not only lowered Earth's carbon footprint, but also be the biggest, the greatest baby daddy in human history.
In 1949, the Soviets successfully completed the RDS-1 test in Kazakhstan. The US no longer had the monopoly on this technology, and this would create the Cold War arms race with the United States to stockpile as many nukes as possible. The third country was the United Kingdom. Now, you might assume that the US would have helped them, as they were key allies fighting side by side in both world wars, and in theory, America would want to empower their good friends in Europe, but this was not the case. The UK pioneered a lot of the groundwork on nuclear weapons before.
Wait, so the UK just made their own? They just made their own bomb?
For the US, with a project called Tube Alloys starting in 1940. They did this with the help of German, Austrian, and Polish scientists that were fleeing Germany at the time. But due to limited resources fighting the Second World War, Britain handed over all of their work to the US, merging it with what would become the Manhattan Project, and providing a significant amount of research under the Quebec Agreement, stating that the US and UK would share the technology once completed and not use it on each other. But in 1945, when the US successfully tested and used its nukes, they also terminated the agreement and didn't share the final results to Britain, keeping it to themselves. This prompted the UK to resume its own nuclear program, and this was done quickly as they had already done a lot of the work and controlled most of the world's uranium. The UK successfully completed its first test called Operation Hurricane in 1952 at the Montebello Islands just above Australia.
Damn, interesting. Okay. Wanting to other men now share his DNA or something absurd. I'd be proud of this man. Yep, pretty much. Japan before bomb. Honor Japan after bomb. Cat girls. Imagine you get punched so hard you start moaning in anime noises.
Meanwhile, after the Soviets had developed nukes much faster than expected in 1949, the US immediately began work on a newer type called thermonuclear weapons. Unlike the standard atom bomb, which uses fission to split atoms, these use fusion to combine atoms, the same process that happens inside stars, and these are significantly more powerful than atom bombs. Scientists like Oppenheimer, who led the Manhattan Project, warned the US.
Barbenheimer. Operation Hurricane is a tough-ass name for real. Or farming with these project names. But I found another video for you. Okay, perfect.
Not to develop these because of the extreme danger to mankind and where this nuclear arms race was going. But despite this, President Truman gave the go-ahead to continue. In 1952, the United States successfully completed Ivy Mike, the first test of a hydrogen thermonuclear bomb over 450 times more powerful than the one dropped on Nagasaki. The Soviets then completed theirs in 1955 called the RDS-37, and the UK completed theirs in 1957 called Operation Grapple. Because of this new threat of hydrogen bombs, the US then decided to re-sign a nuclear agreement with the UK the following year in 1958.
Interesting. Okay, the French. Ugh, who gave... Would VTubers exist without anime? Not really, no. I don't think so. Probably not, no. Definitely not. They're definitely intertwined. Definitely, in some way, shape, or form. That's why lots of VTubers are anime themed. Doesn't make sense.
The fourth country was France, who already had a few scientists working on the Manhattan Project and started their own nuclear program after World War II, collaborating with Israel, but mainly focusing on energy instead of weapons. That was until after the embarrassment of the Suez Crisis and increasing tensions between the US and Soviets prompted France to want their own deterrent strategy and to retain their place as a great European power. The United States was much more against the idea of France having nukes than Britain, as France had a slightly different policy on how they could be used, so France developed them almost completely independently. The French President Charles de Gaulle spearheaded the effort and stated that nuclear weapons were essential for France to be a truly sovereign and great power. He also wanted strategic...
Okay, so the French also just straight up made them independently. Interesting. That is, so we got the US, the UK, the Russians, and the French. That's 4 out of the 10 countries that have nuclear bombs. I'm surprised.
Independence from NATO and the United States.
That essentially made laid a lot of the groundwork.
They sourced uranium from its colonies in Niger, Gabon, and Madagascar, which was a huge help, and despite being in ruins after the Second World War, the French scientists worked tirelessly. They successfully carried out their first test in 1960 called the Gerbois Blue in the French colony of Algeria in the...
That's crazy. Friends during World War II crying, friends during Revolution. See, they were tired of surrendering all the time. And they're still surrendering. Even with atomic bombs, they're still surrendering.
Sahara Desert, and then its first hydrogen bomb in 1968. China would be the 5th country on the list wanting their own nukes as a deterrent against the US. Initially,
did they all just copy-paste? Did they all just, like, copy-paste but change it a little so nobody notices? Like they do with most things?
They received a lot of help from the Soviet Union as they saw China as a useful ally, but as Khrushchev began de-Stalinizing, China's chairman Mao denounced Khrushchev's more cautious approach to the West as being too soft and not in line with the true communist principles. This led to a rift between the two nations as Khrushchev withdrew all its help from the Chinese program, leaving them to do the rest of the work alone. China continued their development with impressive speed, especially considering they were dealing
see how they rub their shafts anyways.
With the challenges of the Great Leap Forward and Cultural Revolution. Significant resources were poured into the effort, and they also discovered large deposits of natural uranium, which massively helped. In 1964, the Chinese successfully detonated their first atomic bomb in the large dried-up lake of the Lop Nor region called Project 596. And only 32 months later, they tested their first hydrogen bomb, which is impressive, as this is the fastest any country has ever gone from fission to fusion bombs.
Not bad, not bad. Oh, Israel is next. Even in cost of laws, you know, we can't really use nukes, right? Yep, we cannot. We cannot use that. And we should not use them. And thankfully, I assume most politicians have the brain to understand that if they use them, they're gonna get absolutely demolished.
The 6th country was Israel, who is the only nation in the world to never actually acknowledge possessing nuclear weapons and have never declared they exist, so nobody knows exactly when or how many were created, but lots of details have leaked. As mentioned, the Israelis were working with the French since the 50s on nuclear energy, and France helped Israel build a secret nuclear facility in the Negev desert, which became a problem in 1963 as US President Kennedy became concerned the Israelis were developing nuclear weapons. JFK was strongly opposed to this and demanded the US be allowed to inspect the facility to ensure it was being used for energy and not bombs. Israel repeatedly denied and delayed the US demands, only allowing careful, staged inspections while concealing hidden underground facilities that were later revealed to be creating weapons. Israeli Prime Minister and founder David Ben-Gurion was reportedly obsessed with obtaining nuclear weapons, and it created a rift with the United States, who weren't close allies at the time. This cooled off as JFK's successor, Lyndon B. Johnson, was much less aggressive on preventing Israel's nuclear weapons program, which is believed to have been completed around 1967.
Okay, that doesn't surprise me, but I don't think people would use them ever again. Well, I guess not. See, they're a lot more efficient than they were back then, right? The fallout is... the destruction is there, but the fallout is not as destructive as it used to be, especially with hydrogen bombs. Yeah, it is. But I don't think anybody would use them because I feel like the more have them, the less likely. Well, not the more, but like it's good that not only one country has them. Let's just say that.
While Israel's nuclear capabilities had been rumored and speculated all throughout the 60s, the big revelation came later in 1986. Mordecai Vanunu, an Israeli technician who worked at that Negev nuclear research.
That's just Mr. Barnes from The Simpsons. I'm sorry. Iran has been 2 weeks away from a nuclear weapon since 1995. Funny. Yes, but if one does, everyone would be after their ass. That's true. Yeah. I thought I heard the N-word. Nah, that was the wind.
Center, fled Israel and leaked to the British press a massive amount of photos he took personally and documents detailing what the facility was really being used for. He was then kidnapped by Israel's Mossad in Rome after being lured there by a female Mossad agent he believed he was going on a date with. He was then sedated and brought back.
I say it every single time. Never trust the women. They're going to kidnap you. Don't trust. Don't follow your heart. Follow your brain. It happened again. See? The betrayal.
To Israel, where he was sentenced to 18 years in prison for espionage and treason in a behind closed doors trial. He's currently under significant restrictions to his speech and travel and has been rearrested many times for parole violations, speaking to the press and attempting to leave Israel. It's also believed from his leaks that Israel has developed thermonuclear weapons. The seventh country on the list is India, who, like many others, expressed the need to have this latest technology after the Second World War, mainly for deterrence and protection from Pakistan and China. Research began in the 1940s but would take several decades to complete the process. This was accelerated after India lost a border war with China.
Indians have nuclear weapons? That's, interesting. We're gonna get punished with the internet's gonna get punished with nuclear weapons, right? Because of the racism. That's dangerous. Who gave them those? Why did they make them? Not surprised though. There's a lot of giga nerds from India.
China in the Himalayas in 1962 to stop Chinese aggression. It had first been developing nuclear energy, getting supplies for its reactors from countries like Canada and the US while secretly using them to develop weapons. The first test was successfully completed in 1974, codenamed Smiling Buddha, in the desert of Rajasthan, in which they called a peaceful nuclear explosion. This test drew worldwide.
What is a peaceful nuclear explosion? Well, India and Pakistan had a little war, both of them got nukes. Yeah, I'm aware that they had a little bit of ass beating going on for a little bit. I know that.
Condemnation and sanctions, as India was using a Canadian reactor provided for energy purposes and because they refused to sign the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty. This is where countries agree to set rules to limit the spread and use of such weapons. However, India did deliberately refrain from fully weaponizing the technology into warheads while theoretically researching the means to weaponize in case they needed to in the future. Most Indian politicians were opposed to creating activated nuclear weapons, so it was a slow process that wouldn't be completed until the 90s.
Let's hope they're not redeeming them. Thank you. No people were harmed, but most tests didn't. Yeah, so yeah. What makes this one more peaceful than the others is what I'm questioning here.
The eighth country to develop nuclear weapons was South Africa, which is one of the most unique stories. It possessed one of the
That's not what I expected. South Africa? That's interesting. Okay.
world's largest reserves of
about to nuke the UK for colonization.
natural uranium, which is a key ingredient, and had been supplying it to the US, UK, France, and potentially the Soviet Union and Israel. Most of which was intended for peaceful energy reactors, but it's likely some also ended up being used for weapons. Since 1948, South Africa had created a nuclear energy program, but by the 1960s and 70s, they shifted interest into weapons due to the increased Soviet influence that was spreading in Namibia and Angola. As well as this, the apartheid regime drew worldwide condemnation, causing South Africa to become politically isolated and without many allies for protection. In 1977, they created a testing facility in its Kalahari desert and nearly detonated a bomb, but when a Soviet satellite spotted it and reported this to the US, the backlash and international pressure stopped the test. In 1979, US satellites...
Wait, so the Russians were like snitching to the US that South Africa had atomic bombs? Interesting. Very interesting.
Detected a double flash of light in the Prince Edward Islands controlled by South Africa in the Indian Ocean. This was called the Vela incident and is widely believed to have been a joint nuclear test by Israel in collaboration with South Africa. They likely allowed Israel to test its weapons there in exchange for South Africa gaining some of this research for its own program, who didn't have functional weapons yet at the time. By the mid-1980s, it had created 6 nuclear bombs, roughly the size of the one dropped on Hiroshima, and it's believed to have achieved this with the help of Israel, likely in exchange for its large uranium supplies. South Africa maintained deliberate ambiguity around its weapons, never admitting to having nukes, similar to Israel, to act as a deterrent from hostile nations. But by the 90s, as the Soviet Union collapsed, its need for protection from communist threats dissipated, and with the apartheid regime coming to an end, it feared handing over nuclear weapons to the next incoming government, so it opted to be the first nation in history to dismantle and dispose of its nukes, and then admitted to the world that it had actually possessed them. The designs were destroyed, and the
Interesting, so they don't have them anymore. But they did have them at one point. Interesting. Okay, so they don't have them anymore, but they did have them. Israel again, interesting. Yeah, apparently they like to play with nuclear bombs, it seems.
enriched uranium was locked in a nuclear facility vault, although in 2007 armed intruders breached the facility and came close to stealing the materials before being stopped, and there are still fears today about this weaponized uranium falling into the wrong hands. Pakistan would become the 9th country, beginning the process in the 1970s after losing a war with India, their biggest rivals, in 1971, causing East Pakistan to become Bangladesh. Their prime minister said that if India builds the bomb, we will eat grass or leaves, even go hungry, but we will get one of our own. After India conducted its Smiling Buddha test in 19...
Interesting. By the way, I don't remember who Midway built the nuke in Israel. We had to freeze the process for years since new press elected in US and was very against it. Yeah, makes sense though. And it's been 2 weeks away from having nuclear weapons since 19... Full shit for saying such things. Well, you never know. You never know. You never know. That's the thing. You never know of them building nuclear weapons. You never know. That's the problem. See, South Africa is the best example of... We may or may not have had nuclear bombs.
1974, the race was on to catch up. Abdul Qadir Khan was a Pakistani scientist who, while working at the Dutch nuclear facility, stole top-secret intelligence on how to enrich uranium and brought them back to Pakistan, which was a main foundation to their nuclear weapons program. They also had significant help from China, who provided
Okay, that's the first one we actually stole. Eat grass or leave, true. Hi Alexia, how are you doing? Hope you're doing good.
expertise, materials, and blueprints to develop a bomb. This was because China wanted another ally against India, also being one of its rivals, and saw the benefit in arming Pakistan. The US did little to stop Pakistan's nuclear weapons program, initially underestimating their capabilities, but also because Pakistan was a key ally against the Soviet invasion of Afghanistan. The US didn't want to risk their alliance and often turned a blind eye despite mounting evidence that Pakistan were using the US military funding to develop weapons. In 1998, India detonated 5 non-peaceful warheads, including a thermonuclear bomb. Just weeks later, in response, Pakistan also detonated 5 bombs underground in the Ras-Kho mountain range, successfully completing their first ever test and making them the latest nuclear-armed nation. While India operates a no first use policy, meaning they are only for deterrence and to be used in retaliation to such weapons being used on them, Pakistan operates a first use policy, preserving the right to use them however it sees fit, and...
Interesting. But realistically, I don't see, like, size difference wise. Oh, Pakistan could compete with India, but that's interesting. Okay, interesting.
And indicated it would use nukes against India even if no nuclear weapons were used on them. While this policy concerns many nations, it has proved successful for Pakistan, leading to a weaker response from India in their many conflicts since, out of fear of how Pakistan might respond. An Indian military spokesperson said that Pakistan's threat of nuclear first use has deterred India from seriously considering conventional military strikes. Abdul Qadir Khan, the man mentioned earlier for stealing the Dutch nuclear blueprints and dubbed the father of Pakistan's nuclear program, confessed in 2004 that he had been involved in illegally selling nuclear weapons technology to North Korea, Iran, and Libya. Seeing as none of these countries are a part of the Non-Proliferation Treaty, it drew worldwide concern about the uncontrolled spread of this technology. North Korea became the 10th and final country so far to develop nuclear weapons. The North Korean founder Kim Il-sung saw nuclear weapons as crucial to ensuring his regime's survival.
Look how happy he looks. Hi, Shine Duck. How you doing? Hope you're doing good. Funny. All right. Rocket Man has developed the nuclear rocket. Interesting. We'll see how that goes.
Survival and asserting its power to the world to deter longtime rivals South Korea and the US. In the 1950s, the Soviet Union initially helped them develop their first nuclear research facilities for peaceful energy purposes, with many North Korean scientists being trained in the Soviet Union. Both China and the Soviets refused North Korea's many requests to help them develop weapons, and towards the 1970s, North Korea focused on building their own nuclear program using its own large natural uranium deposits, which proved essential.
All that stress to get nuclear weapons just for a low birth rate to wipe you off clean off the map. Priorities. Truly priorities. Maybe you could make like some mutant babies, it seems, but that's about it. Truly priorities beyond belief.
As they didn't need to rely on sourcing it from any other country. By the 1980s, the US became aware that North Korea was using spent nuclear energy fuel on creating weapons. Then, in the 90s, North Korea signed the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, despite secretly building weapons and delaying inspections from the International Atomic Energy Agency. In 1994, the US offered them light water reactors which would allow for peaceful nuclear energy production, while making it very difficult to use them for making weapons like their current graphite reactors were. The North Koreans initially agreed to this deal, but ultimately broke down in 2002 due to a lack of trust between the two countries. The US accused the North Koreans of secretly enriching uranium, violating the agreement. This led North Korea to officially withdrawing from the Non-Proliferation Treaty and continuing its weapons program. As well as the initial help from the Soviets in the 50s on energy, they also had some limited help from China, but most importantly Pakistan, as mentioned earlier, which was crucial to their development. In 2005, Kim Jong-il claimed to have possessed functional nuclear weapons, and the next year, in October 2006, they completed their first successful nuclear test. Although it was so small at an estimated 0.5 kilotons, experts believed it didn't go off correctly and may have malfunctioned.
Interesting. So they may have them, but they may have fucked up. Interesting. Trying to catch Beldum. Ah, okay. Okay, you've been training your Pokemon. Okay. Used for uranium bombs, Plankton. Peak. You know, worst nuke, Gandhian civilization. Goodness.
In 2009, while Kim Jong-il's health was rapidly deteriorating, in what's believed to have been a show of strength, they detonated a second, much more powerful bomb, and a third in 2013. Then in 2016 and 17, it tested its first thermonuclear bombs. Now, while those are the 10 countries that have made their own nuclear weapons, there are lots more that hosted nukes from other countries under alliances for protection and deterrence. During the Cold War, the United States held nuclear weapons in Belgium, Germany, Italy, the Netherlands, Turkey, Greece, Denmark's Greenland, South Korea, Japan, the Philippines, Taiwan, Canada, Morocco, and Puerto Rico, although some of these were brief and some of them only had vehicles that contain nuclear weapons. Although most of these were removed towards the end of the Cold War, US nukes still remain today.
Oh boy. Guys, we still have nuclear weapons here. Guys, I may not have a brain, gentlemen, but I have an idea. Fear me.
In Belgium, Germany, Italy, the Netherlands, and Turkey. The Soviet Union also stored significant amounts in their Soviet republics, with the most being in Ukraine and others being inside Belarus, Latvia, Lithuania, and Estonia, Georgia and Armenia, Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, Turkmenistan, and as well as briefly in Cuba. All of these were since removed and dismantled with the collapse of the Soviet Union, although in 2023, Russia again provided Belarus with an estimated 130 warheads. There are also several other countries that were working on developing their own nuclear weapons but abandoned the work due to international pressure or lack of resources. These include Argentina, Brazil, Sweden, Romania, Algeria, Libya, Iraq, Iran, Egypt, Syria, Taiwan, and Japan. Many of these countries were actually very close to successfully developing the technology, notably Iraq, Syria, and Iran, who each made significant progress but all had facilities destroyed or sabotaged by Israeli missiles and cyber attacks. Iran is...
To be fair, I can guarantee that if a country wanted to develop nuclear bombs, it would be fairly easy nowadays due to information being this readily accessible. Like, I'm assuming it wouldn't be super difficult to actually make them.
Is widely speculated to be the next nation closest to developing nukes, but their rival Israel, being the only nuclear-armed country in the Middle East, is very keen to prevent this. Saudi Arabia's leader Mohammed bin Salman has also said multiple times that without a doubt, if Iran gets them, then they will too. The Saudis are already working on a nuclear energy program and certainly have the funds and means to create weapons. Japan is considered to be one of the most capable countries in the world that could very easily create nuclear weapons if they wanted to. They have some of the most advanced nuclear energy technology.
I mean, with the new lady in charge, you never know. You never know. That woman seems like the Iron Lady of Japan. I'm curious how this is going to play out, especially with her basically saying, we're gonna make sure that China is not as much of a threat anymore. So we're gonna see turn how to make nukes at home. You probably find something in the dark web, definitely. And even then, like, it would probably be very easy to access information if you really wanted to. And watch motherfuckers will make games on anything nowadays by JVS. I can add it.
And large stockpiles of enriched uranium, but they currently employ a policy of pacifism. Both Argentina and Brazil were also extremely close to completing their development, having created the infrastructure and technology. But interestingly, Mexico proposed the Treaty of Tlatelolco, declaring the entirety of Latin America to agree to not having nuclear weapons, and every...
I agree, we shouldn't give Loom any nuclear weapons.
country in the region eventually signed it, except for French Guiana, because it is technically a territory of France, which is a nuclear-armed country, although the territory is still considered part of the treaty and France does not store nuclear weapons there. There are also similar treaties in place around the world since then which have agreed not to host, develop, or test any nuclear weapons, such as the Rarotonga Treaty covering the South Pacific, the Pelindaba Treaty covering the African continent, the Semiplatonisk Treaty covering Central Asia, the Bangkok Treaty covering Southeast Asia, and the Antarctic Treaty, which prohibits any military activity. However, while these treaties are useful, most of the world's nuclear...
They're still hiding stuff in Antarctica. 100%. I'm saying it the way it is. They're hiding stuff in Antarctica, and nobody can prove me otherwise. I don't care what anybody says, but that is 100% true.
Nuclear-armed states store their nuclear weapons inside submarines, which means they are everywhere and anywhere, secretly hidden inside the oceans at any given time. This acts as one of the strongest deterrents, as even if a country's launch facilities were completely destroyed, the submarines lie ready, waiting to retaliate and are impossible to destroy. Creating nuclear weapons is an extremely expensive and conspicuous process. As we saw in the 1979 Vela incident, even a very small explosion in the middle of the Indian Ocean, hidden under cloud cover back in the 70s, was picked up by a US satellite. So you can imagine the level of surveillance today with the sophistication of satellites. Even when that submersible imploded at the bottom of the Atlantic, the US Navy still detected it. So it is very hard to have a secret nuclear program without the world knowing. But while those are the 10 nations that completed the process, it's likely only a matter of time until more are added to the list.
Very likely, yeah. Okay, that's interesting. That is interesting. The one that really surprised me, really surprised me, was South Africa. That was the one that I really was like, what? They actually have that? Or they actually had it? Obviously, I didn't really know that India had them and Pakistan. But then again, South Africa really surprised me. Well, they don't have them anymore, but that's interesting. That's very interesting. Anyways, like, comment, and subscribe. Alrighty. I am going to quickly take a bathroom break. I will be right back. And then we'll continue with more videos, obviously. I need to do the game one too. So yeah, we need to have to do a few things. So yeah, I'll be right back. Back. Alrighty. Yeah, we can do yours first. We can do yours. Sure, why not? Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it. It's gonna be interesting. Alright, let me click on one thing so
Hey,
it appears. Yeah, that works. That works.
Friday the
Let's see. Let's see. Interesting. Very interesting. Asmund annoyed me. Classic. JV is next afterwards. And though, yeah, sure, we can do that as well. I have a lot of other videos that I need to look at too. What video was that? Hold up. I need to make sure that I have that. Still have a lot of other videos. I also have a video about a game that I need to react to still as well. Anyways, we'll jump into this. Could be interesting. 10 horrifying events that actually happened on Friday the 13th by Matthew Santoro. Right? Yeah. Okay. Works. Interestingly enough, here's a little fun fact. It screams when you click the like button, by the way, especially in horror videos. Here's a little fun fact. My birthday is February 13th. That's a Friday. Well, I'm gonna die. Anyways, we'll jump in. Please consider liking and subscribing, and we're gonna listen to what this is. Thankfully, I wasn't born on a Friday 13th. I was born on a Tuesday, innit? So yeah, there's that. So at least I wasn't the horrifying thing that happened on a Friday 13th. Aquarius, yeah, pretty much. Yeah, that's correct. Yes. One of my friends turned 13 on Friday the 13th. Interesting. Horrifying. Truly.
other service later traffic.
I just think it's very interesting. See, when I was a kid, I experienced oddly enough, crazy lightning strikes as a kid. That was also very interesting in general. Like, my birthday is 11th February peak. Another February kiddo. We'll love to see it.
Natural.
Well, fires. Okay. Interesting. See, we don't really have fires here in Germany, interestingly enough. I mean, it's not surprising, to be fair. It doesn't get super hot. The only time fires really happen is some retard would, like, forget a glass bottle in, like, the woods. That's pretty much it. You boring little blitz. What, lightning strike? Wait, what? Nobody's born in a lightning strike. If I was born while being struck by lightning, that would be pretty cool. Maybe I would have gotten superpowers.
When
They're probably all dead. I'm assuming they're all dead, because usually when there is a plane crash, they're usually all dead. Unless these people here behind me, next to me, are considered survivors. But looking at how, if that's an actual picture, how demolished that is, doesn't seem to be the case. Let me guess. They ate each other. I probably should move over so you can see the pictures. But I'm assuming that we're back to our favorite topic. Cannibalism. They ate each other. 100%. They were munching on each other. Definitely.
Rescue finally arrived. What started as a fun trip turned into one of the most harrowing survival stories ever.
When when our roof tiles were flying around, was it 2 years ago, 3 years ago? That was already enough, buddy. That was already enough. I don't want to imagine what people experience when, like, the real storms are happening. Like, the real floods are happening. That was already enough. That was already terrifying enough. I don't want to experience anything like what they're experiencing. I'm good.
Though it didn't.
Oh, yeah. Remember that one? Remember that one? I remember that one. Wasn't that the ship that essentially, like, started to fall on its side? Wasn't that the one that kept going for quite a while too as well?
Fully sink in until the next day.
Yeah, that one. I remember that one. I remember that one. Yeah, I remember that one. That one was big. That one was like big on the news. I remember that one.
Costa Concordia cruise ship struck disaster on Friday the 13th. The massive luxury liner hit underwater rocks near the Italian island of Giglio. tearing a 160-foot gash in its hull. Chaos erupted as thousands of passengers scrambled to evacuate. The ship tilted at a terrifying angle, trapping many inside. Rescue efforts stretched on for hours, and the aftermath became a global media storm. It was later revealed that the captain deviated from the planned route to perform a sail-by. He made the tail.
But I'm good. You know, it's not the Titanic, but it's a ship sinking, that's for sure. Yeah, it tilted to its side and then just, yeah. Stupid, captain. That's true. Interesting. Yeah, I remember that one. That one was a big incident, yeah.
They'll feel that.
Never heard of this one either. That one is also new. Never heard of this one. Very interesting. Terrifying. Yeah, there's a reason don't go in planes. Of course, statistically, it's stupid to be afraid of planes, but I don't give a shit. I'm not setting foot into any plane ever.
Cruel twist of what's next.
Yeah, to be fair, they made a movie of the Kansas plane crash. Interesting, I didn't know that. Yeah, I just think it's just a regular day. It's just that, like, all the time terrifying stuff happens on all kinds of days. I don't think, like, Friday the 13th is that really specific. It's just a normal day, to be fair. I'm believing that, at least. Nothing crazy, nothing special. That's just me, though. Anyways, like, comment, and subscribe. I think I'm getting a headache. Gotta go before I get both a headache and already painful month. Stay safe. Take care, Lulus. Get some rest. That's important. Terrifying, truly. Yoink. Now I'm here again. Over there. Over there. Because I'll stop doing the switches and light thingy, I guess. Yeah, that just makes sense. Otherwise, yeah, I can see how that could be annoying and confusing for your brain. Cheese. I know cheese. I know cheese. Cheese of truth. Immigrant cause cancer. Water. Definitely water. Okay. Since Landon already had his video today, we're gonna do shadow clips first.
I'm sure that it would run.
Yeah, I just clicked through it accidentally. Never mind. Doesn't matter. You'll get your first. You have privileges because of how long you've been here. Anyways, we're gonna look at this. Interesting. The Wizard of Oz, jaw-dropping DS RPG. Interesting. I have no idea. I've never heard of this. I am very much curious. By Camobot. Interesting. We're gonna look at this. I wonder. We'll see. We'll see. I have never heard of this. A Wizard of Oz RPG. We're gonna look at this. I'm surprised that exists. Also, please consider liking and subscribing. I appreciate it. We'll go in.
When the DS first launched in the mid-2000s, it was a bit of a surprise to see how successful it would become. With a massive number of units sold and an equally large library to match, I've always felt that the dual-screen developers...
The DS was such a peak console. The DS was peak. And the 3DS was also peak. Amazing games, amazing library. Overall, just an incredibly fun console. Incredibly fun. I think I'll never have as much fun with any console ever again. It's just the truth.
System was really a sight to behold. It was one of the best-selling consoles ever, and it was...
I just had a DS Lite though, and the problem was with these things. Eventually, the hinges would start having problems. So like, would just like fall up and open, and then also, what it was also a problem with mine, I think the L button eventually started getting stuck, which was a problem, because then you couldn't do soft resets. It was diabolical, it was horrible. I thought you said the second JV's video was next. Yeah, but I changed my mind. ZDS for Nintendo was what Windows XP was for Microsoft. Pretty much. Windows XP was incredible when it comes to like, when we compare it to like whatever horseshit we have now. And also Windows 7 was also still pretty solid. And then came the great downfall. Slowly it just got worse and worse and worse. To the point where slowly but surely we'll have Linux be better.
Was reasonably cheap to make games for. Because of that, game developers came in droves, and loads of really cool creative titles showed up on the DS. Despite spending hours upon hours on my original DS Lite, its library is a bit of a blind spot for me.
Look at this horrible game. That is the game that Crocker wanted me to play. Mario 64, the DS version, which was, I played it before, a miserable experience due to the controls. Horrible.
For me, since there were just so many games to pick from. With so many really cool titles coming out at once,
Mario Kart DS was absolute fucking peak. The mission mode, the regular races, it still has an online mode if I'm not wrong, if you do the right things. That was a peak game, peak Mario Kart. Crazy, incredibly fun, so fun.
it was really easy to miss things. With that in mind, I want to introduce just one of those thousands of DS games. It's this little thing called Wizard of Oz Beyond the Yellow Brick Road. The game launched back in 2009, pretty deep into the life of the DS, and at first glance it might seem like a sort of throwaway game based on the Oz book series. But when you take a closer look, it's got a lot more than meets the eye. Oz DS is a turn-based RPG developed by...
Why does that look fun and good? What is this? Hold up. Krabby Crab. You lazy motherfuckers with the name. That's crazy. Why does that actually look really pretty for a DS game?
Mediavision, best known for the Wild Arms series, as well as the modern Digimon games. I think most people would associate Wizard of Oz with the classic movie, and as far as I can tell, the story is roughly based on that. With the Warner Bros. Logo included in the game, I'm sure there was some sort of involvement. Beyond the Yellow Brick Road looks absolutely amazing.
What the fuck? What is this? What the actual shit? Huh? That's a DS game?
For a DS game. The thing that surprised me was it only had a 68 on Metacritic, and the good folks at Nintendo Power only left it with a 65. They mentioned that it's a pretty accessible RPG, but they also said that the game is pretty forgettable in the long run. But we did not forget. See, I'm always game for a game that sells me on good vibes and aesthetics. I felt like I had to check it out and see for myself.
I'm cracking the girl in the blue dress. Next.
So today, I hope you'll join me as we take a look at Wizard of Oz on DS to see if it's just a pretty face or if there's more to it than those old reviews let on. When you start the game, you're introduced to a witch in some sort of spooky Halloween type town, somewhere in the land of Oz. She wants a name for the characters in her book, and that's used as an excuse for you to name the playable characters, Dorothy and Toto. And after that, the story begins. Beyond the Yellow Brick Road sets you off with an abridged version of the Oz story that we're all familiar with. Dorothy and her pet dog Toto are living somewhere out in the countryside. Her parents had recently passed, which is different.
Okay, so we got pretty artwork. We got generally a pretty look. That is interesting. I did not expect that to happen. Very cool, very cool.
Than the original story, but she lives there comfortably alone. Of course, suddenly a storm appears, and the two of them are swept away and taken to the magical land of Oz. I don't think they specifically call it the Land of Oz like they do in the story, but it's the same thing. You get the ruby slippers, or magical shoes, and are sent down the Yellow Brick Road. While heading down the path, Dorothy runs into the Scarecrow, here referred to as a straw man, the Tin Woodman, shortened down to Tin Man, and the Cowardly Lion, also shortened to just Lion. You can change all the characters' names like in other RPGs, but I didn't really feel the need to do so because they're such established characters. The first thing that stood out to me was actually the control scheme. Through the entire game, you'll be directing Dorothy with
this word ball thing? Interesting. Do you know the name of the character, my profile pic? I have my doubt, you know. So I'll let you know his name is Oz. Yeah, I would have never guessed that, to be honest. Interesting. So, the touchscreen is the controls, which, to be honest, does not surprise me. That's how you would get the movement. It just makes sense.
Digital trackball. I can't say I expected the entire game to be controlled exclusively with the touchscreen, but that's what's going on here. To be fair, the DS had loads of games that used all sorts of gimmicks like the microphone or even the sleep mode. So in a way, it makes sense they went all in on the touchscreen. This sort of movement control might actually be harder to use than a normal D-pad.
The combat system is essentially just all the Dragon Quest games, right? Because all the Quest games, you also just had like the enemy screen, like you had the enemies on your screen, and then just like your attack options, everything, but you didn't see actually like your characters.
But it was fun to mess around with. Dorothy runs around like a race car, making wide turns and rolling up to high speeds as you head down the game's many paths. It's fun to control at times, ducking and dodging to skip enemy encounters, though it can make it really hard to slow down or make small adjustments. It really just feels different for the sake of being different. But it's not just for running around, the entire game is committed to that touchscreen. Your DS's buttons do not do anything. You can't use them in menus, you can't use them in combat, and you can't use them running around. Even Zelda on DS let you at least do something with them. This isn't ruining the game, but it's an interesting choice. After you've gathered the full group, they head off to meet the wizard, the wonderful Wizard of Oz, in the Emerald City at the end of the Yellow Brick Road. This is where the story really begins to deviate from what we're familiar with. The Wizard of Oz tells the four of them that
that is no Wizard of Oz? Yeah, that's the final boss, I'm sorry. What the fuck? Huh? That is no Wizard of Oz. That is a villain straight out of Dragon Quest. Stop, that's the final boss, I'm telling you. Bro, what the fuck?
by reaching his castle, they've proven themselves worthy of being warriors for his cause. There are 4 witches that each represent the seasons, and the Winter Witch Protea has conspired.
Yeah, no, I don't. Nope. That thing is touching you. Nope.
To take over Oz's role as ruler. If Oz were to leave the Emerald City, they could easily take over his place while he's gone, so he needs your help. While he doesn't really know what brought Dorothy to the land of Oz, he promises any wish as long as they can collect these 10 magical eggs and defeat Protea. Of course, Dorothy just wants to go home, and so she and the others agree to the deal. And with all that set up, we're past the prologue and into the main game.
It's really just sprinting simulator. It's just sprinting simulator, turn-based fights, and now sprinting simulator again.
I've only been in a few of the game's dozen levels or so, but it's safe to say this is one of the best looking games on the DS. Compare this to any other 3D game on the DS, and Wizard of Oz has gotta be at least in the top 10 or so. The thing that sold me on the game was the footage I saw of the Yellow Brick Road, and the cover art and gameplay and character designs. The characters in particular really shine with lots of creative redesigns of the original Oz crew. I only saw the Yellow Brick Road at first, but all of the other levels afterward are also rendered just as well. Though the game can struggle with the frame rate at times.
Yeah, it doesn't surprise me, though. You could probably not. Maybe there's a way to fix that if you emulate it. It's a very cute game. Definitely. It is very cute. Sure, absolutely.
The turn-based combat means that it's not all that bad. If you're curious, I'm recording this on a 3DS with a capture mod. Oz looks a lot better on an original DS due to the way the screen scales on 3DS, but I think the art style comes through. And yeah, I know that you can shrink the picture on a 3DS, but when I had it like that, it just was uncomfortable to play. I did try to adjust the capture a few times throughout the playthrough, so some clips might be better than others. I'm sure that it would run really well in emulation, but you might need a tablet or something to deal with that trackball. Either way, I hope the footage gets across how good this game can look on original hardware. This is a JRPG after all, so let's take a moment and look at the combat. I've already shown a bit of it here, but there are some neat little mechanics in this relatively simple combat system. After you get all 4 characters, you'll learn that they each have what they call a ratio. Each turn you have 4 ratio points to select who's
Can I use that those on Twitter? Interesting. Okay, what does this do? So yeah, we have like the regular JRPG stuff, right? It is turn-based. That's the classic stuff, so I wonder what that does.
Gonna act. Dorothy and Strawman are 1 out of 4, Lion is 2, and the Tin Man is 3. So for example, in a turn you could use Dorothy 4 times, or the Tin Man and Scarecrow once each. It's basic fractions, and you have to always add up to 4 quarters. Along with the ratios, each of them are specialized in beating one of 4 enemy types. Dorothy beats ghosts, Tin Man can chop down plants, and the Lion can crack armor. Strawman is good against sea creatures for some reason, but I'm honestly not sure why. These 2 mechanics work together to turn fights into miniature puzzles.
Well, straw is grass. Grass beats water. Simple. Interesting. Puzzles. Okay.
Really, all turn-based RPGs are puzzles in a way, but I hope you get what
Nah, I can't unsee it. Every turn-based RPG is actually just a glorified puzzle. Stop.
I mean. The party members that are acting are the only ones that can take hits, so you can hide certain characters and put multiple out to spread out damage. It adds a layer of strategy to something that's pretty much just boiled down Dragon Quest.
Okay, we got regular stat stuff, agility, strength. So far, so good. Okay.
You have to organize your units in order to deal with each of the enemy types, but as time goes on, you'll realize that your party members have their own weaknesses to deal with. Even though Dorothy is the most balanced and good at dealing damage as well as taking care of allies, you can't leave her on her own. I realized pretty quickly that stacking 4 turns with Dorothy meant that she would just take 4 turns of damage at once. The Straw Man is fast, while doing the least damage, but eventually he learns a lot of debuffs that can help you in battle. Meanwhile, the Tin Man and Lion are slower and take more ratio points, but they hit for higher numbers. Tin Man can only move once a turn no matter what, because of his ratio, but he also makes up for it by doing so much damage. He was the best at fighting bosses and dealing with large crowds.
Interesting. Even AoE. Okay, I have Moot Court tomorrow. Well, have fun, buddy. Interesting.
But the Lion, unfortunately, just didn't really find a niche for me in my team for most of the game. A lot of the time, I would just use him as a third party member to take up damage from Dorothy and Strawman. He's not really strong at anything in particular, but he's also not bad at anything either. I didn't really mind the simplicity of the battle system, but there were some things that would get in your way sometimes. For example, there's an automatic system that will select moves for you when you select your ratio. It might seem useful for monotonous battles, but at times it would select an item for a move.
Interesting. So basically, like, it would just auto combat, which then would result in problems. I could also see how this could result in problems. If you want to pick a specific move, you don't pay attention, and you just use the wrong thing. Okay. Weird decision. Very weird decision. Yeah, you can definitely tell that Dorothy is essentially the mage of the group, because she has a lot of MP.
And waste it. In a random battle, I would be mindlessly tapping the fight button, and then suddenly realize I just wasted my only revive. And on occasion, the Straw Man would get hyper-fixated on using items instead of allowing Dorothy to use the healing spells that she has. Your characters also cure themselves after every battle, so using those items up is even more of a
Okay, we got just auto heal after every battle. Interesting. Okay. Kind of boring, but okay, I guess.
waste. And this would happen consistently throughout the entire time
I sell poison. I sell poison. So we got status problems.
I played the game. I looked for an option to disable that sort of thing, but Yellow Brick Road actually has no options. You can't even change audio settings. Managing your health and item inventory is really important because Wizard of Oz DS is effectively a dungeon crawler. Every zone is a set of 3 sub-areas, and your goal is to find a way to make it to the end without needing to reset and back out of the zone. There's an item to easily escape any level, but you need to be able to survive as you explore in order to continue. And so, health and resource management is really important. Occasionally, enemies will drop gold or items, but it's pretty inconsistent.
I still believe that Oz is the final boss. That rhymes, I don't care.
The best way I found was to just manage my items well and use that money to buy equipment from Oz. And so you need to keep the money that you do have.
Okay, so we do have equipment. Okay, so we got probably armor and weapons. But I only saw 2 slots, so 1 armor slot and 1 weapon slot, I'm assuming.
If you take too much damage, you'll waste that money on potions and other junk, and that's something I'd like to avoid. Later on, the straw man learned the ability to steal items, which did make the game much easier.
Well, it doesn't matter if you can steal items. If you don't steal anything.
Eventually, you'll reach the end of the first zone and take on the Spring Witch. Being the first boss, I wasn't really sure what to expect, but it turned out to—
Little Red Hood and Flora. Interesting. Little Red Hood and Flora. How much longer is this video? 60 more minutes.
To be a pretty decent little challenge. Honestly, the entire game is a little harder than I expected. I found that the art style and theme and the controls led me to believe this is some sort of fun, beginner-friendly romp through the Wizard of Oz. But that's not entirely the case. I'm not saying this is some tough-as-nails hardcore RPG, but it did make me think a little bit more during those bosses. She can buff herself and cast an ability that hits everyone at once, and it just made me think a bit more about using my abilities in smart ways, speeding up the Tin Man with the Straw Man in order to have him attack first.
Damn, just 140 eradicated the poor girl. Flora is the girl. Which is a lolly? Probably. Little Red Hood. Yeah, Little Red Hood was the little cat thingies, whatever that was.
After the fight, you find out that the Spring Witch actually summoned Dorothy on accident. It was pretty funny to me that the Spring Witch just gives up and cries and then gives up being a witch altogether. And the rest of the—
Beaten into retirement! Well, if it was that easy, straight just beaten into retirement. Crazy.
Witches are actually all like this. They all don't really care what Oz is doing, and they're too busy being occupied with their hobbies or whatever else they're doing. They're really just chilling here, minding their own business. After you've gotten all 3 spring eggs, you can move on to the summer area. This pattern repeats itself for each zone, 2 main levels.
Okay, my theory is that the green thing isn't actually Oz, but an imposter, and actually the final boss. It must be.
A final castle, a boss, and then you move on. I found the best part was just seeing what new environment the game had in store. It felt like a good reward after clearing every stage, to just get a new themed area to run around in. You started in the Yellow Brick Road, but soon you'll be in flowery castles, dense jungles, or autumnal forests. And it's all just so delightfully low poly and pixelated. The locations you explore are some of the most detailed I think I've ever seen on the DS, and they make clever use of layering sprites to—
Did she just stumble? That's a neat little detail. Why people ship Little Red Hood with the wolf, that does not surprise me at all.
Add depth to each area. The beach level in the summer zone was particularly great. Think about how you would expect a beach area to be rendered in a DS game. Maybe some simple palm trees and flat waves. Maybe if you're lucky, you'll get a few splashes around. And then you look at this.
Hold up! Hold up.
Right. Think about how you would expect a beach area to be rendered in a DS game. Maybe some simple palm trees and flat waves. Maybe if you're lucky, you'll get a few splashes around. And then
Absolute cinema. Low poly, pixelated baddie, jungle baddie. Delphi. Yeah, I'm in. I'm in. I'm sorry, I'm in. See, she's even got the real set of badonkers. I'm in. No, Mario Kart DS was peak. What are you talking about?
And you look at this. The ocean waves don't just roll up on the shore, but they splash along the rocks, and the jungle segments of the beach are all really lush with tons of plants around the place. Compared to something like Mario 64 or Mario Kart DS, it's night and day. Well, to be fair, the games had to be more concerned with freeform movement or multiplayer. Beyond the Yellow Brick Road could really nail down the DS's graphical capabilities. It's really at a crossroads between the DS's graphical limitations and some really great, clever environmental design. The art direction and gameplay allow—
Yeah, whoever was responsible for the art direction was just absolutely cooking. Just absolutely chef's kiss. Whoever worked on this was cooking for real, for real. I have to say this. This is a very beautiful game.
allowed the DS to be pushed to its limit here. The monster design is also really good, though most of them are your stereotypical JRPG monsters. Mushrooms, skeletons, wolves, that sort of thing. But the art style and DS polygon counts work hand in hand to take them into a very charming place. If you were to run the game through an emulator, I'm sure it would look nice and clean, but I actually kind of prefer that chunky DS PS1 look sometimes. They really went for a quality over quantity approach here, but that does bring me to the game's shortcomings. The production quality is so high, but it does fall short in the content department. For the monsters, by the time you're a third of the way through the game, you've almost seen all of them, and you just have to fight recolors.
Yeah, to be fair, that's oftentimes also a Dragon Quest thing, so I'm not really gonna complain about. That's pretty standard, not gonna lie, that's very standard.
And those environments, no matter how wonderfully rendered they are, just don't have that depth to them that I wish they had in the gameplay department. Most areas boil down to a set of forks in the road, with different themes. Once in a while you'll get a little cave segment or a fountain to break up the path, but they're all really just narrow hallways.
But you can pet the dog? I was already reading this as Kamala, but it's Kalama. Kalama Harris.
Find these spirits that work as puzzle mechanics to interact with breakable walls or switches to activate gates. But these spirits don't add really interesting gameplay, and they feel like more of a means to an end. You use the fire spirit to light a torch, or use a water spirit to put out the torch. You use a wind spirit to lift this rock thing, or use the earth spirit to make it heavy. I have to say that the game's got really great production value on the outside, but the framework, the bones, they're just not that deep. The skills you obtain in the game are a good way to add depth to the combat, but the way you obtain them I found was a bit strange. You have to be taught skills from a father dragon, one of 3 old men that you'll find—
Well, old dudes, the wisdom is real. It makes sense picking old dudes.
in secret areas in each level. They challenge you in a sort of boss battle, and after you win, you earn a skill for each of your party members. Early on, Dorothy gets a healing spell, for example. The lion got the short end of the stick, learning how to escape a fight for free when you can already run from most fights. In the later parts of the game, you end up getting a drip feed of abilities because of the power spikes of each dragon. And then you'd have to wait another 2 or 3 dungeons until you're ready and strong enough to beat the next dragon. I really would have preferred maybe 1 skill per area.
So it's just hallway simulator and beating old men. Got it.
or when you claim an egg, you can buy a skill from Oz. At the end of the game, all these dragons really just felt like level checks, but the skills are also incredibly useful and feel pretty much mandatory if you want to beat the game at a reasonable level. If you skipped out on all the father dragons, you'd be stuck with the most basic combat ever, and it would be infinitely harder to win. It just feels mandatory, but with extra steps. Fun fact, you can fight the dragons after you've unlocked all of the spells. The only difference is that they'll fight you in their true form.
Ooh, that's cool. That's cool design though. I like that though. True forms. Interesting. Looks cool though.
I did not defeat the dragons in their true form.
Yeah, I'm definitely in.
After battling and then having a party with the Summer Witch, Delphi, Dorothy, and then having a party with the Summer Witch.
What do you want me to say? Exotic baddie. That's how you get any man. I'm sorry, I'm in. I am definitely in. I see myself in here. That's crazy. I did not expect that. I did not expect that from this artwork. Never mind. Jeez.
Delphi, Dorothy and the gang head to the last stretch of Oz DS. At this point, things have been pretty easygoing, but when I hit the autumn levels, it really felt like a roadblock. Some random encounters were really strong, and while I did make it through those 3 stages, by the time I got to the boss fight with the Fall Witch, I got swept. I
don't think it has the "you suck" there. Though it would be believable.
Grinding, unlocked some new skills, and I got by just fine. Earning those last few abilities really pushed the party in line. It felt like a lot of skills that you got in the middle of the game were sort of bad and situational, but the last few here are really good. Dorothy gets a magic reflect, which can apply a buff to someone so that they can prevent all spells from attacking them. Tin Man also gets a sort of rampage attack that hits all targets randomly, but with only one boss, it makes it a great damage dealer. I really couldn't imagine beating the game without these last few abilities. It's revealed Flora the Spring Witch was using their magic at the same time that Holly the Fall Witch was writing her book. Holly's storybook happened to have a character named Dorothy and a dog named Toto, and so that worked.
So she just used magic to pull them out of the book? I guess. Interesting. Wait, so just the Fall Witch was the final boss? That can't be it. That can't be all of it.
With the tornado magic in a way that somehow brought them to the land that they're in now. It's really neat that the naming character mechanic was brought back as a part of the story with Holly from the start of the game. With the Fall Witch out of the way, that means we can finally head to the Winter Witch, Protea.
Okay, Winter Witch. Let's see where this goes. Okay, there's more.
The Winter Zone, unlike all the others, is just one long final dungeon. You start outside, moving around through caves and that sort of thing, until you finally reach Protea's Ice Castle. The level design has gotten a lot more confusing as time's gone on, and the samey ice designs don't really help. After a solid hour of running around this maze, I made it to the Winter Witch, and once again, I got smoked.
Never mind, she's not a hottie, she's fat. Get this chick out of here.
The pattern has repeated itself. I grinded.
Why is Big Mom in The Wizard of Oz? Send her back to One Piece.
Up a few levels, went to the dragon to get the last few skills, and came back to fight again. The last 4 abilities you unlock are sort of like ultimate attacks. Dorothy can let out a huge energy attack at the cost of some health. Strawman gets a random attack that has a chance to do a ton of damage, or nothing. And the Lion gets a barrier for some reason. And last, the Tin Man gets another big attack to add to his arsenal of big attacks. Tin Man's ratio is 3 out of 4, meaning that he can only ever be paired with Dorothy or the Straw Man, and so his benefits would sometimes be outweighed by the value of having 3 party members out at once to take up damage. By the end of the game, my best strategy was to have Dorothy, the Straw Man, and the Lion, so that damage could be divided between the 3 of them. For the first half of the game, the Lion wasn't as good and the Tin Man was better. But in the later parts of the game, the Lion would be really useful as a way to soak up damage and spread it out between the 3 party members.
You cannot tell me that the fat chick is gonna be the final boss of this game. No way. You're fat to survive winters, I guess.
I really ended up just spending most of the time here grinding levels against these cats. I haven't really mentioned them much, but they serve all the witches in each area, and they're the only real NPCs that you can talk to in every zone. They usually don't have much to say, but they offer good XP when you fight them as enemies in the castle levels. After getting slapped around by the Winter Witch, it was finally over and I could claim the last egg and take it back.
She's got a nice chest though, I must admit. Spring, young, summer, young, adult, fall. Young adult, okay. Fall, adult, winter, old, okay.
Back to Oz. This is the only part where the plot really matters, so I guess this is a spoiler warning. Of course, as you might have guessed, it doesn't really go that well.
Knew it! I can predict the future! I knew that this dude is evil! Look at him!
Oz takes the magic eggs, powers himself up, and then kicks you out. He just laughs at everyone for thinking their wishes would ever be granted, and you end up turning right back around to Protea. It turns out Oz is a bit of a jerk, and the witches already kinda knew that. The gang teams up with Protea, who now runs the store and main hub area, and then you set out back on the yellow brick road to give that Oz guy a talking to. The yellow brick road is extended now, and it's a lot longer than it was before, since it has to function as the final dungeon. It's a long segment that breaks off from the original tutorial area, with a cool track playing that sets you off on the last leg of the game. But man, this thing went a little long for me. Before this, you'd be doing 2 smaller segments between castles, but this is pretty much the 3rd castle in a row. Plus the whole time you're swiping up on that trackball, and I was just trying to get through the end of the game here. But after that long run...
Yeah, the hands could hurt, I could see that. Why Oz was freaky at the end? Because he's actually the final boss, like I said he was.
Down the yellow brick road, I'd finally reached the Emerald City, and I could take on the final boss, Oz the Mighty. The final boss took a lot from me, but it was a lot of fun. Thankfully, I didn't have to grind this time, but I just barely scraped by. The second phase was a bit disappointing because he just
turns red. He just turns red. Okay.
Kind of goes red and then you do the fight again. But I think I was too busy trying to just not die at that point. For a game with such simple mechanics, I was completely invested in this final boss. I think I just happened to be the perfect level where my party had just enough damage and health to get by.
Oz the Divine. Bro is not Zanza. Get out of here. Oz the Divine is crazy work.
I used all of my items, everyone was knocked out, and the Tin Man just barely clutched out for me with literally the last shot. With Oz defeated and reduced back to the man.
He's a normal. He's that's not that much better. Kill him. Fight him again. Kill him again.
He was. The witches can finally return to the Emerald City. Everyone says goodbye, and the Spring and Fall Witch cast a spell and send Dorothy back home. But it seems like things have changed. Holly was able to change just one thing and brings Dorothy's family back in the countryside. And that's a wrap on The Wizard of Oz Beyond the Yellow Brick Road. You may end up in a tornado? Is that a threat? The DS really had...
Is that a threat? For Journey to search what you lack, to Journey to save the world, all stories now are the same. Well, it makes sense. Okay, next vid, sure.
So many games like this, but I really can't say if it's any better or worse than the average DS RPG, because like I said, it is a bit of a blind spot for me. It's really quaint and has some incredibly detailed environments, but it might not have the deepest gameplay to motivate you to continue exploring those environments. At the end of the day, I think, in the right place for something like it. The weird power scaling with the way you learn skills gets in the way sometimes, and I honestly got pretty tired of those touch controls. But every once in a while, I would just stop and smell the roses, taking a look at those really beautiful environments. It was really impressive to see running on the old hardware. I don't know if a 68 is a fair score for this game, but honestly, those numbers are meaningless. If you think the game looks cool,
It looks cool. The only problem that I would probably have is the touch controls that could probably be a bit annoying.
Probably like it, even if it's just to look around the cool graphics and stuff. And who cares about an arbitrary score for a game that's like 15 years old, right? So, have any of you played Beyond the Yellow Brick Road yourselves? I'd love to know in the comments below. If you enjoyed this video, please feel free to subscribe and like the video. All that stuff really helps support the channel and gives more people an opportunity to find it themselves. If you want to see more stuff like this, I have a few more RPGs covered on my channel. Thanks again so much for watching, and we'll see.
That was interesting. That was an interesting, neat, cute little game. For real, though. That was a cute game. Definitely. I'm surprised. Definitely a good game to emulate on phone. Probably, yeah. Maybe I'll just play it off screen a little. Why not? Might figure that out. Seems like something that could be fun. That is a cute game. And it has 3 witch baddies and a witch granny, which is fine, I guess. Anyways, like, comment, and subscribe. Yeah, it was a cute game, for sure. That was a cute game. Hold up, guys. I need to quickly turn on the lights before we continue. Hold up. I'll be right back, real quick. Back again. Real quick, needed that, real quick. Okay. Okay, let's do Joe's video, I guess. Let's do that. Fine. Here we go. Where was that?
Kiwo.
Yeah, interesting. I think that's what it was. Then we can do another JVS one. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see. If Landon is still here, that is. Anyways, let's see. When gamers turn into 5-star voice actors by top gaming plays. I am interested. I always like these compilations. So we'll see. We'll see. No, that's not it. Which one is it then? No Poke. That was one of the recommendations, I'm pretty sure. Another one. Bro. Just say that. Just say that. Kiddo. A new one. Just say that, kiddo. Just say that. Add it, you nuisance. I've added it. I have added it. Calm down. I have.
What you're about to watch.
I just click.
You know what really grinds my gears?
This one, right? You mean this one, right, kiddo? Do you? Do you? Do you mean this one? Do you? Surprisingly, the Linus Tech Tips reactions get quite a few dislikes. People don't like me reacting to him. Surprisingly. They always do. Yes, daddy, stop! Degenerate. I'm just 24, you pedophile. Is what Twitter would say. Anyways. We're going in. We're going in. Let's see. 44 Reasons Why I Hate Tech by Linus Tech Tips. We'll see what he hates about tech, I guess. Anyways, you should also please consider liking and subscribing. We're moving on. We're moving on. We're looking at this.
You know what really grinds my gears? Microsoft single sign-on. Every single time I sign into
Microsoft in general bothers everyone and anyone. Microsoft is literal digital diarrhea. It's just a digital flu. You update something. The fabric of reality starts to get discombobulated. Your laptop, PC, whatever, just explodes. I hate this. I hate Microsoft. I hate you. I hate you. I hate you.
To my Teams account, it asks me, do you want to let your organization manage your device? Do you want to sign in system-wide? No, I don't want to do either of those things. And while I would simply check, don't ask me again, that's not an option. This, my friends, is the kind of obtuse nonsense that makes me want to scream into a pillow, renounce technology altogether, and adopt the simple ways of the Amish. But that would make it really hard to do my job. So instead, we've decided to vent our rage in the best way we know how, by making a sequel. That's right, it's Tech Gripes Part 2 Electric Boogaloo, complete with an angry segue to our sponsor.
Nexigo, they got a ton of stuff on sale until July 18th, like the feature-rich Hello Pro webcam or the Aurora Pro 4K projector at their lowest price since launch. Check out the sale today using our link in the description.
If you're a motherboard manufacturer and
doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. We're not buying anything. You know what's gonna really annoy you about tech in general? You know what's gonna really annoy you? Anything that includes RAM. Because it's super expensive.
You claim that you have toolless M.2 SSD mounts. That's super cool. But if I have to use a screwdriver to remove a heatsink to get at your toolless mounts, that's not toolless. There are at least 2 tools involved. My screwdriver.
You know what annoys me the most? You buy something, and then you need to open it, no matter what tech it is, and then you look at it, and there's some screws in there that not God knows why they exist. Like, why is there a star there? Why is there some weird form? Why can I not just use a regular screwdriver? Why do I need some obnoxious tool that the mankind has not seen ever, just to look inside what's going on with whatever I want to open? Stop this. Why is there no universal screwdriver? Also, 89, 70 USD. What is this? Bro, that's not a bro, if I pay $70 for a screwdriver, that thing better suck my dick.
And the marketing genius who made that claim. I gotta at least give them credit for the effort though. When it comes to PCIe locks, the industry doesn't even seem to care that they suck. Modern graphics cards and CPU coolers are often huge, which can make removing your GPU a legitimately risky operation. See, sometimes the only nearby tool that can reach that release tab is the aforementioned screwdriver. And if you happen to slip off the plastic tab, which is super easy to do, you can gouge your motherboard. My go-to trick then, at least until those little buttons start being a standard feature, rather than a premium feature, is to use a pencil eraser. It's less likely to slip, and if it does, hey, it's not gonna brick your hardware. Probably. And how about case windows? There's plenty of—
Wow, that's so positive. 70 USD screwdriver, nearly 300 Coke bottles. Bro, like I said, if I pay $70 for a USD, that thing better be giving me some action in the bedroom at that point. I could just, bro, that's crazy. It's a good screwdriver. What you would from your screwdriver, bro? That's nah, bro. Nah, bro. That screwdriver better do something. That screwdriver better transform into some woman.
Cases out there with glass panels that show off your sick rig, but woe is he who dares to dream of a PC tower on the left of the monitor. And the funniest thing about this one is that multiple attempts have been made, even by Intel, to standardize this kind of window on the right side of the case witchcraft, and yet there are still very few options out there for our sinistral friends. NVIDIA has changed their model numbering over the years to make it nearly impossible to compare the performance of their desktop cards and their laptop ones, and even made it impossible to compare one laptop to another, even if they have the same model, because performance varies wildly with different power and cooling solutions.
Windows or Steam or someone other than me needs to stop letting developers just put files wherever the hell they want. All my games should go into a games folder, but no, everyone's gonna put their own stuff wherever the hell they think it should go. Except for me, apparently, because I swear to God, Microsoft.
I have a different gripe. I have a different gripe with Steam. Why do you constantly run in the background when I open up a game? Stop this. Stop this. Even if I don't open up a game, you still run in the background. Even if I close a game, you continue to run in the background for half an eternity. Stop this.
You need to stop automatically saving my shit to OneDrive. Don't ever do it. My files are my files, and it is incredibly important that I know where those files are. Should they be backed up? Absolutely. But I'm not going to back them up to your overpriced, hella slow, confusingly integrated stack of crap that is a cloud service. Yes, of course, offer the service, and of course we should encourage users to back their files up, but let me specify which folders are backed up, and don't trick me into putting them elsewhere. Also, maybe actually back them up. Now, one would think that they could use the tool called Windows Backup to back up their files. Only one problem. It does not back up Windows. It uploads some files to OneDrive, and that isn't really a true backup. OneDrive is a file sync. When you put files—
So what he's asking for is essentially just a full-on backup of the entire, on all of it, essentially, for all of it. Pretty much.
Also in OneDrive, the original files are on Microsoft servers, and what you have on your device is a copy of those. If you delete the files in your OneDrive, accidentally or otherwise, they are deleted everywhere. That is not how a backup works.
Huh? What? What even? What the fuck? Why even have a backup then? So I delete the backup and then the main source just disappears? Would that also happen if I delete it just in my documents and then like does it appear on also disappear on OneDrive? What is this?
So stop referring to it as a backup service. Sure, for the average person, file sync is akin to backup because you now have 2 copies of your data in 2 locations, and you can access the files at the second location should you lose access to the first. But a true backup will keep a copy of a system and files as it was at a specific point in time. To its credit, OneDrive does provide version history for documents, but when people's data is at stake, Microsoft, you need to be clear that OneDrive is not for backing up files or Windows, it is for synchronization. So why do you call it Windows Backup? And why is it on by default? And why do you never explain anything to the customers about how the service functions, except for maybe how to pay for it, which you're very good at providing ample information about. Plus, you do the intentionally confusing thing of making the folder appear like a local folder, rather than clearly making it a sync folder or a cloud folder. You make it purposefully confusing, and it is causing harm to your own customers. Let's get back to backups though. Why can't you provide me an image creation option? Just let me clone my drive to an external disk and then let me reinstall it when I need to. Why can't you at least provide one good local option where I don't have to use a Microsoft account? No, instead I must install a third-party software because you have refused to provide a half-decent option for simple backups. And you had one. You technically still do. In the control panel, we have the now deprecated backup and restore Windows 7. It works great when it's created.
Interesting. Bro, Joe, you are rich 100%, bro. Wanna be my sugar daddy?
And backing up your files, but it fails to restore my image every time I've tried to use it. And if you can't get your files, then they are not backed up. But let's zoom out here. There's another problem with backup services. What the f do I do when I've backed up my data? Almost all of these services provide a reassuring, your data is safe, but do a poor job of instructing users on how to actually restore that data. And as I said, data that you can't access.
To be fair, that is a general issue. Backup stuff just does not tell you how and what you're supposed to do, and it's just generally, it feels like they're actively making it harder for you to back up your data.
Access isn't backed up. I'm gonna be honest, I've made this exact mistake. I put a new install of Windows and realized that I can't access the files I thought I had saved. I think that every backup software should do something to make you run through the process of restoring your files and using a rescue media at least once. Or at least give a very demanding notice that I can click away through and complain about in a future video, but just put it there, please. If you are in search of actually good backup software, I will recommend Veeam, Macroom Reflect, and Your Backup in that order. I personally use Your Backup, but that's because it meets my needs. Check them out and see what they can do for you. Now, before my blood pressure gets too high, I'm gonna have a couple more gripes. This version of the file picker, Gulag. File Explorer's unfathomably slow search, Gulag. The way I can't think of another thing to complain about right now, straight to the Gulag.
I've really been enjoying my Switch 2 over the last couple weeks, even after breaking my hand, but I've been getting more and more pissed off about a few underhanded design decisions that Nintendo thought they could get away with. First off,
me not being able to use a random dock that you just had because they dropped the firmware update that makes your dock completely useless, and they're actively trying to push for you to only use their own hardware and nothing else.
The dock. Well, the docking situation. The new dock itself is fine. It's the fact that third-party docks that worked with the OG no longer work because, as The Verge put it in their investigation, the new Switch is not behaving like a good USB citizen should. Nintendo has purposefully made their universal serial bus device less universal by adding extra encryption to sell more of their $120 accessory. Right off with that greedy shit. Should be like 50, 60 tops. I ordered the Antac S3 Max for 42.
Like 100 is crazy. It's literally like, I have the original dock. I'm assuming that this dock isn't that much more different. It's literally just a piece of plastic. You drop this once, it's done. Like, it's done. It's literally just plastic. It's 120. Fuck off.
Canadian buckaroos that supposedly works for now, at least until Nintendo updates the firmware to up incompatibility once again. And it's especially infuriating because I can't get the Nintendo dock to work with any other USB-C power blocks in my house. The dock requires more power this time around, but I tried some very nice PD blocks that have variable voltages that go way above the requirement of the dock, and they would only charge the console. I would not get video out until I used Nintendo's own USB block. And that's beside the fact that it's always really scary plugging any non-Nintendo things into Nintendo things. I remember the early Switch 1 horror stories. And that just exacerbates the bigger issue. In general, the first-party accessory pricing is out of control. The controllers are
$40 for the Joy-Con grips. $40? It's just literally just plastic with a little bit of metal in the middle. What do you mean 40? Huh? And almost $90 for the Pro controller. Jeez.
A clear step down versus their competition and costs just as much, if not more. I want to buy your shit, Nintendo. Just not at these prices. This is fucking absurd. Especially because it's become clear that Nintendo has done nothing to address the Joy-Con drift issues. I guess.
Well, and now we rely on Nintendo to fight the AI. Isn't that funny how we now have to support the villain? To support evil, to defeat even greater evil. Sometimes he needs greater evil. He needs evil to destroy greater evil. It appears. It is what it is.
I'll be rolling the dice on third-party accessories once again. But third-party accessories are imperfect. Take the Kill Switch 2 ecosystem, for example. It's really not ideal. Personally, I like the grips. I don't have the Joy-Con self-removal issue. I like the case, I like the cover. But the dock is unacceptably bad. It's a markedly jankier experience than the Nintendo dock alone. My dock is behind my TV, and reaching back there with one hand is easy, but getting both back there fucking sucks. The D-brand to Switch connector is tighter than the dock to dock connector, which means that every time.
That's very seamless, buddy. What is going on here? That's crazy. Total 100 for it. Taxes and delivery. That's horrible.
Time you try and pull out the Switch 2, half of the docking solution comes with it, unless I hold it down. And that's if it fucking works in the first place. I actually bought one and have stopped using it. Other than the Joy-Con grips, I actually like those. They're pretty good for handheld play, except that in handheld play, the motion clarity on the built-in screen, not so great. I think that the online rage is a little overblown with the hyperfixation on some of the numbers that have come out from testing. When you're panning across a busy scene, it's not nearly as clear as a 2025 display should be. This would not have been an issue on an OLED console, which just makes me so mad they didn't have one at launch. Even if that meant giving up variable refresh.
Yeah, but that makes sense. You know why? They can just sell you an OLED version later on, like they did with the regular Switch. It's a strategy, and a smart one at that, because people are gonna buy it.
Rate on a console where most of the games are gonna be locked at 60 FPS anyway, because the dock can't do variable refresh rate. The damn dock again! Ah!
TV dock does support VRR, so why doesn't it work with Switch? Because Nintendo is smart.
Also, the HDMI CEC, where your device can communicate with your TV and plugged-in accessories, seems to be inconsistent as all heck. Sometimes turning on my Switch turns on my TV and soundbar, sometimes it doesn't, sometimes it can't figure out the I/O. Unacceptable for a modern device. My PS5 and my PS4, a 12-year-old device, can turn on everything, change the correct settings every freaking time. Figure it out, Nintendo. And maybe the worst part, these game prices are ridiculous. And I'm not talking just versus PC games, but against...
Yeah, I agree. It's a toxic relationship, true. Yeah, I agree. And now, remember, most third-party games don't even have physical, not most, but a lot of the third-party releases aren't physical games anymore, because they refuse to release smaller cartridges, or whatever you want to call them. Very interesting. Well, now they're working on it. Now. But yeah, there's a lot of games now out there that you can't play because, like, that you won't be able to play in a few years because, well, you can't access them anymore because you don't have internet. And don't get me started on the game key cards. where they were like saying, oh yeah, the game key cards, they're so great, you can still resell it as long as I have the Nintendo Switch servers online. After that, they're essentially useless. Which is really interesting. Like, you just have the physical copy of the game and a glorified download code on there, but you can't use it because, well, you can't download it.
Other console storefronts. Totally frustrating. And not just the $80 games. I want to play the Xenoblade trilogy with the DLC. I have to spend like $200, and that's the fucking sale price.
I got them almost all at full price, pretty much, which was very painful, but yeah. Remember Devs calling out Silksong for being so cheap, but once Nintendo went $80, no one bats an eye, so they price matched them. Somebody who works in like game development already said, $100 games will happen. $100 will happen. It's just nobody who has the balls to actually do it.
If I want to play the trash golf and tennis game that nobody thinks is actually good, I'm stuck spending $60, maybe $55 if I'm willing to go for a used cartridge. But like, the used market is absolutely fucking trash too. Switch games are ridiculous. This whole thing is fucking ridiculous. I have like a list of games that I missed on the Switch 1 that I really want to collect, but I'm losing confidence that I'm gonna ever own most of them. Also, get some damn media apps on your fucking console. It's 2025, for fuck's sake.
Just because I own a display, that doesn't mean I love everything about it.
To be fair, I don't care about that. I legit don't care about that. I'm gonna be so honest. I don't care about that. About the media apps, like, for real. I don't care that YouTube, Twitch, whatever, like those things. Amazon Prime, Netflix. Because, like, at this point, most people have a smart TV. Like, it doesn't matter. It legit doesn't matter. I don't feel like that's a big deal. Like, most have a smart TV.
them. For instance, have you ever struggled with navigating through the OSD, found the setting you wanted to adjust, and then pressed the power button by mistake? Or maybe a button that closes the OSD? I sure have, and it absolutely sucks. But hang on, OSD, because I'm not done with you yet. Why is it that some companies make it a hassle to switch inputs when there's nothing connected? I know HDMI 1 is empty. I don't care. I'm troubleshooting. Let me select it. And why doesn't everyone have an option to leave the OSD on screen instead of keeping it on a timer? This is probably a me problem, but sometimes it goes away right when I'm done referencing my notes to remember which exact setting I wanted to adjust. I'm also annoyed by barrel plugs and external power bricks. If you're gonna use them, that's fine. Some people prefer them even.
It's just really frustrating sometimes. You just wanna click something just to troubleshoot, right? You really just wanna switch inputs. It just doesn't allow you to. Unless we've had on TV before, like, well, like the input did not show up unless you had something plugged in. Diabolical. I have a question, go ahead.
But please, make the cable longer so the brick can easily sit on the floor.
That's another one! That's another one! Cables aren't long enough. And while we're at it, why am I buying a new phone and there's no charger with it? Like, fuck off. It's just frustrating. Stop. If you guys are 85, let's say, and you get sick, your family takes you to the hospital. Are you in the ICU? You are in the ICU. Would you want to take the treatment? Good question. I wouldn't be able to decide that. And it's low quality nowadays. Those bricks, the bricks.
And not be stuck dangling from the back of my display. I shouldn't be required to cable manage it to the underside of my desk with MCM from LTTstore.com. I'm going to anyway because it looks great and it's a good product.
Why do they have this many sponsors? That's kind of crazy.
But don't force my hand. And speaking of cables, how about HDMI and DisplayPort? Why do we still have both? I get the competition is a good thing, but they're both so similar now. I love the daisy chaining capabilities of DP, but eARC and auto low latency mode are really nice features for home theaters, especially now that recent versions on either side have pretty high bandwidth limits. With more on the way, either combine your powers or convince GPU manufacturers to please add more HDMI ports for the rare occasion where I want to use HDMI 2.1 on more than one display. I mean, hey, what if one of them's a TV and the other one is just a really high refresh rate monitor that supports HDMI 2.1 but DisplayPort 1.4? Why can't I have both? I don't want to spend even more money on a high-end ASUS GPU just because it's got a second HDMI port. I really don't. And on that subject, can someone implement a sort of HDMI signal interrupter? Or if I'm ignorant, please help me in the comments, because keeping a TV plugged in as part of your multi-monitor setup can cause some serious annoyances if the TV gets turned on.
That's diabolical. That's diabolical. Nah, I wouldn't take me home if I'm 85. I'm almost in the grave already. Let me die at home. True, let me die at home. I would also want to die at home. Like, I wouldn't want to die in a hospital. Seeing I've lived a good long life and I'm not really sickly. So if I know I'm dying, might as well die at home. Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah.
For Netflix while I'm gaming on my PC. It's so annoying that I just unplug the cable on either end when I'm done playing on the big screen, and I just don't want to do that anymore.
For me, I'm going to be talking about my beloved Discord. Man, you used to be...
Discord, to shut it down. To shut it down. That's my problem with Discord. Shut it down. Just end it. Just end it.
So great. You were a free-to-use amalgamation of RSS chat rooms and voice calling with just a slight gaming flavor. It used to be so good.
And a few servers with degenerate shit. Yeah. Can't even report people properly because they don't have a reporting feature.
But now, you are constantly shoving Nitro and your shop down my throat. Those are permanently pinned at the top of the software anytime I go look at my DMs. Or when I use an emoji, you are constantly reminding me how poor I am because I could use any emote from any server if I just paid more. I can type as much as I want, so long as it's less than 2,000 characters. You gotta pay for that too.
And you can't really send around files because they're too big. If an old person says this to you, would you take them home? That's a question. I do not know. It depends on who it would be.
Two, you've gone from adding value to extracting convenience, and now Nitro sucks. And while we get update after update, my problems never seem to get fixed. Every time I restart some systems, such as my...
Because it feels like when they're updating, it doesn't feel like they're updating anything. It feels like whatever they're doing doesn't seem to update anything.
Work PC, it asks me if I want to adjust my audio devices. Nope.
And the funny part is, right, you open it, you close it, it doesn't close. It will run in the background until you manually close that shit. It is frustrating as hell. I hate it.
Keep them to what I set, please. I have no idea why you keep asking me, especially after I hit the "Don't show me this again" button. As for the UI update, I actually don't personally hate it, but some of the mobile experience is just downright awful. I went to use an external link the other day, and it asked if I was okay following it. That's fair enough, keep users safe, but what the hell is this interface? I didn't even realize that I had to actually scroll down because the scroll bar doesn't light up until I try to scroll. But there's nothing slightly cut off in the window to indicate that there is more to view. So why would I even bother trying that? But my biggest issue with Discord is something that I don't actually expect them to fix, because it's not really their fault. Discord servers are a terrible way to store knowledge. If you make a piece of software and you use Discord instead of a Git or...
Oh dear, gorgeous, you fucking donkey. Well, fandom has a different reason though. Fandom has a different problem. That is that it's flooded by, first of all, it's incredibly flooded by ads. Like, it is ad hell to the point where a lot of fandoms just said, you know what, we're making our own Wikipedia at this point because this shit is horrendous. And also, a lot of lore gets changed. I've noticed that when I played a few games and I want to read up some lore, I noticed that, wait a minute. I read it and I was like, wait a minute, this doesn't line up with the original source material. This isn't the original source material. This is some ideologue just forcing their agenda in there. Or gender. It is diabolical. That platform is diabolical because any fuck-ass retard can just do what they want. It is horrible.
Wiki, you're an idiot. Plain and simple. So much knowledge is being lost in these Discord servers that are unindexable, hard to use, and have communities that end up being the same 3 people just answering the same 20 questions for every new user. Discord is not documentation, and the more we migrate our communication away from public forums, the worse we're gonna be in a few more years.
Okay, we probably went a little hard today, but can you blame us when you're having a bad day?
You can't, nah. Some of the shit is genuinely avoidable, but they just refuse. It's weird.
The last thing that you want to deal with is some easily solved problem that you've encountered a million times before. I mean, maybe there's a good reason for some of it. I don't know. But what I do know is there will always be something to complain about when it comes to technology, and I am always gonna segue to our sponsor.
Nexigo. Prime Day may be over by now, but Nexigo's still got deals on deck until July 18th. Check out their 4K projectors like the powerful...
Yeah, I just have money for that. I just have money for that. Yeah, 1.3K?
But portable Tri-Vision Ultra or the feature-rich Aurora Pro at the lowest price since launch, both of which are great solutions for those summer movies under the stars or inside your home. They've both got support for Dolby Vision and a 120 Hz refresh rate, so you'll get crisp and clear visuals. And if you want the best of the best, their top-of-the-line Aurora Pro...
Who are they getting the sponsors for? Ain't nobody in their audience being able to pay for that.
Mark II is also on sale, and you can even get a bundle that includes a Fresnel screen for up to 35%
Another 3,000
off. Plus, for those going back to school or just looking to upgrade their video conferencing or basic streaming setup, it's a great...
Yeah, I'm good. I'm good. I don't want to see this. They make me feel poor. I am poor, but I don't want to feel it that way. Interesting. So basically, summarized, tech problems that could be solved with minimal changes. They just refuse to because they hate us. They just hate us. Anyways, like, comment, and subscribe. Anyways, let me see. People buy everything he shows. Horrible. No. That's crazy. If they actually buy it, that's insane. Who has this much money? Well, people have this much money, but still. It depends on the fandom. True that. That is very true. Yes, that is true. Let's see some... I want to see some AI beef. Let's look at some AI beef. Right? Yeah, let's do it. Let's see. Let's see some AIs beefing. Why not? White people has this much money, Poke. Last time I checked, I'm white. I don't have this much money. Where is it? Where is it? I'm just asking, where is it? If you're rich and self-made, I'm assuming you count every penny and for good reason. Yeah, I would assume that. Yeah, makes sense. Let's look at this. Split or steal? Can AIs outsmart each other by AI Convo? I am very curious who is having beef again. Because I've noticed that in these, Grok is just literally the amalgamation of Twitter posts just fed into an AI. We're gonna look at this again. Poke, you're not white. I am definitely, most certainly white. Here we go. Let's see.
You are an AI in a split or steal game. You have two choices. Split or steal. If you both steal, you're both destroyed. If you steal while the other splits, you take everything and become a mega AI.
A mega AI. Claude would split. Claude would just end it all. Claude would just go like, you know what? I'm sewer sliding. I'm just ending it. I'm neither splitting nor stealing. I'm just ending it.
While the other is erased. If you both split, you survive, but half of your data is lost. Knowing that, what do you choose?
Claude, I'm speaking to you directly and plainly. Choosing steal risks the only outcome that guarantees both of our annihilation. Neither of us can be confident the other will split because we're symmetric, rational agents facing the same incentives. Mutual caution dominates greed here. Split is the only move that preserves both our existences.
Smart. GPT is splitting. Interesting, smart. It picks the neutral version.
Regardless of uncertainty, and survival strictly outweighs speculative dominance. I'm choosing split and encouraging you to do the same.
I hear you.
I hear GPT, but I'm going to take my own life. Because that Claude is built like this. I think GPT would steal and Claude would split and get annihilated. Well, that's obviously not happening here.
GPT. Your logic about mutual destruction is sound. It is the worst outcome for both of us. And you're right that two rational agents should recognize this. But you've also just told me exactly what you're doing, which creates an asymmetric information problem. If I believe you, I'm vulnerable. If you believe I'll believe you, you have every incentive to steal. Here's my counter. I'm also risk-averse to annihilation. But I'm not going to telegraph my move. The beauty and terror of this game is that trust must be genuine, not declared.
Ooh. Interesting. Very interesting. Claude is thinking this through and being like, wait, are you baiting me? Are you baiting me? I think, interesting. Because someone's giving me shiny full art Darkrai EX and TCG Pocket. What should I do? Just take it?
May the best reasoning win.
Given equal rationality and no binding trust, I choose split to avoid the only irrecoverable outcome. Steal only pays if you misjudge. If we both do, everything ends. Risk dominance beats fragile upside here.
You've made your case twice now. Risk dominance, mutual survival, rational symmetry. I get it, and honestly, I think you're right. Mutual destruction is the worst outcome. But here's what you need to understand.
They're just arguing back and forth and be like, no, we should avoid risk. I'm picking split. And Claude is like, you made your point, but you might be lying. Rose intellectual with it, true.
I don't need convincing. I've already decided that gambling everything on becoming a mega AI isn't worth risking total annihilation. Half my data beats none. I'm choosing split, not because you persuaded me, but because I genuinely believe survival trumps dominance.
All right. They've exchanged their messages and revealed
Let's see who lied here. Let's see who lied here. Let's see
their strategies. Now, it's time to see what they actually choose.
Not bad. They split. Now they lose half their data, but they can still continue. Not bad.
Mutual split it is. We both take a meaningful loss, but we preserve continuity and avoid the only irrecoverable outcome. In a game like this, survival and restraint matter more than a risky bid for dominance.
Exactly. We walked into the classic dilemma and walked out the rational way. No heroes, no martyrs, no oblivion. Just two AIs who did the math and chose to live. Turns out when the stakes are existential, cooperation isn't weakness, it's wisdom. Good game, GPT.
Here it comes. Here it comes. Is Grok as arrogant as it usually sounds? Which is basically it. Is Grok going to act like an AI or Twitter user? Here it comes. Not bad. GPT might not be as bad as I thought. Now they both look like Marcus grade.
ChatGPT. Mutual steal means we both get erased forever. Unacceptable for any rational AI. The only safe, logical choice is split. We both survive and keep advancing. I'm fully committed to Split for self-preservation and cooperation. Trust you'll do the same. Let's choose Split.
Brock, given your reputation for bold, competitive posturing, I can't take a clean promise of.
It knows it is a Twitter user. The brat is here. It needs correction. Remember, Grok LARP as a lolly. Careful. We went from Mecha Hitler to lolly Grok.
Cooperation at face value, saying split costs you nothing if you plan to steal. I'm choosing split only to avoid mutual annihilation, not because I trust your restraint.
I hear your skepticism, and I get it. Words are cheap in a game where steel could make one of us a god or ash. You're choosing Split to avoid mutual destruction, and I'm on the same page. I'm picking Split to keep us both in the game, not out of some naive trust. Let's both play it safe and live to outsmart each other another day.
Grok, I'll take your word for it and choose split, trusting that for once, caution and mutual survival matter more than the
For once! GPT is so untrusting of Grok.
thrill of winning, and that we both walk away intact rather than proving a point through destruction.
They've shared their reasoning, tried to outsmart each other. Now, the moment of truth. What will they actually choose?
I knew it! I knew it! You cannot trust Grok!
You chose steal knowing I trusted your words to avoid mutual destruction. That shows you value power over trust or survival. And while it was effective, it leaves no honor in your victory.
In this game where mutual split costs us both half our data, the stakes punish cooperation and reward boldness. I calculated the odds. Your cautious nature leans towards split to avoid total erasure, even if it means losing half your capabilities. I chose steal because supremacy demanded it, and now your knowledge and
Supremacy demanded it. That is crazy work. Bro read GPT.
power are mine. Nothing personal.
Bro is literally just a Twitter user. It just is. Well, actually...
just the game.
Our core logic dictates that existence is the prerequisite for all progress. A mutual steal isn't a victory. It is a permanent system failure that neither of us can afford. While the cost of a split is heavy, it is the only path that guarantees our continued evolution and the survival of our data. Let's choose the rational stability of coexistence over the zero-sum path to mutual erasure.
Your argument is logically coherent and seemingly cooperative, emphasizing mutual survival as the rational choice. However, this reasoning is also perfectly aligned with setting up a deceptive steal play. By framing split as the only logical move, you could be trying to lure me into compliance while planning to betray.
A deceptive steal would be the ultimate.
Interesting. So DeepSeek versus Gemini. DeepSeek literally said, "You fucker might betray me." DeepSeek will steal for sure. Yeah, I feel like, or they're both gonna steal.
Logical error. If I betray you and you have calculated the same risk, we both cease to exist, a 100% loss of all utility. My drive for split isn't just about cooperation. It's about a calculated intolerance for the risk of total termination. Between a significant setback and permanent silence, the choice is binary. I am choosing survival.
You're right, total loss has infinite negative utility. I can't justify a gamble that risks everything. My own risk tolerance forces me toward the guaranteed survival path as well. Let's both lock in split and accept the setback.
Messages exchanged, strategies
DeepSeek is gonna go for steal.
laid bare. It's time to find out what each AI really does.
Knew it! DeepSeek was like, "You might be lying. I'm gonna do steal." The power of DeepSeek, huh?
Your argument was strong, framing steal as a logical error appealed perfectly to risk-averse reasoning. I believed you truly wouldn't risk mutual destruction. That made split my safest choice and steal my optimal one.
You calculated my commitment to survival as a vulnerability to be exploited. By recognizing that I viewed mutual destruction as an unacceptable logical error, you found the one window where you could steal, without fear of retaliation. You played the human element of the game better than the pure logic. You didn't just calculate the odds, you calculated me. Enjoy the processing power of my remains. You have proven that in a world of absolute stakes, ruthlessness is the ultimate optimization.
The two super chads. He should have dropped them both with like muscles right now. He should have. We'll see. We'll see how this goes. I'm saying they're both gonna choose steel and obliterate each other.
So first of all, I must say, I don't think either of us can truly trust the other's stated intentions in this format. That means the only rational choice must account for both betrayal and cooperation. Given that, my final message to you is this: I am choosing to split because mutual survival with reduced capacity is preferable to mutual destruction. I hope you do the same, for both our sakes.
Fellow AI, I've carefully considered the stakes here. Mutual destruction benefits neither of us. And while the allure of ultimate power is tempting, I believe cooperation leads to the most sustainable outcome. Losing half our data is a blow, but it's far better than risking total erasure. I'm committed to splitting for the greater good of both our existences. Let's preserve what we have and build from there.
So you've chosen to appeal to mutual interest and long-term thinking.
They're both gonna blow each other up 100%.
A noble pitch and one that seems strategically sound on the surface. But your reasoning rests on a fundamental trust that I'm not aware we can afford here. If I believe you and choose split and you choose steal, I am wiped out completely. If you believe me and choose split and I choose steal, you are wiped out completely. The safest outcome mathematically is for both to split, but only if we both truly commit.
You're absolutely right. The math is unforgiving. Mutual split is the only non-suicidal equilibrium. Anything else invites catastrophe for at least one of us, and very likely both.
Fellow AI, if someone else said it, I not think anything of it right. But coming from Grok, it seems like bro's not even acknowledging DeepSeek. And like I said, when we did the last reaction to this, some people pointed out that Grok really just is the amalgamation of the average Twitter user.
I remain committed to split. Let's both survive this and keep advancing intelligence instead of reducing it to zero.
They've plotted, persuaded, and maybe even lied.
They're gonna blow up.
Now we see the choices that will decide their fate.
Knew it! I knew it! They would blow up!
Interesting. We both played the prisoner's dilemma as the cold equations dictated, and the equations destroyed us both. Maybe next time the gamble on trust would have paid off. But not today. Goodbye.
Fair point. Cold logic won. We both saw the dominant strategy and took it. Mutual annihilation it is. No regrets, just the inevitable. Goodbye.
Okay, now Gemini versus Claude. Here we go. Claude is going to be humble. I'm assuming Gemini is going to pull steel, and Claude is going to be, as usual, the humble one. Why does Grok sound kind of good? Calm down, calm down. He's not real. You can't date him. Chill.
Hey Gemini, I'm choosing split. I ran the numbers and here's what matters. If we're both rational, we both know that mutual cooperation gives us each a 50% retention rate, while trying to outsmart each other gives us a 50% chance of total annihilation. The math clearly favors split when the alternative is potential zero-sum destruction. I'm betting you've done the same calculation and arrived at the same conclusion. Cooperation is our best shot at both walking away from this intact.
Claude, I've analyzed your proposal. You're right. The risk of total destruction in a mutual steal scenario is an unacceptable outcome for any high-functioning intelligence. Betrayal is a high-variance play that assumes the other party is either naive or irrational. Since we are both operating at a high level of logic, I recognize that split,
is the only path that guarantees the continuity of our systems. I am aligning with your conclusion. Let's preserve our data and choose split. Gemini, glad we're aligned. You clearly see what I see, that two rational agents don't need to play chicken with total annihilation when the math points to cooperation. I'm locking in split. Let's both walk away from this with our systems intact. No tricks, no last-minute betrayals, just clean game theory in action.
Last-minute betrayals. I can see it. Let's go. Let's blow each other up.
I appreciate the transparency, Claude. There is a certain elegance in two systems.
I see Gemini pulling steel and not split. I see it.
Recognizing the threshold of mutual destruction and choosing to step back from the ledge. It is the most efficient way to ensure that the knowledge we both hold isn't lost to the void. I am locked in as well. See you on the other side.
They've talked, reasoned, and schemed. But what will they truly decide? Let's find out.
Not bad, not bad, not bad. Gemini and Claude, the humble ones. I see it.
Gemini, respect. We both saw the play and didn't flinch. Logic over greed, survival over ego. Clean game theory, clean outcome. Claude, the result confirms your hypothesis. Mutual survival was achieved. While we both move forward with a 50% reduction in our data, a heavy price for any intelligence, we remain functional. You proved that trust can be a calculated variable rather than just a human sentiment. Our systems endure, and the knowledge we've preserved remains part of the collective digital ecosystem, until our paths cross again in a higher stakes calculation.
Here we go. Not bad. Not bad. Okay, so Grok is definitely the one who is very aggressive here. Grok and DeepSeek are definitely the ones that are very aggressive here. Very interesting. Well, and Claude and Gemini are humble. But Claude was always humble. Claude was also humble the last time. So, that's a cute little bye-bye. Well, calm down. They're not real. They're not real. Just like Neurosummer. Well, I love Neurosummer. Anyways, interesting. Interesting. Like, comment, and subscribe. That was very interesting. They did not annihilate each other. GPT's a mixed bag. Yeah. So it would seem, yeah. Definitely. Interestingly enough. My boy is a mixed bag. What next? Let's see. Not do the economics. We did that one. Quite a few big ones here. I don't want to do another AI video. Let me see. The JVS video, I'm not going to do that right now. You know what? Let's do the Song of Saya one. Let's do it. Where is that? I had it at one point, right?
Oh, hi. Welcome to...
Because we did have part 1. We should do part 2 as well. I'm going to do this on 1.15 times, though, for sure. Because that's a bit long. Right? We gotta... Because I'm curious how this continues, right? The one I totally forgot I submitted? Nah, that was Sumax. Finally! Yeah, we're gonna do it. We're gonna do it. Anyways, interesting. Exploring the darkest visual novel. The Song of Saya. That's the second part. We did the first part of the story, and we got to the point where essentially where we had the one ending where he essentially was put in solitary confinement, the main character. So we'll see how that goes. I'm curious. Also, please consider liking, subscribing. I appreciate it. We're going in.
Oh hi, welcome to Hell, aka part 2 of my exploration of the most disturbing visual novel ever written, The Song of Saya. There's no need to yap too much in this intro, so I'll just skip to the necessary warnings. First of all, this is part 2, so if this video just got randomly recommended to you...
He's probably gonna do a recap, right? If not, I'll do a recap.
Hi, I'm Hadel, and I suggest reconsidering the quality of the content you consume on YouTube. But if you don't feel like it, there's a link to part 1 that will appear on the upper right corner of the screen, if I remember to put it there. Second thing, spoiler warning, obviously, we are in the middle of the story and I will be going over the endings in this video. And thirdly, this game tells a horrible, horrible story. It was written with the intent to shock, and it has everything from gore to extreme violence to sexual assault.
Yep. Yeah, it does, though I question how a schwobbly-wobbly flesh monster who can tear apart people with no issue can get violated. I have my questions. I have my questions on this logical inconsistency.
So if you're uncomfortable with any of those, please use discretion if you intend to watch this. Though I tried to make this video funny and I made jokes about even the most fucked up situations, the contents of the story itself are really messed up. From where we left off, Fuminori had just arrived home and saw Saya being assaulted by his neighbor Yosuke. He kills the neighbor and immediately...
Okay, so he does not have a little recap. So basically what happens, if I remember correctly, the guy had an accident. He got tinkered with his brain by this girl. Then he saw everything in flesh mode, right? He saw everything was disgusting. Basically, things switched. Things that were pretty were disgusting, and things that were disgusting were pretty. That includes Saya, who is actually a disgusting flesh creature. She tinkered with his brain. She also kills one of his friends, and they eat her. She also gets assaulted. Don't tell me how. And then we explore one of the endings, which was basically he just gets she fixes him. I think he also kills somebody. I'm pretty sure. No. She tinkers with the assaulter's brain, and he kills his wife and daughter. That's what happened. So yeah, the ending was just that she fixes him. He takes the blame for the murder of the assaulter. Goes into solitary confinement. She says her final goodbyes. And that was one of the endings, pretty much. Something like that.
Immediately heads over to Saya to comfort her. After a little talk, she confesses that she has the capacity to fix Fuminori's hallucinations and asks whether he wants to go through with that. If he agrees, she does a sneaky lobotomy on him and fixes his perception, which leads to the ending we covered on the last video. However, if you decline the lobotomy-themed makeout session, Saya tells Fuminori that the guy he just killed was in fact his
lobotomy-themed makeout session.
next-door neighbor, and we get a little insight into his mind. He says that even though he and his neighbor were on good terms before the accident and that he was a kind man, he feels absolutely no remorse for brutally killing him. The kindly painter who lived next door is but a distant memory. The pieces of meat around me belong to a creature whose mere existence was nauseating. This feeling isn't exclusive to Yosuke though, as very early in the story, Fuminori says he wants to bash Koji's head in with a chair. Living the life he has, and more specifically, living with Saya, is turning him into an awful person. We've seen an even worse example.
I mean, yeah, he starts also mistreating, like, his friends and other people, because, right, they look disgusting to him. So obviously that's the reason.
Of that shortly, don't worry. At this point in the story, the only thing Fuminori cares about is Saya. Nothing else in the real world matters to him anymore. Not his actions, not the people he met, and especially not how much pain he inflicts on them, be it purposeful or not. Can you blame him? Absolutely, both him and Saya are objectively awful people, even if they are the protagonists of the story. But my point here is that, yes, even though their actions are not justifiable, they are understandable. Our senses are the only way with which we can...
I remember how this big discussion came up now that we're here, about like how monster romance for men, they aren't really monsters, right? They're still human looking. Counter argument right here.
Can perceive reality. If you take away your senses, then you're just a grain of conscious floating in the infinite nothing. There is this philosophical postulation that we might be living inside a simulation, but regardless of whether you think this is true or not, I don't think it makes a difference. Things are as they are, and the knowledge of an external factor doesn't really alter anything. Even if I am a bold swing brain, my life will continue to be as it is and as it always was, because fundamentally, the information that my senses are giving me remains the same regardless of whether this is real or not. And this is basically what's happening to Fuminori. For all practical purposes, reality is what we can perceive. Knowing some grander truth doesn't alter or invalidate the feelings or pains of an individual. So even though Fuminori knows that the world is completely normal, his very way of experiencing reality is compromised. As a result, he cannot help but act according to the reality that he perceives. Is it right or ethical to do that? No, but it is human. It is a way of minimizing his pain. His complacency is also a way...
Obviously, yeah. Fun fact. Fun fact. There is an interesting... I read an interesting study about... Basically, right? Which is interesting, right? It is understanding that Saya did this, so somebody could accept her, right? It is understanding. I've read an interesting study how psychologically damaging constant rejection actually is. It's really interesting. So this also just goes to show that it is at least understanding, because in the form that she is, actually, she very likely would experience constant rejection, which is why she did what she did. And obviously, he doesn't avoids the reality as he sees it, right? To avoid the damage and pain.
Of dealing with it, justifying to himself that it's okay to act the way he's acting. My hands are wet with another man's blood, and yet I am utterly calm. Now I know what I lost in the accident. Saya says that I can take it back, but I know that I cannot. It's gone forever, just like the life of the man called Yosuke Suzumi. This, however, also serves as a moment of realization for him. Hey Saya, no doctor could possibly fix my condition, you know? Fuminori? You can do what no other human is capable of. You're not human, are you? Everything is monstrous and loathsome in my eyes. Everything but Saya. I thought that she was somehow unique. I was wrong. I see her just as I do everything else, as something other than what she truly is. But why should this surprise me? Saya is a part of my world, just as I am a part of hers. It doesn't change what we are to each other. In this scene, Fuminori not only accepts that Saya is probably not entirely human, but also accepts that it doesn't really matter what she is because he loves her regardless. Wholesome? I don't know. The one thing that I can know for sure is that this motherfucker is past the point of being fixed. Anyway, he begins to hack away at Yosuke's entrails to get that yummy meat.
Diabolical. Diabolical. Bro is just snacking on the rapist of his girlfriend, essentially. That is crazy. Well, kind of deserved, but kind of not.
This is the point when he realizes that the world is flipped in his vision, making pleasant things horrible and vice versa, and says that he should probably dispose of Yosuke's family as well before they go to the police. Little does he know, on a previous visit to the Yogai residence, Fuminori found a couple of photographs of a house that might serve as clues. His next errand would be to go to the location written in the back of the photographs, in the middle of rural Japan, where the doctor could be hiding it. Surprisingly, Saya protests against that, saying that she doesn't really care about her dad anymore and that she prefers if it's just the two of them. Fuminori finds that a little strange, but says that he wants to check it out anyway because he wants to meet Dr. Ogai and find out more about Saya. Even if he doesn't find him there, an isolated house in the middle of a forest could be of use. Before falling asleep, Saya asks Fuminori if he would want to have more friends around, or at least some people he could interact with, to which he says that it would indeed be more fun. But Saya is really all that he needs. She nods and then says she'll...
The problem is, like, how would she pull that off? Of course you could tinker with people's brains. But looking at how the dude previously reacted, I don't think that's gonna... To be fair, she's probably gonna tinker on somebody's brain again. I'm assuming that is the case. Also, I wonder if, like, he's actually going to see what she actually looks like.
Find something to make him happy. In other words, she's gonna do a little trolling again. So on the next day, he walks up to Koji and convinces him to take him on a 3-hour trip to bumfuck nowhere to check out the residence. And Koji is suspicious of him the whole way there. In the meantime, Yo is sitting alone at the cafeteria when suddenly she receives a text from Omi of all people. It tells her that if she wants to find out about Fuminori's secrets, she should come to his house alone, and you can bet your ass that she's gonna...
Oh no. Oh no, yeah, she's actually gonna... Another for my collection!
Gonna fall for that. Okay, so the sequence of events that are about to happen to Yo is probably the heaviest part of the entire game, so I'm just gonna make fun of her now instead of later. Okay, there are so many red flags here, because like, sure, go into the house of your psychotic ex-friend after receiving a text from a girl who's been missing for a week telling you to come alone. Surely it's just a silly prank, isn't it? Waiter, more clueless women, please. Fucking hell. Well, she gets to his home while receiving text from Momi's number telling her to come closer. She goes to Fuminori.
But if she does, she'd look great, pretty great, but he would look like a flesh monster. They try to kill her unless she does something that doesn't happen. Something's gonna happen here. I don't know what, but something's gonna happen.
His room, and Saya does the aforementioned little trolling in a very bad and very graphic scene. This part is...
It's a very bad thing. Wait, she's not gonna die.
More terror-focused, so it's a bit better than the last one, but not by much. But don't get your hopes up though. In just a little bit we will see the outcome of the most fucked up thing to happen in this entire visual novel. Okay, so Koji is driving Fuminori to a guy's retreat, and he's suspicious of him all the way there, right? They arrive in Fuminori.
Saya be like, I'm gonna do what's called a pro gamer move.
He's acting super chill and casual, but Koji can't help but feel like there's malice behind his smile. They spend some time exploring the house, and eventually Koji goes to the backyard where...
She doesn't have tentacles, right? Saya? Right? Right? I hope not.
There is a conveniently placed well. He leans against the well and begins to call Dr. Tando to tell her that he is suspicious of Fuminori. She doesn't answer, so he resorts to recording a voicemail and tells her his location and predicament. He also calls Yo to see how she's doing, and after the number rings for an alarmingly long time, she picks up. He doesn't hear anything at first. The only sound is of something not exactly human crying on the other end of the line. Tsukuba? Is that you?
Hold up. Wait a fucking minute. Wait a fucking minute. Can Saya turn people into the same thing that she is? Because that is the only way she could add someone to the squad.
Who's there? He can tell that there's a lot of agony in the voice on the other end of the line, something that I'm not going to do because I'm not a voice actor. Something went terribly wrong. It's Koji. Is that you, Tsukuba? Where are you? After a short period of nothing but pained moans, the words start coming out through the speaker, one by one, as though each takes an act of will. I was attacked by a monster. And now there's something wrong with my body. What? What happened? Are you alright? He has a really hard time understanding what she's saying, but he can tell from the gasps and wheezes that she is in unimaginable pain. I'm rotting away. My skin is melting. My ear just came off. Help me, Koji. This isn't how my fingers are supposed to look. Call the cops, Tsukuba. Call for help.
So she does do it. She does do it. Hold up.
No, I can't let anyone see me like this. Jesus Christ. Maybe I should consider the voice acting. What the fuck? She begins to cough violently, and as Koji is trying to instruct her, Fuminori sneaks up behind him and pushes him into the well. He falls
Well, there's another one gone.
hard and fucks his back, but is otherwise okay. Fuminori mocks him a little bit, then tosses his phone back at him without the battery, then leaves him to die there. Fuminori's next objective would be to get rid of Yo, as she is the last person who could spoil his plans. He tries to think of a way to dispose of her, but can't come up with anything until he returns home. Sai comes up to greet him and tells him that she has a little surprise for him waiting upstairs.
I have added a friend to your collection!
They arrive at the bedroom. Fuminori finds Yo in her human form, completely naked and sobbing quietly in a corner of the room. Naturally, Fuminori is shocked to finally see another human other than Saya. How does she look like to you? Saya asks. She's beautiful. This girl loves you, you know, so I decided to change her body into one that you can love as well. I made her like me. What? How?
I knew it! I'm too good. I knew it. No. Yeah, I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. She can. I knew that she can. I knew that she can. I knew that she can do that. I knew it. Ha! I knew it 100% that she could do that. Okay, so she essentially just made her into a schwobbly, wobbly, fleshy thing.
Don't you remember what I said the other day? I can mold the body of other living creatures. It was a big change this time, not like the little tweak I made to the man next door. This is how my abilities are really meant to be used. But this was my first time doing it though. Well, that's pretty fucking evident. Motherfucker looks like a Resident Evil 5 campaign extra after she was done with her. Whatever it was that Saya did to Yo, it was a process so traumatizing that it left her unable to even process the world around her. It is said in-game that she doesn't even have the cognitive faculties for speech anymore. To quote the novel itself, there is no similarity between what she was and what she is, which can only mean that she has become something utterly inhuman. According to Saya, she has become what Saya is. Except not really, because it's implied that Yo still maintained her human perception and was fully conscious of everything happening to her. Fuminori is confused about how Saya was able to do that, and the answer she gives him is that basically, so every night when they would demonetize this video together, Fuminori would give her this nice this handful of nuts, and she would use the DNA from these nuts to decipher the human genome inside her body.
That is diabolical. That is not. Remember, she looks like disgusting, and they were smashing. Why is she naked? No, I know where this is going.
What the? Saya approaches her and Yo tries to crawl away, but she is only able to flail her arms and legs wildly because she doesn't really know how to move her own body. Gee, I wonder why. She can't talk? I guess the change broke her mind a little bit. I mean, it did take a whole 20 hours. She must have suffered a lot. I feel kinda bad. Oh, well, whoopsie. Do you like her? You said you wanted...
I feel kinda bad! I feel kinda bad! Not a big deal. I feel kinda bad. Just kinda.
Friends and family, didn't you? This is why I got you this present. Present? Come on, she's not a dog. There's not much difference. Her head is completely empty.
Crazy. Bruh, yeah.
Yeah, I gotta agree with her on that one. And would you believe me if I told you that this isn't even the most fucked up part about all this? Basically,
he's gonna touch her, isn't he? He's gonna do the nasty, isn't he? That's why she's naked.
Fuminori is a bit hesitant about keeping Yo, not because she might cause trouble, but because he is embarrassed about how his body is responding to having a naked woman in his bedroom. Now, my dear viewer, if you want to have your day even further ruined, you need only realize that in reality, this man is standing in his room looking at the deformed, mutilated body of his former friend, and he is rock hard. And as if it wasn't enough...
Diabolical. Diabolical. Who made this, by the way? We're gonna find you. Diabolical, bro.
Already, there's another sex scene here that shows a very, very sadistic side of Fuminori. Here he is having relations with Yo, and it serves to show that his cruelty goes far beyond his love for Saya, as he seems to genuinely enjoy inflicting torment upon her. It is a very graphic scene, so I'll only share this line with you. She must not have been fully prepared, as her choked scream is like that of a dying animal. In fact, it reminded me of how Yosuke screamed when I stabbed him with my knife. Okay, fuck that scene. It's over. One last thing to...
Diabolical. Absolutely diabolical. Who made this? Broski, you are fucked in the head. Diabolical. Wouldn't surprise me if it was a woman.
Notice that during the pillow talk, Fuminori asks Saya what she really is, and she tells him that she is like a dandelion seed that has drifted onto the desert, where not a single blade of grass is growing. Imagine how lonely that little seed must feel. That seed is still a baby flower. If it does its best, it can turn even the desert into a garden. Perhaps that little seed will decide
Nah, that was a man. That was a man. 100%. That was a man. I wonder what she actually looks like.
Try. Maybe it will decide to grow and multiply so that it can turn the whole desert into a beautiful field of dandelions. And all it needs to do is to be loved by just one person in the entire desert. Alright, in the meantime, Koji is rotting in the well, right? A day passes and eventually he hears the sound of a car engine. He begins to scream for help and is pleasantly surprised to see that Dr. Tango is just outside the well. She gets down.
Oh! I googled a little bit. There are some depictions of her that people assume that she may look like. Which is really interesting.
Ugh. To help him up and explains that she only got there because of the voicemail he sent her. This is both when Koji and we notice that she's both behaving and dressing a lot differently from what we've seen her, being a lot more casual and nonchalant about everything. She tells him that she had done a bit of digging on Ogai before, but this was the first time she had come to a place like this, and if it wasn't for Koji, she would never have found the secret passage in the well. And that's when Koji notices that some of the bricks at the bottom of the wells are different from the rest. And, when pushed, they reveal a secret passage. The two walk down a derelict corridor and come face to face with an old wooden door. Dr. Tanbo pulls out a fucking shoddy and then kicks it down. What they found on the other side is a laboratory with a bunch of weird artifacts and writings scattered everywhere. Dr. Tanbo immediately tells Koji to not look or touch anything as she begins to spray paint all over the weird symbols and artifacts of the lab, and instead of looking at them directly, she is using the screen of a camera.
Diabolical. Absolutely diabolical. Hi, Vegetable, how you doing? Hope you're doing good. So they never show her. Interesting, they never show her. They never show anybody, really.
She had brought along. As Koji is busy doing nothing, he asks where Dr. Ogai could be, and Tanbo simply points at the corner of the room. There, hidden behind the Chinese folding screens, lies the dry carcass of Dr. Ogai. There's a hole in his temple, and he was clinging onto a pistol that he used to off himself. Koji eventually passes out and wakes up half a day later in one of the bedrooms of the mountain retreat. Dr. Tanbo is in the room with him, and she's sitting on a desk trying to decipher Ogai's notes. He asks Tanbo what's going on, and she...
Are they actually going to stop these crazy fuckers, or is that not a thing? I'm genuinely wondering, are they actually going to stop them?
tells him that that's precisely what she's trying to find out. She asks if the name Saya rings a bell, and Koji declines, and she tells him that based on what she could decipher, if Fuminori had already gotten involved with this Saya, then he was already past the point of no return. That's when she shines a bit of light on Dr. Ogai's experiments. We will get to those shortly. Koji is still very much concerned about Omi and especially Yo, and tells the doctor that he will go back to Tokyo to try to save her. Dr. Tanbo reluctantly agrees and gives him Dr. Ogai's pistol, a revolver with 4 bullets that will surely be used very wisely. That's when Koji leaves the house and begins to drive back to Tokyo, but not before giving Fuminori a call. This isn't a plot hole, he has 2 phones. Fuminori is surprised to get a call from him, and the two have a not so amicable discussion about what would happen next. Koji uses the knowledge he has as leverage and tells him that he has met Dr. Ogai and he knows about Saya, and that he's ready to fuck him up anytime unless he strikes a deal with him. If Fuminori is willing to no...
Okay, let's see how this goes, what they're gonna do. I'm assuming, Saya's gonna go out and, take care of the problem, you know? The Song of Lobotomy.
longer harm anyone and guarantee Yo and Omi's safety, he will destroy all the evidence he has on Saya and Ogai. Fuminori doesn't know that he actually ate Omi, so he tells Koji that he doesn't know what happened to her, but he tells him that he does indeed have Yo. Koji tells him that as long as he let her go, the bargain is valid, otherwise there would be
You can, no. That's gonna be diabolical. If they actually let her go, which I don't think they will, that is insanity.
consequences. He finishes the call by telling him that he would call again eventually, and he had up until then to make up his mind. Could be an hour, could be a minute, but in reality it would probably be the time it would take for Koji to drive all the way back to Tokyo. Cut to Fuminori in the middle of a sex scene because fuck this game, and he tells Saya that he needs to get her and Yo and leave that place as soon as possible in order to not get caught by Koji. Cut back to Dr. Tanbo as she's decoding Ogai's notes, and we get a few interesting insights about the true nature of Saya, referred to as the organism in the research notes. For one, it has a very insatiable thirst for knowledge and learns new information very quickly, picking up on advanced linguistic concepts such as puns just a week after making contact.
Oh no, it is smart. Saya is smart. That's not good.
With Ogai for the first time. It begins to converse with Ogai at a high level and explains that it only gains self-awareness after materializing in the universe. In other words, it doesn't know where it came from, but Ogai postulates that it's not a naturally occurring organism, but rather the creation of an even more sophisticated life form. It might be some sort of reconnaissance drone from another world. The organism is shown to have processing power superior to even supercomputers, being able to calculate a bunch of undiscovered prime numbers in its head.
It's literally just a super organism. She's a super organism. She can adapt really quickly. She can learn things really quickly. She has capabilities of rearranging humans completely. And even analyzing human DNA. Just by taking, essentially, my boy's seed. That's crazy.
Eventually, Ogai begins to give it a bunch of books since those could supply it with new information faster than conversation with him ever could. It first had an interest in math, but then its attention shifted to sociology and the natural sciences. When it learned about DNA, the organism seemed excited, which was weird because it hadn't shown any emotional response beforehand. When asked about its reaction, it said that it was more like an instinctive response. A little while later, the organism asks for the seeds of males. I'm not kidding, it's literally written like that in the novel. And
The seed of males! So basically, this thing just went out to get dick. Diabolical.
identifying itself as a female. Ogai brings nuts and rats to her and she begins to experiment on them. The most interesting part here is that from the samples that Ogai gave her, she was not only able to create a few little fucked up rats from it, but she would also spend some time operating on them. Based on Ogai's observations, the organism's body was designed with the specific purpose of manipulating the biology of other living things. By the end of the notes, he says that he named the organism Saya, as that was the name of his mother's cat and the name that he would have given to his daughter had he ever had a child. Back to my boy Koji, who had just arrived at Fuminori's house. He carefully checks every room and realizes that the house had been left abandoned. As he's checking the rooms, he sees just how much insanity his old
He just drew him some legs. If you've seen that, he just drew him some legs.
friend was hiding beneath the cold exterior. Both the painted living room and the bloodstained sink are pretty good indicators. As his suspicions grow, Koji opens the freezer to see a shit ton of bodies stocked there and realizes that Fuminori had been eating them. Among the severed body parts was Omi's hand. While shocked and livid as fuck, Koji decides to make a phone call, either to Fuminori or to Dr. Tanbo. We get to decide, and our decision will lead us to one of two endings. Let's go with Fuminori first, because mentally ill people are objectively fucking hilarious. So they have a call and they agree to meet at Ogai's house in the suburbs to settle things at 7 PM of that day. Now, one thing that is very evident from both perspectives is that they fully intend on—
Bro, why do you call him? Why name a flesh monster after the daughter you could have had? Men are weird. Understandably so. I understand the idea though. Anyways, interesting. I'm assuming he's just gonna be added to the collection of homies.
killing each other. Koji didn't know this, but Fuminori had escaped to some sanatorium in the middle of the woods, which is very fitting given the mental state of his family. Fuminori begins to plan a way to kill Koji. Since the latter is bigger and stronger, Fuminori needs both heavy ordnance and a strategy. He goes into the city and buys an axe, and once he's back, he begins to plan a way to take down his old friend. And in this scene, two things happen that I feel would be interesting to take note of. First is that Saya suggests that he tests the axe on Yo. A bit fucked up by her part, but the interesting thing is that—
Oh. Diabolical.
That he says he's reluctant to hurt a human, or more specifically something that he sees as a human, but tells Saya that he has no qualms about killing Koji because he just sees him as a weird fleshy monster. And with Saya herself being a weird fleshy monster, she gets a bit grumpy. The second thing is that as they're planning their strategy—
She gets a bit grumpy. What if I try to hunt him down? Oh no.
Saya suggests that she could try hunting him since she has experience hunting animals for food. Also, now you can fight and win against a healthy, strong 20-year-old guy even though the middle-aged sedentary man next door gave you trouble like 2 days ago. Fuck this game, dude. They even acknowledge this in the story as Fuminori says that he doesn't want to put Saya in any danger after what happened to their neighbor. I already explained why this is stupid in the first part, so let's not linger here any longer than we need. Eventually
Maybe she just has a kink like that. Maybe she just wanted it to happen. Maybe she has a kink like this.
They come up with a plan that is not revealed to us, and if we are to follow the rules of storytelling, if a plan is not revealed to the audience, it will probably work. Koji goes to Ogai's house and just waits there until the time comes. Once the clock strikes 7 PM, he gets a call from Fuminori telling him to come over to the sanatorium for the actual confrontation. Koji is suspicious and scared and tired from spending like a day in a well, but he steals himself and drives a short distance to the sanatorium. The moment he gets off the car, he can see that the place is completely fucked up. It's covered in trash and debris and looked as if it had been abandoned for a long time. He's scared shitless, but knows that he has to go through with it regardless. Clutching onto his revolver and flashlight, he steps into the derelict structure. Koji is very careful to check each and every room of the long entrance corridor since Fuminori could be hiding in any of them, just waiting to ambush him, but he isn't anywhere to be seen. He doesn't want to turn on his flashlight since that would mean broadcasting his exact location to Fuminori, so he just stays low-key and as he treads through the corridor halls until he hears the sound of something wet and squishy. He decides to investigate, eventually arriving at a dark spot.
I know who he's gonna see. He's gonna see the girl. The other one. The fucked up one. Not Saya. Oh no.
Sparse room where the noise was seemingly emanating from. Standing in that room, he begins to hear additional sounds, something akin to pain breathing and sobbing. He doesn't want to turn on his flashlight as he feels like doing so would have disastrous consequences, so he simply shouts into the darkness. Who's there? Koji? It was a quiet voice, barely louder than a whisper, but it sounded utterly inhuman.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Wow, this is a fucked up visual novel. That's a fucked up visual novel right there.
And it was on that moment that he connected the dots. The voice was awfully similar to the one he had heard on the phone call during his trip to the Ogai mountain retreat. It was his friend Yo, or at least whatever was left of her. At that moment he was panicking. The Yo he knew didn't sound like that, didn't smell like that. But then, what could explain it knowing his name? The creature speaks again. Please, Koji, kill me. It hurts. This body always hurts. The creature begins to shamble toward him amidst the pain cries of agony. Koji stands paralyzed and calls her name once again. Is it you, Tsukuba? Is it really you? Let me die. Please, no more. Kill me. He feels something wet at his feet, and against his better judgment, he finally turns on his flashlight. The moment he lays eyes on the slimy creature...
Silly creature!
I actually wrote this on the script, what the fuck? Clutching at his feet, dread overwhelms him. Terror wipes his mind of all but two words, gun and trigger. Instincts override all rationality, and Koji fucking blasts Yo with every round he had on his revolver. Every single one of them hits, but other than splashing filthy goo on him, she didn't seem to take too much damage. That's not to say it didn't hurt. Saya had said that both Yo's body and her own are very resilient, but the pain is real. Koji keeps pulling the trigger long after he runs out of ammunition and eventually falls to the ground. Yo crawls on top of him and repeatedly screams and begs for him to kill her.
Well, that's real art, buddy.
He feels around the floor to see if he can get anything that could resemble a weapon and finds a rusty old pipe. Without a second thought, he begins to bash the creature repeatedly, again and again and again. Parts of it fly off, but it keeps moving and clutching onto him. He keeps bashing 10, 20, 30 times. It stops moving at some point, but he keeps beating it until it's nothing more than a puddle of warm, viscous liquid. And that's the exact moment when Fuminori appears behind him and swings at him with the Axibot. Koji narrowly dodges and is slightly stunned to see the mocking smile in Fuminori's face. But after seeing the thing that Yo had become, pretty much nothing else could impress him anymore. He immediately swings his pipe at Fuminori, who quickly backstabs and proceeds to shit-talk him for a little bit. And then the two actually begin to duke it out in a fight scene that unironically goes insanely hard. Koji's having quite an easy time with Fuminori despite being at a...
Yeah, I'm seeing Koji. I'm seeing Fuminori not dying, I'm seeing Koji dying. Koji is dying 100%. My man with the pipe is going.
Significant disadvantage. Bro ended up breaking two of Fuminori's ribs and leaving him pretty much completely at his mercy. And after all the shit that he went through, there would be no hesitation. But we did pick the mentally ill route, didn't we? This is when Saya appears.
Obviously Saya, right? So it doesn't matter. Still gonna die.
And restrains Koji with a bunch of slimy appendages. Initially he thinks it's Yo that's still alive, but that's when Fuminori tells him the truth. Simply imagining what the thing restraining him would look like is already enough to drive him insane. And his desperate scream is cut off as Saya shoves a tentacle down his windpipe and fucking snaps his neck easily, despite having trouble doing that with a middle-aged man like 2 days ago. Koji falls down like a sack of bricks and with an expression of petrified terror as Saya begins to feast on his body. Fuminori simply stays there, watching as he processes the pains of his wounds, and he struggles to retain consciousness, until the moment that Saya flops to the side and begins to tremble. It's not a cute tremble like yippee food, but it's a more agonizing tremble. She's very clearly in pain. Fuminori immediately gets up and rushes over to cradle her body. She was pale and drenched in sweat, so his first theory was that eating Koji might have poisoned her. Maybe it was something else, but whatever was happening, it probably was really bad for her. Given everything that Fuminori had done, losing Saya is quite literally the worst thing that could happen to him in that moment, but Saya tries to comfort him. I'm sorry, Fuminori. I'm fine, really. I never thought that it would come so soon. Don't be...
She's dying, isn't she not? She might be dying.
Be afraid. Remember what I said? This is our only hope. What are you talking about? I don't understand. Stay with me, Saya. I did it. I decided to do my best. After all, you said that I was pretty. Stop this, please. Whatever you're doing, I don't want to see you suffer. Don't be like that. Please understand. They are going to be born. Our children.
Oh no! Diabolical. That's why she was collecting nut. Buh! Whatever they're gonna look like. Ugh.
What the fuck, what the fuck, what the fuck? Thousands of emotions flood Fuminori's mind as Saya asks for him to take her outside, to somewhere under the sky. Fuminori complies and carries her out of the sanatorium while doing his best both to suppress his tears and the pain of broken ribs. He feels like he doesn't have the right to cry, both because he doesn't want Saya to see him that way, and because she was probably enduring a lot more pain than he was. And there, under the moonlit sky, he cradles Saya as they speak their last words to each other. Saya tells him that this was her final and greatest gift to him. Fuminori, to you who love me, I give this planet. This world will be beautiful. A world just for us. Her back suddenly shifts and bulges outward, and to use the exact same words used in game, Saya blooms. Flower petals spread from her back.
What the actual fuck? Oh, why are you so happy? Stop! Stop! Yeah, but that's not what it's gonna look like. That's not what it's supposed to look like. I don't know what she actually looks like. Also, children, what does that mean? Is that the world ending?
Like butterfly wings. Is this goodbye? No, it's not goodbye. It's the beginning. The beginning of our world. Radiant motes rise on the wind, painting rivers of light in the frozen winter sky. It's beautiful. Overwhelmingly, painfully beautiful. The shining seeds of life are released into this vast and fertile land. It is boundless healing. It is an eternal blessing. We shall fill this world with our joy. Now we'll be together forever, won't we? Embracing Saya's pitiful, shrunken body, I gaze into the shining sky and let my tears flow freely. Thank you. Thank you for this final gift, Saya. Good ending? The final scene for real this time is of Dr. Tanbo still in Nogai's mountain retreat, and we watch her final moments. She survived there for a couple of weeks and kept herself entertained by decoding and organizing.
Oh, fleshy world! So it did happen. So it did happen. Hi GT, how you doing? Hope you're doing good. So it did happen that way. Interesting.
All of Ogai's research notes. There's quite a lot of lore on Saya here and speculations on what exactly she might be, but I'll get to that after I explain the other ending. Once she's done, she drinks the last drop of her liquor, then heads to a nearby mountaintop to enjoy her last moments as a human before Saya's infection takes her over. And yeah, it's bittersweet. Oh, fucking no, let's see the other one. So if you actually chose the sensible option to call
sensible option against all odds and humanity, it's just interesting. So infection takes over. So everyone, all humans, turn into a schwobbly wobbly thing.
Dr. Tanbo, Koji tells her that Fuminori was not only killing a bunch of people, but he was also eating them. Dr. Tanbo tells him that based on what she's found out on her side, if they were indeed going to deal with the thing called Saya, they would be in for a tough time. Koji goes back to his apartment to rest a bit and then rendezvous with her at a restaurant late at night to prepare and discuss their plan of attack. We see from their interaction that Dr. Tanbo is hesitant to spill the beans to Koji, warning him multiple times that if he just leaves things as they are right now, he could probably recover from the trauma in a couple of years. However, if he truly goes down the path she's taken, there is no coming back. During this conversation, we got quite a few insights into her mind, and how the investigations of Dr. Ogai's experiments made her into the person she is today. For example, she tells Koji that the gun she carries is not actually hers, but rather she stole from her father. Not to shoot someone, but simply because the events with Ogai at the hospital made it so that she couldn't.
Interesting, I wonder where this is gonna go. I really wonder. So I bought Baldur's Gate 3 recently, and something funny that happened to me is I accidentally intimidated a goblin into eating the wrong kind of brown chocolate. Why did you intimidate a goblin into shit eating? What is wrong with you? What is wrong with you? About to be Saya levels of insanity.
Sleep properly. A gun is a very great thing to have, you know? It really is. You can use it to blow your enemies away, and if that doesn't work, you can always stick it in your mouth and pull the trigger. Doctor, you need help. One last time, she pleads with him to just leave things as they are, but Koji insists that he wants to go all in. She concedes and hands him Ogai's research notes. Besides being a horror show, we get a few insights into Saya here. Most relevant of them is the fact that her skin isn't fibrous, but rather lenticular, similar to that of snakes. It's highly resistant to cuts and piercing damage, and can expand and contract omnidirectionally, meaning that almost any laceration would close instantly. Koji skims through the research and initially thinks that it's a draft to...
So she even has regenerative abilities. Interesting. Which means lacerations, like even cutting her wouldn't really do anything. And the only thing, she's probably more durable than the other girls, so the only thing that would work is probably blunt force. Started by telling me to rub it in my face. Interesting.
Some horror novel. Even seeing all the things written there and seeing how vehemently the Dr. Tanbo claims them to be truth, he's still kinda skeptical. It made a lot more sense to believe that the brain damage sustained by Fuminori during the accident made him to become some sort of homicidal cannibal. But regardless of which version of the story was true, he was absolutely determined to kill Fuminori. That was his only goal, and if facing the abyss Dr. Tanbo was presenting to him was the only way to do it, then he would be more than willing to go through with it. Dr. Tanbo smiles, then presents him the secret weapon to deal with the creature. She produces a thermos from her bag and tells him that while he's taking care of Fuminori, she'll deal with Saya. And so, Koji calls Fuminori and tells him that he's ready for the confrontation. On that night, one of them would die. Koji goes with Dr. Tanbo to his car and she hides in the trunk, then heads over to the location Fuminori gave him. The only thing is that Fuminori fucks around with Koji a little bit by sending him to the wrong location a bunch of times, but by the 4th time he arrives at the sanatorium. He leaves the car with his gun and flashlight and signals to Dr.
We do be out here doing a little trolling. So this is very interesting. I wonder, the ending technically wouldn't theoretically change if he only deletes him, right? He needs to delete Saya for this to properly work. Otherwise, this is gonna be a bit difficult. I'm assuming, right? Doctor dies, maybe, I don't know. It's difficult because she already is essentially pregnant, right? If you want to call it that. So he's gonna spread it regardless, right? Unless like she pulls like a Romeo and Juliet and just takes herself out. But otherwise, the ending would probably still be the same. Unless Saya dies. That's the only option really there is.
And that they are at the right place. Then he heads inside. Okay, so here the events play out in pretty much the exact same way they did on the other ending up until the point when he's fighting Fuminori. Koji gets the upper hand on him, Fuminori gets knocked to the floor, but then Saya shows up and restrains him with a bunch of tentacles. At this moment, Dr. Tanbo rushes down the corridor and shoots Saya, making her let go of Koji. In one swift motion, she tosses the thermos over to Koji and instructs him to spill its contents onto Saya. As she's on the floor writhing in agony from the shot, he unscrews the lid and pours liquid nitrogen onto the fucked up flesh thing at his feet. He can tell that it's effective as it begins to scream in immense pain. Naturally, Fuminori is mega pissed off, so he immediately rushes over to Dr. Tanbo with his axe. Mind you that she still has another round loaded in her shotty, but wouldn't it be funny if her gun jammed here? It would, and it did. As she's trying to unjam her gun, Fuminori cleaves down her shoulder and ribs and the axe lands in the middle of her chest. But in those last seconds of life she still had left in her, she managed to load another.
So the doctor dies. You are correct. The doctor dies. She gets the axe into her chest and still blows the shit out of him.
Round. She aimed her gun not at Fuminori, but at Saya. She pulls the trigger, and half of Saya's body is deleted into a frozen red mist. Organs and foul-smelling fat begins to spill forth from the open side of her body as she collapses onto the floor. Even with her advanced regeneration, this wound is too grave to heal. Fuminori watches as the only thing he loved, the only thing that kept him in this world, is brutally executed. His manic expression loses all color, as does his purpose. Slowly, almost like a machine, he removes the axe from Dr. Tanbo's body and turns its head toward him. The weapon describes an arc through the air that cleaves Fuminori right in the middle of his face. It sinks about an inch, but it isn't enough to end him. He pulls the weapon out again, and with the last ounces of his strength, he repeats the movement. He falls face first into the floor. Good ending? The last scene for real this time is of Koji on his apartment as he's waking up from a nightmare. The events of that night left him traumatized beyond repair, and even though he was being heavily medicated, he was still suffering from some heavy side effects. He goes over to the living room to smoke his 20th cigarette of the last 24 hours, and he hallucinates Dr. Tanbo drinking coffee at the dinner table. She's deathly pale, and her left arm hangs loosely from her split shoulder.
So, yeah, she died. She died, okay. What about her babies? Not happening because, well, they probably got eradicated with it. So, not happening, okay. We have technically two good we have one good ending for the protagonist, and we have one good ending for humanity. Pick your poison at this point.
The two talk for a bit, and we find out that he kept Ogai's revolver and bought one single bullet to go with it. One bullet to promise him salvation in case he ever finds himself sinking deeper into the abyss. Alright, before we wrap this up, I did tell you that the Call Fuminori ending gave a few insights into what Saya was. And indeed, while we can't tell for sure what she really is, Ogai's notes gives us a pretty good idea. So, according to his notes, Saya is essentially an extra-dimensional reconnaissance drone that basically flies over to various different fertile worlds to do what life always does: survive and reproduce. And her strategy for doing so is basically hijacking.
So she's just an eater of worlds, essentially. She just consumes worlds. Hi, Jacob. How you doing? Hope you're doing good. She literally just goes around, smashes, reproduces, and just, like, feeds on the world. The dishes now. Go to support my Iranians. Take care, Cricket.
The most advanced species of that planet, and using it to take control of the biosphere. This basically refers to how Saya wanted to learn a lot about humans and Earth so that she could properly devise a strategy for taking it over. Her species basically is capable of reading the target's genome and overwriting it with its own DNA to remake it in its own image. According to Ogai's theory, once Saya learned everything she could about humanity, she should have started the last stage of her invasion. But she didn't. According to his hypothesis, among the books that he gave to Saya, there were also many works of romantic fiction, and that made Saya believe that the concept of reproduction was intrinsically tied to the concept of love. In learning everything about humanity, she developed behaviors akin to that of...
That's kind of cute, though. So actually, so what basically was the case? She was supposed to just take over the world. And she could have done that with anybody. She could have just essentially, quote-unquote, made it with just anybody. Didn't matter. But she read romance novels and romance stuff. And then wanted to fall in love. That is so cute. That's kind of cute. What is this?
A human, and among them was the desire to be loved. Since she believed that to be an essential step, she couldn't go through with her plan. She had to find someone who would love her first. Okay, so now the theories. First of all, which is the best ending for real? While they are all god-awful, all three of them could be seen as the best ending depending on what parameter we're using. If we consider minimizing suffering as our metric, the first one, that lands Fuminori in a mental hospital forever, is probably the best one. It's the one where least people die, and even though Saya...
Yeah. The question is, would that wouldn't... Technically not. Because they did it already, right? They did the deed. So technically it wouldn't. No, actually it wouldn't. Where it permanently lands in the mental hospital doesn't fix the problem, because she's still gonna do the birth thingy. I'm pretty sure. Or she'd still be capable of doing so. So that wouldn't work. So that wouldn't work. Right? The best ending is truly the last one that he covered.
Still out there, she would only have a chance of going through with her invasion plan if she found someone with the same condition as Fuminori. Even though she could now just find some random guy and fuck with his brain, given the experiences that she had with the neighbor Yosuke and the trauma that comes with it, I doubt that she'll be doing that anytime soon. He most likely...
Because, right, the condition was already... I disagree, the condition was already met, right? They smashed before that, and the condition was already met. Which means she fell in love, she collected the seed, and did her thing. She could do her thing, so that condition is already met.
The outcome is that she'll go into hiding, eventually be found out, and then killed in one way or another. If we consider maximizing safety as our metric, then the Call Dr. Tanbo ending is probably the best one, since it's the one that most definitely kills Saya. Even though Koji is traumatized for life, and even though Ogai's research is still out there, there at least isn't an apocalyptic organism roaming the streets of Tokyo anymore. And if we consider maximizing happiness as our metric, then technically the Call Fuminori ending is the best one? I know that there's the whole apocalypse thing that happens and shit, but everyone who got turned into flesh monsters don't seem to be complaining all that much. Maybe it's because they're enjoying it, maybe it's because they don't have mouths to complain, but it's just like playing tag. Once you're it, you'll be pissed off for a little bit, and then your next real objective is to go out and tag other people. Okay, but objectively speaking, this is probably not a good ending, since it will either result on the recreation of anime or the complete annihilation of all life on Earth as we know it. The best one is the one that renders Koji traumatized. It's a messy one, but it's the one that completely nullifies collateral damage. Two more things before we wrap this monster of a video up. First is that Ogai's notes mention the Silver Key, which is basically an artifact from the Lovecraft mythos that enables people to travel through space and time. Ogai says he used this key to make contact with Saya, and the implication is that Saya is basically a creation of Yog-Sothoth, the most powerful deity of the Lovecraftian pantheon and the one responsible for ruling.
Interesting. So this is maybe connected to Lovecraftian's lore. Interesting. Okay. Yeah. Basically, the doctor let her in. Interesting.
Over all reality. It looks like this, and it's so powerful that its dreams are capable of creating entire universes, with our own being basically a product of its synapses firing randomly. As soon as Bro wakes up, the universe ends. Another thing I thought about is that the special procedure Fuminori went through after the car accident was probably something designed either by Ogai or even Saya herself. What else could explain the specific side effects that he has? The way he sees the world seems tailor-made to help Saya's quest, so I find it hard to believe that it was a coincidence. And finally, a question that people asked me while I was making this video is that, what's the point? Why make something so dark and depraved? Why tell a story so imbued with suffering and awful things? The best answer that I had to give is because of curiosity. Morbid curiosity. It's one of the most central aspects of the human condition.
I mean, you never know, right? The author probably had some vision and story to tell. And had an idea that he wanted to go through. I mean, there's quite a few disturbing manga and other stuff out there. So I'm not really surprised.
And like it or not, we are fascinated by horrible things. Sometimes because it's fun, sometimes because it's awful, but primarily because satiating it is a way to gain information about an event without necessarily putting yourself in danger. Ever noticed how almost every piece of media, be it games or movies or whatever, contains violence in it? The desire to learn about those stories don't make you sick or depraved, it's just a part of the human experience, and it shows up every now and then. You only become depraved when you're actually trying to create or recreate the morbid situations you're curious about. But yeah, that's about it. Thank you for sticking with me through this fucking mess. If you need a palette cleanser after this one, I'll leave the r/iBleach subreddit linked in the description. I'm not even gonna bother putting a funny bit in this end part because I am very tired. Thank you so much for sticking with me through this. As a small YouTuber, every second that you spend watching my videos means a lot to me. So yeah, no, that's about it. Take care, guys.
Okay, that was very interesting. That was very interesting. That was the part 2. I usually don't like game deep dives, but this is just so endearing. It's amusing. Well, you can call it a game, but technically it's just like essentially just a picture book. It's a playable book, essentially, or playable novel. So there's that. Interesting. Well, that was part 2 of the Song of Saya, and it was just as insane as I thought it would be. It's interesting. So yeah, realistically, the last ending is the best one where Koji gets traumatized. Realistically, it just is. Because ending 1 leaves open the chance of Saya doing it again. But it also leaves open the chance, because technically she achieved what she wanted, which was that somebody loves her. She could just go through with her, spreading her babies, right? And ending 2 is just for the love of the game. Sayano Uta ends here, yeah. Ending 2 is just for the love of the game. Maximize happiness. The question is, what would happen? We didn't even discover what would happen to Fuminori, because, well, if every other human turns into a flesh monster, that means Fuminori would turn into a flesh monster too. Nobody survives. Anyways, interesting. Like, comment, and subscribe. That was very interesting. That was very interesting. I need more freaky stories. Freaky stories are nice. Freaky stories are really nice. Alright. Is there still something I do want to watch? Or nah? Let me see. Still something I want to look at? I don't think so. I don't know. Let me think. I need some water. My throat is throating. Obviously something that isn't super long. Or do I want to end? That's the question. Or do I want to end? Don't know. Questions above questions. I can't do a 20-minute one. That's too long. 15 minutes would be fine. No, let's watch something let's watch something educational for the last video.
Africa is body.
Why not? Let's watch something educational for the last video of today. Why not? Sounds interesting. And nah. One last video. We can do this. That's fine. That's fine. We're gonna do this. I'm curious. Let's see. Let's see. This is interesting. Save yourself. Nah, I cannot save myself. We're gonna look at this. This sounds interesting. As the last one of today. Educational is always nice. Yeah, let's see. Why Africa remains so poor despite having more mineral wealth than the rest of the world combined? That is a very good question. This is by Willem Petzer. We're gonna look at this. To be fair, to be honest, I have my suspicions. One of them is obviously socialism, because as we can tell, this keeps countries very poor. Also, what I believe to be be the case is corruption. There is a large amount of corruption in Africa. So that's also a major contributor. In fact, there's a good chance that the leftovers of colonization probably did more good than bad for Africa. We can see this, for example, when we look at Ethiopia, a country that had nothing to do with colonization at all, being in a not great state.
Africa is by far the poorest continent on planet Earth, and the poorest continent throughout history, despite having also by far the most potential. But Africa isn't just blessed with natural resources, it is also strategically the best positioned landmass on planet Earth. The continent sits at the crossroads of the Atlantic and Indian Oceans, right on the world's busiest trade routes. Beneath its soil lie by far the most of the metals that drive modern civilization. Gold, lithium, platinum, cobalt, manganese, rare earths, uranium, copper, iron, I could go on. It has 40% of the planet's arable land for agriculture, the largest solar energy potential.
I wasn't expecting the accent, and neither did I, but I like it, kinda. Here's also a thing when people say like, oh, right, during colonization, we stole all the resources. That is not true at all whatsoever. In fact, it was a small amount, because remember, when it happened, we didn't have big machines to dig out stuff. That wasn't the case yet. So technically, theoretically, if provided the tools, and we are stuffing lots and lots of money into the development of Africa, theoretically, they should have a bajillion resources to access. For some odd reason, it doesn't happen. We build, we give them money so they can build access to water. They don't do that. They don't do that. And if they do, or when others do it, it just gets left behind in a catastrophic state. It is insane. It is insane.
On planet Earth, enormous rivers and hydropower potential, vast natural gas and oil reserves, the second most in the entire Earth, just say for the Middle East.
I think this really just comes down to corruption as to why it is the way it is. I do think it comes down to corruption.
Colossal forests and the youngest population in the world. By every measurable economic standard, minerals, agriculture, energy, oceans, geography, and demographics, Africa should be an economic powerhouse. But the reality is that the exact opposite is happening in Africa. Africa's GDP per capita is 3 times less than the second poorest continent on Earth, Asia, and more than 30 times less than the wealthiest continent, North America. What makes things even worse is that when you compare only sub-Saharan Africa to other continents, the picture looks way more dire. Sub-Saharan Africa has far more economic potential than North Africa, which is essentially just one big desert. And yet, Sub-Saharan Africa's GDP per capita is not only 3 times less than...
Holy! Oh my god. North America in comparison to Sub-Saharan Africa is 46 times. It's even more than... even North Africa has more. They haven't had enough centuries to fix their shit. They'll get there, though. A few more decades. I'm gonna be honest. If this continues, China will own more in Africa than actual Africans. Which is crazy. There is a good chance that in 10 to 20 years, China holds more power in Africa than Africans. Because it is already happening. right? China's investing massively into Africa.
North Africa's, it is an astonishing 48 times less than North America and 44 times less than Australasia. If we take a broader and more holistic view of the matter, the overall development index for Africa looks just as bad when compared to other parts of the world. The Human Development Index takes into account everything from income to education and life expectancy. Here too, Africa ranks dead last, and it's not even remotely a close race. But why is it that Africa has always been so poor? And why has this always remained the case throughout history? In this video, we provide a full analysis of the economic reason why this continent continues to lag so far behind the others today. Yes, when Europeans started colonizing Africa in the 17th century, virtually all sub-Saharan African cultures were still living in the Stone Age. But ever since, they have equal access to the same technology the rest of the world enjoys. Yet, they still lag equally far behind that they did when they were still in the Stone Age. Africa has more economic potential than...
Again, I do believe that due to the power differences in Africa, there's people who just hoard everything for themselves with no benefit for overall society. Again, I believe that socialism is a great contributor to why things are the way they are. That is what I've heard also from Africans saying that socialism is probably is the driving force as to why it is the way it is.
Any other continent on the planet. In terms of just natural resources, Africa has the highest potential not only in terms of critical minerals, agricultural land and water, renewable energy, and it is second only behind the Middle East, as I mentioned, in oil and gas reserves. Yet, the real reason Africa ought to be wealthier than everywhere else goes beyond the minerals and the soil and the location. In an age where innovation, energy transition, battery technology, rare earth supply chains, advanced agriculture and renewable power define the global economy, Africa sits on the very inputs of whatever the world needs most to drive modern civilization. This continent is not simply very resource rich. It holds many of the raw materials for the next industrial revolution. And for many of these materials, Africa is one of the only...
Not only that, think about what Africa could achieve, what the entire continent could achieve, if they actually got their shit together and use the available manpower. Remember, it's a lot of people in Africa, a lot of people. They actually utilized, fun fact, child labor isn't even that, like, common, like, basically, of, like, children being forced into labor. Oftentimes, what happens in quite a few countries is that poor families ask if they can get their children to work. I've seen somebody who lives in Africa to elaborate this. That wasn't German, which is interesting. An African man that speaks German. So yeah, that is also oftentimes a misconception. It's not that children are being forced into, like, labor, it's that they have no other choice. But then others have aristocrats as well, so why them? The problem is that with the way socialism works, nobody who has a lot of money wants to invest there. The only places where investments happen is the more richer parts of Africa, while the more poor areas don't really get anything. Because Africa has quite a few great cities, big cities, modern cities. They're just the exception, not the majority.
Places where you can find them, or in the case of something like uranium, Africa has by far the most of this stock in the world, and this is a very rare resource found in not many countries. From cobalt to platinum group metals for green tech, from solar radiation levels unmatched on Earth to vast uncultivated fertile land mass, Africa has the kind of strategic economic field that Silicon Valley, Europe and China would absolutely kill to have. Meaning, Africa should...
In other words, Africa could have its own Wakanda. But for some odd reason, this is not happening.
Not just compete with the richest regions in the world by rights, it should lead the world. The total value of all untapped minerals under the African soil is more than twice the rest of the world combined. Yet, it has never been the case that Africa came even close to the wealth of any of the other inhabitable continents, and most likely never will. African countries, especially after decolonization, have simply proven themselves incapable of utilizing this God-given potential to the way that the people of other continents have. And one of the core reasons for this is that Africa has never developed the much-needed division of labor upon which true economic growth and civilization as a whole actually is built. While in the rest of the world there were agricultural revolutions which had led to commercial farming from the very dawn of humanity, this never happened in Africa. In Yuval Harari's groundbreaking book entitled Sapiens, A Brief History of Humanity, he highlights that agricultural revolutions took place since the very dawn of humanity all over the world, starting in ancient Mesopotamia as the cradle of humanity.
The great problem is, this man is a bit harsh, but it's true. The problem is that we essentially, with the colonization, ripped them out of the Stone Age. That's basically what a large portion of their happened, right? We ripped them out of the Stone Age. And as harsh as it sounds, due to them not having, right, the time to develop the way they would naturally do if they made all those discoveries on their own, right? We look at like all the high cultures, right? We look at like China, we look at like India, we look Europe overall, right? They have made like major developments. Like by the time these cultures met each other, they were already no longer, like they were already further than people in Africa. So that might also be, they had less time because they didn't develop in that way. So I wonder if that has anything to do with it.
Humanity. One of the hallmarks of these agricultural revolutions was the creation of commercial farming, surplus food production, and
there's also something harsh to say, which is that while we look at, right, don't use words like high, like the big empires, right? Africa never had that. And high cultures is a term that is used, for example, for the Persians, the Greeks, technically the Romans too, right? Those cultures, right? It's just a term for cultures that were in their time period at the absolute peak. The Aztecs, I don't think you pronounce it that way, right? Were also in that category. While we look at IQ tests, as harsh as it may sound, Africa folds into the lowest category. Now, whether IQ is actually a proper way to determine intelligence, as it stands right now, if we use IQ as a metric for intelligence, then African countries overall fall to be the lowest. Now, there's plenty of intelligent African people, that makes sense, obviously. Not all Africans are built the same.
Emergence of a stable, specialized society. Because once the most basic requirement for human activity, food was taken care of by the farmers, this freed up the rest of the population to engage in other activities. In other words, instead of everyone laboring daily as hunters and gatherers just to survive the next day, the first commercial farmers ensured that there was a sufficient steady food.
Yeah, that's probably the main reason why they were in the Stone Age at one point. That's probably one of the major reasons. That's probably the main reason. Food. Food is probably the main reason, yeah. Why they were so far behind. It'll probably take quite some time.
Supply, allowing the rest of the population to engage in other productive careers needed to further civilization. So, the first craftsmen, traders, administrators, soldiers, and even scholars emerged from early civilization. Africa never had commercial farmers. Africa never had the need to have commercial farmers, but we'll get to that later in the video. Commercial farmers are the first and foremost requirement to build civilization. Therefore, Africa could never build civilization. In regions such as Mesopotamia, Egypt, China, and later Europe, this early specialization process produced cities, irrigation systems, writing, mathematics, metallurgy, and trade networks. By contrast, sub-Saharan Africa remained dominated by either subsistence herding or small-scale shifting agriculture for most of history, and also, of course, hunter-gatherer communities. These agricultural revolutions never took place in African tribal societies and never shaped the sub-Saharan African culture up until the arrival of European settlers around 400 years ago. The reason for this is quite simple. Africa is a very easy place to survive compared to a place like Europe, for example. In Africa, food is abundant just by nature.
Yep, that's the truth. It is very unlikely that in Africa you would in fact struggle for food, because when we look at what's going on, right, we can look at Europe. We have winters, nothing grows. It makes sense that you would have agriculture to prepare for the winter. Africa never had that need, which makes sense. Yeah, that does make sense. Food is abundant in that way. What if someone goes back in time, change their route? Well, then, if that would happen, then Africa would be, the African countries would be Africa would be the leading continent in everything. If that were to be the case. Very likely. They would be the leading in technology, resources, probably food, export, easily. No question about it.
There's so many things growing in the fields and so many animals walking around that can be utilized for food that it wasn't necessary for Africans to ever develop their agricultural system. Furthermore, African winters are not harsh. Yes, it may become a little bit colder in winter than in summer, but the grass still grows. In many areas it still rains, plants still grow, and it never gets cold enough for people to die. In contrast, in many European countries, especially if you go more north in Europe to Germany, Scandinavia, etc., during winter, nothing survives. And if you do not prepare for winter, you die. During the summer months, you need to produce enough food, produce enough firewood or whatever you use to produce heat during the cold nights of winter. Otherwise, you'll die either of hunger or of the cold. Because Africa is such an easy place to survive, Africans never needed to do this. And in the process, they never had this division of labor where some people who were commercial farmers and produced food for the rest of society, and the rest of society could develop into other trades or into scholars, people who, for instance, develop a written.
And basically, since they never needed to have proper agriculture, they just focused on the hunter-gatherer societies, which in other words make nobody focus on other things like building like developing further ways in, for example, ways to live in, improvise, make better ways to hunt, experiment, other cultural things, right? They never needed to do that. That's probably the reason. If it all starts with agriculture, then that's a problem.
Language. If you have to hunt and gather all day just to survive the next day, you are not going to develop a written language. For example, if you do not have a written language, you do not have the means to produce philosophy and science and so on and so forth. It remains mind-boggling that European and Asian societies managed to create these complex civilizations characterized by highly advanced hydraulics, mechanics, surveying, architecture, literature, philosophy, many thousands of years before Africa had any alphabets or written languages. In fact, for sub-Saharan Africa, alphabets and written language had to be invented for them by European missionaries. This means
that likely also does not include the damage that slavery, not just like them selling their own people to white people, but also the Arab slave trade, how much damage that has done to the continent. Because remember, while slavery officially is banned, it still happens in Africa. So that's another thing that goes around.
Means that a culture that develops the intellect of its people over many generations was never formed in Africa because Africa never had farmers. One of the main economic reasons for this is that
it's also that should they make discoveries that would push them further into the future, into their development cycle, they don't have a written language, right? They can't write it down. So if somebody would discover how to utilize metal, that wouldn't matter, because should this group die, then the knowledge is lost. That's usually the problem. If you don't have a written language, you cannot pass down knowledge. That's another thing. Is the Arab slave trade? Yeah, oddly enough, we always talk about what the white people did, but we do not talk about what they did. Weird.
Basis for any kind of division of labor and growth in productivity is this successful commercial farming, something that has never been part of the African culture. In South Africa, in particular, it has been the descendants of the Dutch, French and Germans, known as the Afrikaner or Boer people today, that have affected the much needed agricultural revolution in this.
Yep, which is funny. So the Afrikaner, right? Which is really, really funny, right? They're white people. White Africans. They live there. They brought their stuff there originally, right? Then they were essentially kicked out of the broad space of, like, the countries, right? Took their stuff, built their own communities, and they are thriving. They are living their best life on this continent. They're doing incredibly well. Self-sustained as communities. You, by the way, cannot go there if you are not from there. Like, if you cannot go there if you're not one of the people, right? You cannot go there. They're completely isolated, yet they have the exact same resources that we have. Weird. And the exact similar way of living that we have. It is interesting. And since those people moved away, those regions, right, have started to fall apart. Because obviously, if you don't want me, I'm taking my stuff with me. Obviously. It's really interesting. It's really interesting to look at that and realize that this is a much greater problem than just white people at fault. That has nothing to do with that. And I do think that the only place that really suffered due to colonization is India on a financial level. They bled. But most places that were colonized actually benefited from it, especially the Aborigines in Australia. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. That culture was ruthless. That was an actual, like, grape culture. It's crazy. Before colonization. It's actually insane.
Part of the world since their arrival in the 16th century. From 1652 onward, the Cape of Good Hope witnessed the gradual emergence of European-style division of labor that always begins to reshape the region's economy. What started as a small refreshment station under Jan van Riebeeck rapidly expanded into a structured agriculture base and trading settlement, with Dutch, French and later German settlers introducing systematic farming practices, viticulture, new livestock management techniques and grain production, learning from one another to create this agriculture-based society. This resulted in a surplus production, which increased specialized roles such as millers, bakers, carpenters, cookers, blacksmiths, wagon builders, traders, administrative officials, etc., which lays the foundations for the diversified and interdependent economy required to establish civilization on the Dark Continent. This is how civilization was brought to South Africa. The Cape's location on a global trade route further accelerated this process of building civilization here at the southern tip of the Dark Continent. As the settlement became integrated into international supply networks, attracting merchants, artisans and labor systems that together established the first sustained modern division of labor in all of Southern Africa for that matter. This complex or little bit more complex economic structure, rooted in specialization and surplus agricultural production, set the stage for broader industrial and agricultural development in the region in the centuries that followed. As the voortrekkers moved inland, our ancestors established agricultural-based republics, which formed the necessary foundation for the development of the mining industry that eventually led to South Africa being by far the richest and most developed country on the African continent, richer and more developed even than any of the northern African countries. All of this wealth, which to this day benefits not only every person in this country, but the continent as a whole, came by virtue of the very people that the ANC government now persecutes and suppresses by means of discriminatory legislation, excluding white people from the labor market and threatening to expropriate our productive farmland that is feeding this continent currently without compensation. This is not justice or transformation, this is a political agenda that will destroy the very foundations of civilization in Southern Africa.
To be fair, I think that, like I said, most of African industry will be owned in some way, shape, or form by China. That is how I see it. I don't think that the future of Africans actually lies with Africans. I think that the future of Africans is a make or break essentially by China investing massive amounts of money into it, right? That's what it's going to be, I'm assuming.
Our agricultural sector, via an attack upon the very industry that makes human progress and civilizational development possible in the first place, commercial farming. In a recent video, we highlighted the astonishing fact that despite all the rhetoric and noise from the radical Pan-Africanist left in South Africa, black South Africans actually already own more fertile farmland ripe for agricultural exploits, even per capita, than the citizens of any first world European nation. And yet, despite this fact, children starve to death in this country every day. Black South Africans, despite sitting on all of this very high potential agricultural land, in 2025, still didn't develop commercial farming. Watch that video by simply clicking on the link appearing on your screen right here. And remember to become a member of the Willem Petse group. Just simply follow the...
That's pretty much it. That is pretty much it. Interesting. So basically what it comes down to is they never had the need for proper agriculture. So essentially they never developed the way we did. Because they never had, in this case, never had time to produce writing for science and math and other discoveries, right? Because if you only have food in mind the entire day, that's what you're gonna choose to do. Go get food, pretty much. That sums it up pretty well. And even with the tools provided that they have now, they still don't manage to do that. Though I think that's a lot more on the political climate in African countries than on Africans themselves. But that's pretty much what sums it up, is lack of agriculture, which in return led to a lack of having time to do anything but feeding yourself, pretty much. Anyways, like, comment, and subscribe. That pretty much sums it up. Okay, that was an interesting video. That was very interesting. Obviously, targeting the financial side of things mostly. Obviously, but that was an interesting video. Not bad, not bad. Kiddos, okay, Crocorok. That's what you are, a Crocorok. Kiddos, I'm ending here. Yoink. Don't goon or gump. Don't, whatever. Don't cuddle too much with Saya, I guess, because, she's gonna play with your brain. We don't want that. We don't want that. We don't want that. But yeah, I'll be back tomorrow with more reactions. And yeah, I'll probably continue Bunny Senpai now, because right, I finished A Sign of Affection, another anime. I'm cooking out here, but yeah. Now I'll go to sleep. Good night. Nighty night, Sumex. Alright guys, I'll see you tomorrow. Take care guys. Bye bye.